What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of No Neutral, where we discuss all things Street Fighter and CPT related. I am Brian F, of course, joined by my guy. I think the location describes the persona.
Hey man, listen. You know what I'm saying, Brian? I don't know if they're gonna show this on Neutral, but on No Neutral, or if they even edit this out. But you know, your boy fresh off of hosting for a Variety magazine in Hollywood and all that, with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and Becky G and Haley Bailey, and you know what I'm saying, all of that. You know, and in the end of the day, you actually walked my first ever red carpet. So to be honest with you, Brian, I'm feeling pretty good right now, bro. Like, the only thing that could make me feel any better right now is talking about some Capcom Pro Tour action. So it looks like I'm in luck.
There you go. Now that Rob's done flexing, we can actually move on with the show and thank our co-host in Japan. Shout out to Capcom Fighters Japan and all the Japanese fans for tuning in to watch me and Rob just flex about being Hollywood all day. We appreciate your support, and as always, thank you so much for tuning in. But that said, you know, forget all that. We're going to talk about some Street Fighter and CPT action. Mostly the World Warrior. We have a whole batch of updates. A lot of these second events have actually occurred in the World Warrior program here. Just as a brief reminder, if you're not familiar with World Warrior, it's a monthly tournament series. We got 5 monthly events per region coming up. The top 8 players for these regions will then go on to a final bracket where they will compete for the first place spot to earn their way into Capcom Cup. So that said, we have a whole bunch of updates. Let's go ahead and get on into them.
First one we got to look at today is, of course, Nordic Baltic. So a lot of you would expect Phenom to win. And the problem with that is, this is the problem with the FGC. Y'all don't have enough faith in people. Y'all so stuck to old results that you assume the same person is gonna win. Well, let me tell you something. The same person won. My man Phenom came through cooking, dominating, as you would expect him to, as one of the best players in the world, perennial Capcom Cup qualifier. But the person that came in second place is actually the one who stopped him from qualifying last year. That was Reichman's Barnett. And then in third place, 0-0's very own, the Nordic giant, the gentle giant, my man Veggie. Now, as far as overall standings, the way that this shapes things up, Phenom is sitting pretty with 100 points at the top, meaning, of course, he got 50 points each time, you know, winning both of the events. We see Veggie in second place overall, 75 points, and we see Volix sitting there with 60 points tied with Dr. Gulag for the third place spot. So everyone right there, I'm sure they're feeling very good being in the top 8 right now, but we are still very early in the season. They still have to fend off all the other competitors, but it's shaping up to be a good region so far, Brian.
Oh, definitely. Speaking of good regions, we're heading over to US East. This one run by Carryout Clash. And we had some different but also familiar results this time compared to the first event. Punk takes the first World Warrior event under his belt for this season. Second place, Art, always representing Dulcim, being very consistent as well. Third place, Kudo, which is, you know, the New York's very own Kudo. It's interesting to see him compete for the World Warrior region out here. And then an interesting result, Idom in 4th place. Interesting because this is the second event for this region, and the results are shaping up a little bit different than what you might expect. The East region here, remember, the CPT event has not occurred yet, so this is going to be one of the last CPT events. So I feel like this World Warrior position is actually very important because we have heavy hitters in this region. Idom, Punk, and now Kudo and Art, I would say. Like, these are players that you look that are really jockeying for a chance to qualify. There's going to be 2 spots, so these results really matter. But with this performance, we look at the overall standings, and in first place we have Ultimate Weapon. You know, he got first place in the first Carryout Clash event, dominating with Rog. He got 5th place in the second event, so that carries him a cool 75 points to maintain the first place position. Kudo there in second with the 70 points from his strong performances, and Punk with 70, combining his previous result and this first place win. An interesting note here, Idom 9th on the leaderboard, and like I said, Idom not in Capcom Cup, Punk not in Capcom Cup. These are very important events, so I expect to see all these players really stepping it up, entering all these events, and I expect this leaderboard to shake up a lot coming up soon.
Yeah, and you know, another event that was just as fire was, of course, Germany #2. So in third place, we actually had Seoul Vng killing it with the Laura there. Then in second place, we had Fossa, the V-Trigger 2 Uriel Extraordinaire. And I don't like just bringing up that you play V-Trigger 2 Fossa, because you know what? I feel like I'm judging you every time that I say it out loud. I'm not gonna lie to you. And then in first place, speaking of expression, you know, I told y'all about how my man's actually put Kawhi DZ Adon into losers, may be the sole reason or one of the main reasons that Adon didn't even win EVO overall, because of his amazing play with that Sagat and that Ryu. Ryan Hart, the OG, the GOAT, taking first place there. All right, so as we look at the point standings for Germany, we can see my man Fossa, he just got him a nice chunk of points, pushing himself up into that fourth place spot. Val Wing, 75 points, 10 points over Fossa. Ryan Hart actually tied for first place now after getting that huge performance. So he is actually not just on Jimmy's heels, they're parallel to each other. And then of course, MDZ Jimmy, the content creator extraordinaire, sitting there tied with Ryan Hart. So this region is shaping up to be very nice so far, Brian.
Interesting to see. Yeah, Reinhardt's definitely gaining some momentum after that big EVO performance. So, you know, no one can rest easy in any of these regions. So Jimmy, the OG's coming up to get you. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out in the next World Warrior event. Moving on to Middle East, we had the second event ran here by Slash and Dash. And speaking of shaking things up, here's a region where things have not shaken up. Well, very consistent, very consistent. I think the grand finals, they kind of swap places here, but this time Big Bird takes the first place position. He used Luke against Angry Bird in the grand finals, who Angry Bird rocked Ken. Angry Bird's been looking incredibly strong, using Ken almost exclusively for the past couple of events we've seen him in, which is interesting to see because Big Bird used to be the Ken guy in the team. They seem to just trade characters and ideas the more and more they play each other. And in third, a consistent third place as well for GTR, my guy rocking the Oro. Let's go. You know, he's carrying the mantle forward, doing what must be done, the heavy lifting for the entire FGC. Shout outs to GTR. I salute you for doing work with Oro. But that said, you go to the overall standings, and what do you know? Tied for first, Angry Bird and Big Bird, both with 90 points. And then GTR there at the 70. Lord G rounding out in fourth place with the 50 points. So yeah, the top three players have been very consistent in the past two events. I don't know if that will change. We'll have to see. I mean, Volcano Rosso are there in the fifth place position.
It has to change. It has to change because otherwise, according to my man's packs, if the same people keep winning, then that means that the region not practicing hard enough. That's at least how it goes for America. So I don't see why it won't apply to other regions. So I definitely got to say, yo, Middle East, I love you. I think you guys are amazing players. But according to my man's packs, you might not be practicing hard enough. Step it up.
GTR, Step it up. You got to practice those Tengu Stone combos a little bit harder. You can do it. I want to see the Oro victory. I'll be cheering you on and trying myself. We'll see what we can do.
And you know, of course, I reference and I poke fun at my brother Pax. And you know where he is from. He is actually from the UK, and that is actually where we are going on the map right now for this World Warrior program. UK, Ireland, #2. Another bloodbath and another dominating performance from, bro, Ending Walker. What's up, yo? What's in
the
this
new
kid's
generation
cereal? What's in his milk? What is he, 16, bro? Dude is ridiculous, man. Like, he won back to back. I'm not gonna lie. After winning the first one, I'm like, wow, okay. I already knew he was God. Like, you know, I talked to him a lot in my stream and everything. Like, I knew he was dead nice. We all knew. But I remember the great breakout performance he had in that CPT event last year, beating Hurricane and all of that. But then even outside of just that, now he comes and wins the first World Warrior. At least at this point, okay, everyone is about to be pressed, looking for this dude. Doesn't matter. He goes and wins the event again. But he's not the only nice player there, as in second place, we had none other than Shax himself, the man who we just mentioned, who's of course been cooking in Street Fighter for how long now, one of the stronger UK players. And then in third place, we have my man Mopulapalu. 1 second. Mopulapo. Is it O or U?
There's no Lou. Mopulapalu?
Bro, his name gives me dyslexia. I feel so stupid when I read it.
Mopulapu. Maybe Mopulapo? I say Mopulapo.
Because it's an O at the end. I thought it was Poo
maybe.
too. Okay, I'm going to say Poo because I'm pretty sure that's how I hear it. Now, we have to look at these standings. We already know who's in first place. I mean, let's be serious. None other than Ending Walker. Then in second place, we have Shax with 70 points. And then Mopulapu has 55 points in third. And OSL, my God, you know, Karen, the strong Karen player sitting there with 50 points in fourth place. And Hurricane, look how many good players they got, man. Hurricane with 40 points. Kind of surprising. We expect Hurricane to have even more points on there. I think eventually he's going to move up that list. Soundboy, Ridiculous Cody, a.k.a. Jones, and, of course, Muscle Noob. My man's in the gym trying to look like Big Hollywood every single day, and I'm proud of him. Amazing region, and they're cooking up so far.
Speaking of another region cooking up, we're moving on over to South Africa. South Africa number 2 ran by Get Wash, and there was a surprise here, but it's not in the players who placed. Jobby M takes the second World Warrior event. That means he's 2 for 2 with these, just like we saw Ending Walker do. And of course, 2 for 2 in second place is Billy Date. Now, like I said, the results weren't surprising, but the character choices might have been. Billy Date rocking the Ed, which, you know, he often hops around between characters a lot, but he's been mostly locking into Ed in the last showings we've seen against Jobby M, because these guys have been, you know, banging their heads against each other to compete for these qualifying spots and CPTs and all these other qualifying events. But this time, Jobby M, I have never seen him switch characters from Karen before. He picked up Nash and took grand finals with Nash over Ed, finding the counter pick. So Ed, you know, it's not just in South Africa. We see it with Ending Walker in the UK and Ireland. So it seems like this character is relevant in the meta. People are starting to get
Ajax and DR or
yeah, there you go. Yeah, people are starting to find creative solutions, right? You know, going off the beaten path there, straying away from Karen and picking up Nash to counterpick there. Very interesting stuff from Jobby M. And then we had Ren with his strong Ken rounding out third place. So we go to the overall standings here. Like I said, no surprise in the top 2. Jobby M, 100 solid points, 2 first place victories. Billy Date with the 80 points coming in second there. Third place with 55 points, we have Sequele Ramabe. In fourth place, rounding it out here, Erefan Pierce. So the players here are, you know, they're competing with the top 2 here, it looks like. The point differential is growing. I feel like in a lot of these regions, the point spread is much, much closer right now. But Billy Date and Jobby M, they're starting to peel away from the pack. So I wonder if it's going to be, once again, a competition between these 2 guys to see who's going to qualify. So fighting for that CPT and World Warrior spot. Definitely looking like it's favoring Billy Date and Jobby M, but there's still plenty of World Warrior events left to change that up.
Well, you know, South Africa is so far proof that sometimes, you know, the people that are the favorites, this is why they're the favorites in the first place, right? They're going to continue to dominate. But as we look over at Europe West, we see that that's not necessarily always the case. As in this last World Warrior event, Takamura, definitely the favorite in this event overall, actually finished in fourth place. We at least, honestly, we probably would expect him to get first place in these things, let alone at least a top 2, top 3 finish. But this goes to show just how strong the region is as he finished in fourth place. Now, as far as the players who made it onto the podium this time, in third place we had Wolf cooking up with the Seth. Second place, we had Ross, Balrog looking very crispy. And then, of course, in first place, how could we not have Garnett putting in work with that young Fong? I love seeing those characters cook up, bro. I'm sorry. Like, even though Fong is a lot more common now, I feel like he just was uncommon and super obscure for so long that no matter how much more popular he is now, I'm always going to some degree, root for him.
Well, that's how I know you're not a Balrog player, because I know Ross was distraught when he got into that grand finals versus Garnett. But shout out to Garnett doing work there.
But he is not distraught when he looks at these standings, because as of right now, you can see Garnett sitting there in first place with the Fawn, cooking up amazing performances so far. Takamura and Ross are actually tied for second place, so my man definitely has been eating. And then in fourth place right now, which I guess kind of third, whatever you want to call it, my man Geeko, man, the Cammy was looking crazy. Clearly, if Takamura could lose here, or if, you know, Adam or whoever could lose in these events, that means that when it comes down to that last regional final tournament, anything can happen. So I'm interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, the seeding definitely matters to shape the paths, but once again, it comes all down to who's hot that day. So, you know, it's all fun and games for these 5 months, and you earn your spot into the top 8, your number 1 seed, but you never know. You're still not safe. So we'll see how this shapes up over the next coming months. We still have plenty more World Warrior events to come and a lot of exciting Street Fighter action in the future. But that said, let's talk about that Street Fighter action, because we've been having some interesting discussions, some debates about how we do our events and what value and what entertainment we provide the FGC. Because for a long time, the open bracket double elimination tournament was king. It's still king today, right? It's what the foundation, the bedrock that the FGC is founded upon, and with good reason. Anyone can show up that day, play their best, and earn the title of champion for that tournament. However, is there room for more in the FGC, and is there a need for more in the FGC in terms of scope of events and different types of events, such as, I don't know, FGC fight card style events, exhibition matches, first to tens, things of that nature? Does the FGC need more of these events or not? I guess we're going to debate about it a little bit here, Rob. What do you have to say?
So my stance on this is very strongly on the yes side, and I want to make sure I'm clear too. I don't just mean first to tens and this and that. I mean fight cards. I think that's the play. I think that will grow things tremendously. Look, at the end of the day, even if someone look at the UFC, boxing, things like that, there are parallels. Now, obviously, a smart aleck has to say that we're not actually getting physically punched in the face. Look, tell that to me or Brian when we get eliminated in a tournament, okay? It feels pretty similar, to be honest. But in all seriousness, though, is the whole 1v1 format, the personalities, right? If we build these things up, let's say the whole point is for us to try to bring in new people. It's to entertain our current fan base, you know, all of us hardcore people, and to bring in new people. When you build up a fight like Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor, it didn't matter if you were a super fan of boxing or MMA. You wanted to watch it because in the end of the day, it was built up nice. Trash talk is entertaining. Storylines are entertaining. So I definitely propose that we do things like, remember Body Count Fighting? You know, the type of events that they had going on there, for example, actually building up these fight cards, having a live audience and everything. Another thing I would bring in there is, you know, don't be too scared off FGC, but optional, of course, you don't got to pay for it, pay-per-view. First, have proof of concept for a while, right?
Scary proposition there, Rob. Scary proposition.
Keep it free at first and everything. You know, make your show people how fire it is, and then have some type of pay-per-view, man, where people can catch it live. And we just saw, maybe this is a lesson to blow some, because I know I'm the loud American guy, but I'm pretty sure it was actually Japan, if I'm not mistaken, who was it last year or the year before? They actually had an event with pay-per-view. I think it was the Street Fighter League finals or something like that. But there was literally a pay-per-view event over there. And hopefully it went well for them. But a lot of times we talk about, oh, how can we make more money for the players? How can we? And of course, there's not only one answer, but fight cards definitely will go a long way. And this does not require, this is something that some people might be scared of, but it's a fact. How many times, Brian, have we seen Twitter, have we seen the FGC as a whole, glue our eyeballs to the screen for two players having a feud or a money match that were not necessarily that good? They're not even the best players. But
of course.
The same day when that happens, right? Let's say instead we could have gotten a calm, nice match between Adam and, I don't know, name a godlike player, Luffy. I don't know, whatever godlike player, right?
Well, that's a bad example, because I do want to see Idom Luffy because of what he did in the NA versus EU 10v10.
Right.
So,
well, you know what I mean.
You're getting at, though.
But yeah,
right.
just Idom versus Mina RD.
Two great players without personal stakes behind
with
them.
no stakes, right? And or instead, you can give me. I'm not even look. It's no neutral. I'm gonna keep it a buck. All right. We had a Sparta versus Stack Bradford. Now I know some of you guys might know who it is. Some people do. Shout out to those guys. Follow their content. The fact of the matter is,
can I bring up a counterexample of Destructive versus all of Texas? That was the most hilarious saga. Destructive kept stumbling. He kept stumbling into money match after money match of all of Texas feuding against him, because I don't even remember what it started as, but he was like Jackie Chan drunken master style, stumbling into money match after money match, smoking all of Texas because they're trying to defend Texas's honor, and it was a hilarious saga.
We watched all of it.
Were the matches the highest level? No, but they had a storyline, and I would say they were equally skilled enough for it to not be like a cut and dry.
That's
like
all
this
that
guy's gonna
matters.
Watch the other guy. You know, it was enough to be like, there's stakes here. they're within a similar skill level. Who's gonna win? Let me tune in, right? It was a little silly, you know, but I feel like the FGC sometimes strays away from the silly matches. But to be honest, I love the matches where you don't know who's gonna win. Some of the most fun matches I have, to be quite honest, like I love the high level stuff. Everyone knows that I do analysis of all that. I'm not trying to downplay the value. I like the boring matches too. I know Rob tends to talk about the hype stuff. I love the boring matches. It's not for everybody, but I love those. I love the 0-2, like they go into losers round 1 and it's 2 players who barely know how to play and they're fighting each other.
Oh, that's so hype.
One of them is about to be eliminated, going 0-2, and they're both trying to figure out their controls, like because you have no idea what's going to happen. To me, even that is fun. That wouldn't be a main card event, but you could have something like that where it could potentially be hilarious to see. Like, I don't know. I think there's different ways to approach it for entertainment as well. One point I'll bring up though is, you know, I love open bracket tournaments. I think that will still be the foundation of the FGC forever. But what is more hype? You know, the Evo win or when Daigo challenges him to a 1st to 10 after? You know, there's like the secret final boss matches. How many times have we seen people win Evo, then Daigo says, oh, that's great, come play me in a 1st to 10 and see what's up. And then he schooled Evo champion after Evo champion for years. I haven't seen it as much in the Street Fighter V era. I kind of hope Daigo calls out Kawano for doing too much work in Japan. You know, he's salty about the season finals in Evo. I would love to see that. But those kind of events are legendary in the hardcore FGC. It's kind of like that underground vibe. Like, yeah, you have the title, but can you beat the master when he buckles down for one opponent? You know, there's different ways to approach it and to add value and get eyeballs in the FGC. And we don't have that much of an infrastructure to capitalize on. It's kind of ad hoc, someone's stream here and there. So yeah, I do feel like we're missing out on value. Like, there's room for so much more. Like, I feel like the FGC gets scared of like removing the focus or taking away, but there's room for so much more. Like, we have so much more room for different styles of events that would just add to the value of the FGC and the experience of the FGC for more people.
I agree, bro. And I think at some point we gotta be adults, man. Like, if this is what there is nothing wrong with saying that I want to be married exclusively to this grassroots, you know, type of, fine, like, let's do that then. But if that's all we want to do and that's the primary focus, let's please stop making these tweets about how we want to make more money and we want to do this and that because we want to grow, because you don't grow by just sticking to only grassroots stuff. And also, I would say, as far as the fight card thing, the grassroots stuff that we all love, the hype, the trash talk, the non-esports and all this, that's what sells fights. That's what will make people want to tune in. So be as grassroots as you want.
Right, but it could also be natural. Like, the one thing I'll counter with that is there could be boring, exciting fights. Kawano and Idom is an exciting fight because of the stakes behind them. They're two chill-ass dudes.
You don't gotta talk trash to build it.
Idom does nothing besides he's carrying the weight of the USA. So the stakes of him is carrying a region, even though the burden he doesn't want to carry. Even that adds to it, right? Idom doesn't want to carry the burden of the USA. He's just playing for himself. USA sucks. He's NA's free, right? But he's still doing it. He's forced to, just by circumstance. Kawano is the young up-and-comer from Japan who stopped the momentum of Idom, right? That alone is a story for two people. Personality-wise, they're very relaxed, respectful. They never do anything. You never see Kawano popping off like crazy. Idom never pops off at all, barely. Super chill. That alone would be a fight card.
And we can have
huge
fight
stakes.
We can have fight in real life. These fighters don't promote their own fights all the time. You have fight promoters. Right. You know what I mean? That like can build it up.
The play and the stakes speak for itself, right? So there's I just want to bring that up because I think people would
they just think everybody got to be talking trash like
the heel, like it's going to be nonstop phony trash talk. I think there's room for the WWE style, like lean into it and have fun. Like that's fun too. That can occur, like two people doing a bit. You know what I'm saying? Like I think there's room for that as well. There's also room for the heavy hitters who naturally have real gravity and stakes to them because they're just gods of the game, you know, like that is naturally occurring. We could have more events like that as well. And and the other thing I want to bring up, open bracket tournaments give us those storylines. We are given storylines and then we don't embellish on them or we don't capitalize on them as much as we could. Like how people want to see the story continue.
Just a kid Chris CCH at this point sells tickets. Sorry, it sells tickets. let Just a Kid versus Chrissy CH the first to 10. They don't have beef or anything like that, right? So everybody who's scared and all this type of lame ass stuff that everybody is like, you don't got to be scared. They don't have any issue. However, they just had that amazing like instant classic match. And they had the whole Midwest versus West Coast situation too.
And so they're young and they're new. There's so much story behind that.
The story writes itself. It writes itself. So, bam, promo, build the fight up, and have undercard matches, and So now, outside of that, I want to make sure we do talk about before we close out, bro. Like, and we didn't talk about this even more like in depth, even on future episodes. So, open brackets in general, which you brought up. You brought up a benefit of open brackets, right? I also want to talk about we should have open brackets forever. Do not kill me on Twitter, please. Thank you. So. I want to talk about the cons of open brackets too. It's kind of rough when Tokido, back when Knuckle Dude was playing, Mr. Crimson, Adam, whoever it may be, loses and has to lose early on.
It's facts. It's sometimes there's a reason why we have seeding. It's because we don't want the first and second expected best players to play round one and eliminate each other, and then the storyline ends there. Then you have Johnny Donuts versus Daigo in grand finals, right? Because you can have one side of the bracket be less skilled, just keeping it a buck, and the right side of the bracket has all the heavy hitters,
and it's
right?
First to two. And it's first to two, Brian.
Yeah, there's a reason why we spread everything out. If that happens, it's less exciting because the suspense is not building. There's a reason why we like narrative structures. There's a reason why we read books, tell stories, and watch movies, right? Like there's a certain structure to how we enjoy stories, and a tournament is a story, an event is a story, and at the end of the day, it's partially to determine who's the best player under these very kind of arbitrary specific circumstances. Remember, there's many ways to run a competition. Open bracket elimination first to two is seeding is not the only way to do it, right? There's many different ways to determine who's the better player. So you're only trying to see who's good at that format, that day, that time, right? It's very specific circumstances. The other purpose of a tournament is, those logistics of getting it done and entertainment. It's entertainment.
Yeah.
Why do we do it? Why do we do it? There's competition, there's entertainment for everyone else. People go to these events just to watch them.
Yep. We were in that Evo Top 8 crowd.
I think a lot of the FGC is still have the mentality of everyone who goes to a tournament is a competitive player aiming to win. That is not the case, and it has not been the case for over a decade. Many people who go to these events are fans. They're there to enjoy the show. They might enter the tournament for a giggle, for a laugh, to see how, or to test themselves. They're trying, but it's not their main aspirations. Their main goal there is to have a good time, right? And I think focusing only on open bracket tournaments means we're not filling that need as much as we could be of the spectacle of fighting games and showcasing the players as well.
Well, Brown, all this talk about fight cards and promos, it actually makes me want to hype up a match for a very special player, for one of the future GOATs of this scene. And I'm talking about none other than that viewer watching at home. Right now, they're heading over to CapcomProTour.com, fight stick or hitbox or pad in hand, and they're looking to see what CPT event is in their region so they can compete for all of that glory and get the viewers. Might be a little pay-per-view for them or something like that. You gotta talk to Capcom about that. It's definitely a possibility. Make sure you guys sign up, CapcomProTour.com, so that you can enter the CPT for yourselves.
And don't forget to double your odds, because we also have the World Warrior event, another way to qualify. All that information is also available at CapcomProTour.com. These are monthly tournaments where you compete to get on the leaderboard to enter the final bracket for another shot to qualify for Capcom Cup. So, choose your path. I would say double up on both, but you have plenty of shots to qualify and compete with the best in the world.
It's about the hands, it's about the nooch, it's about the anti-airs, you name it. And that is what we are about to see on display right now. What matters is W's and L's and who punches that spot into Capcom Cup. Brian F. and all the viewers at home, we are about to see right now, this is Top 8 for Central America West.
Let's go! After it! Fear my strength! Have a taste of this! Don't take this personal! I'll show no mercy! This is for my fellow hunters!
It's about that time. The Capcom Pro Tour is here with the Central America West region. My name is Vicious, here with Ultra David, and things are heating up, not just in the studio. It could be global warming, but it's primarily because of the top 8 we have before us.
That's exactly right. We have 7 players from Mexico, we have 1 from Panama, and we have a whole bunch of interesting characters lined up on deck. We got a lot of great players for you. Yesterday, in the top 16, I gotta tell you, there were a bunch of O's and 2's.
You know, I think every single match except for one went that way, and it had a very specific theme. It happened to be on the player 2 side from like the loser's end, if I'm not mistaken.
Basically, if you came into winner's side on winners, you won. And if you came into loser's side on losers, you also won. Everybody else in the middle had a bad day. But I bring that up to say that today, we are absolutely not going to see that. We're now going to be seeing players who have had a lot of success in this region over many years, players who have qualified for the CPT a couple of times in the past, folks who have, even if they haven't qualified themselves, have been in the top 2s and 3s and 4s of these CPTs over and over and over again, and throughout events in Mexico and in North America. So we have a lot of strong players. I'm really looking forward to it.
And I'm glad we mentioned the 2 O's all across the board, because it's going to be a different territory in top 8, 3 out of 5 all across each and every one of these games. So that one extra game could be the biggest difference in the set between these players. Speaking of the players, let's take a look at the bracket and what we have for you today. From the winner's side, Kusanagi starting things off against Toto Kai. That is Mexico versus Panama. It's going to be very fun to see. MJ Gama versus Hagen. We talked about this a little bit yesterday at the end of our top 16, but going into it, David, give me a rundown on what you feel about this semifinals.
Yeah, Gama and Hagen. So Gama came into this, if you recall, as the only person who won the 2-1 match. The only person who had a close match and came out on top. And boy, it was as close as it gets. He ended up finishing it versus John Tekos with dash grab from like mid-screen.
Amazing, yeah.
To close it out, right? What guts.
Trigger, yeah. He didn't even want to like use it properly.
What guts. So I love that from him. I thought that was a very interesting way to seal it. Somebody who has a lot of strength otherwise. With Hagen, that Lucia that we saw from him was just running amok.
Phenomenal.
Running amok. It's going to be really, really cool to see again. Hasdero and Choco in loser side, we're going to see as well. We are looking for Akira or maybe Luke out of Hasdero. And for Choco, we only saw Nakali yesterday. Looking forward to seeing more of that. Then we have Uriel Velorio versus Seoul Vng. And again, we have a few different potential character options here. Uriel played Ken yesterday, but he also told us that he can play Cody and Lucia. And then Seoul played Seth, but we also know that he can play Luke.
And that's what I want to see. If we're talking about the matches highlighted in the loser side, these two are offensive monsters.
Oh, yeah.
They're so aggressive in both their movement and their counter-poking tools. Uriel is going to see, I think, a lot of resistance if maybe the Luke comes out from Seoul Vng. We're going to have to see how that plays out, because I'd imagine if he anticipates that, he might go with Cody, which is going to be a great tool to play against Luke, right? I think V-Skill 2 Cody is especially good in that matchup in particular. But we'll see how it plays out, right? All the loser's side matches are going to be pretty shaky, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun stuff to watch here. There's a lot to fight for as well for these players. Of course, in that top 4, if you make it there, you get a piece of the prize pot, $5,000. And if you get first place, you get that ticket to Capcom Cup. Punched and ready to go.
That is the ticket, right? That's the one you want. It's not even about the prize pool. It's a great chunk of change. Don't get me wrong, right? You get to play at the comfort of your own home for free.
Yep.
You get to play in your pajamas. Well, probably shorts because it's pretty hot. Right now.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
But hey, that's a pretty good deal. $5K for the top 4. There's a lot on the line. Again, for this particular region, I think there's a lot of pride involved as well. We've seen how it played out between Gama and Kusanagi. Gama got the beat down from the finale. We'll see if he can even get that run back from the winner's side, but I'm really happy to see like the prospects of what could be in our winners finals in particular, right? Toto Kai doing really well. Hagen showing up some great tech with Lucia and some really great offensive strats that we've seen so far. I'm excited to see the newcomers, well, not newcomers, but like someone else take the stage for Latin America West.
I do know what you mean, but I at the same time want to say that I think that the favorites that people are looking at here are Kusanagi and Gama. They're by seeding ready to go into winners finals. Whether they will, obviously, is up in the air. But they are people who have had so much success in the past. Kusanagi got second place Central America West last year in the first one. First place, thereby qualifying for Capcom Cup in the second one. And for Gama, he got first in the first one last time. So these were the 2 qualifiers for the Capcom Cup from this region last year, and they're still looking very, very strong.
So going into it, as we get ourselves ready for the first match, we are looking at Kusanagi, again, the #1 seed based off of results alone. He's going to be going off against Toto Kai, who's had pretty good success with this Uriel. maybe could go into the Cody, depending. But also Kusanagi has so many other characters in his wheelhouse. Primarily, it's been like Sakura. We've seen a little bit of the Kage. We've even seen Karen from like certain instances way back when. But we'll see how this plays out specifically between these two.
Ew, that green Uriel, the slimy outfit. Ugh, God.
I love it.
Covered in slime. Just, yeah, no, it's cool. I like it. I like it myself. Anyway, let's hear from Kusanagi. Enough, Jeremy, about your weird slime interest. Let's hear what Kusanagi has to say.
Don't yuck my yum, David.
Kusanagi says, Todokai is a strong LatAm player, and we've played a few times. But the strategy doesn't change. I'll just give it my best. Let's have fun. As far as their matchup experience, most recently they did play in the CPT Central America West 1 last year. And that was 2-1. It was close, but Kusanagi ended up taking it in that top 16 match.
And I do see like the character selection from Todokai. There was a slight Blanca pick.
He had a Blanca period for a little while.
Okay. Very, very cool. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be a character that he's focusing on right now. There's not a lot of people that pilot that character as well, or I've seen a lot of success. I've only known one in, North America.
Yeah.
That's Wolfgang. But for the most part, I think, his current selection in Uriel and Cody would suffice. I think so. I think Uriel is still a very strong character. He may not be as, as rampant, as offensive as he was before, I guess.
Well, it's not going to be Uriel, it's going to be Cody.
Yes!
So he's going with Cody.
I was trying to jinx it. I was trying to use commentator's curse to see the Cody play. Do you see how I did that?
We were talking even before the stream started about how strong we think that Cody is this year. This character is extremely good as we come into the Street Fighter Duel stage. First match of this top 8.
Right, the Winged Destiny, no better way to set things off here between these two players of high caliber in the Central America West region. V-Skill 2 is going to get a lot of these fireball traps, but he's opting to jump in. But Kusanagi, finds his way out of the corner, but still getting punished for it, or not punished for it specifically.
Oh,
here we go.
On the anti-air. Kusanagi dropped in with the roundhouse. Now he's got pressure. Interesting with the V-shift, trying to maintain that corner.
Yeah, doesn't want to pretty much lose his turn. Just wanted to kind of reset the situation.
Absolutely
right. This right here. Speaking of V-shifts, Kusanagi gets thrown into the corner anyway. Todokai with the anti-air this time.
Very break heavy. Okay, yeah. He even blocked before doing it too. It wasn't straight up a bust out. Interesting. Oh, it was the short starter, dude. We were talking up the short into V-trigger 1 and the damage you can get. He did get some there.
Oh boy.
Kusanagi comes to play. Super on the other side.
It's so good. You get light confirms off of that.
Yeah.
Even if she lived, you had critical heart to back it up. Right? Lights into 30%.
It's very
amazing.
good. Yeah, it's very good. No doubt about it.
Finds himself into the corner already. Kusanagi in deep trouble, I should say. Todokai has so much meter to continue the combo, but more importantly, EX Zonk Knuckle could possibly bust out from Todokai.
He was in range. Here we go. Todokai catching it. He's really caging well.
We haven't seen any sort of bust outs from Zonk Knuckle, actually. Surprisingly, that's one of the key things in this matchup, to blow up some of the block swings into fireballs.
Come on!
Man!
What a fantastic round that was by Todokai. He got to this spot on screen where he could press buttons and he could anti-air, and Kusanagi Sakura just felt like there wasn't anything he could do. He tried the Tatsu in order to at least build some space between his back and the corner. He got put right back into that same situation. Tried to jump out, no. Tried to move, no. Tried to hit a button, also no. Man, what a round.
That button, medium kick, is the stop sign for a lot of characters. Mochi's pretty much emphasized that on his streams before. I've seen it on Translated too. He's like, this button is going to be the neutral button to stop a lot of folks. And what did we just see? That linking into critical art, kind of nuts.
Pretty good, no doubt. So back to character select is my guess. Do you think this could be the Kage character we've seen him bring out before?
Probably, but I don't know where Kage would excel outperform Sakura.
Yeah, where is he better in neutral? I don't know if that's going to be a thing. But, maybe you can bypass in a little bit of a different way. Once you're in, you're a little bit more of a terror. I mean, Sakura's very good up close, too. Anyway, we'll see what he does.
Yeah.
What do we got?
It's just a breather.
Okay.
It's the outfit change. This is the outfit that he picks for a majority of his tournament runs. It is the pink roll, and I get it. I totally get it. You got to pick the right color. You got to pick the right outfit.
Gotta look good. Speaking of, that Cody in the red, love it.
Just kiss. I wish he had the jacket on. The debonair Cody. That one is really, really well fitting.
Maybe trying to play a little closer in here as Kusanagi dashed up a couple of times, walked forward more than he had been before. Yeah, jumping. He's a little bit more offensive play style as he comes in.
A lot of the time, some of these players don't even want to take the throw. You know how many times Kusanagi has caught somebody off of a jump in into a frame trap? A good amount of times, not even just this set, but in top 16 as well.
Lovely back down. Oh, no anti-air. He's usually so ready for that. So now this gameplay of him, yeah, moving backwards a lot more. Oh, yo, that was genius. Interesting.
Jump medium punch for the air to air to continue the juggle.
Oh, can he kill?
No way, dude!
Come on! What are you doing out there? Todakai, what an end. What was any of that?
What? That was sick! Sorry if I blew out your ear.
No, that was awesome. That was so cool.
I'm so sorry. God!
And that was after Kusanagi started out so well. Big jump in for Todakai, good damage, kept it meterless, getting towards the corner. Even the bear's having a good time.
If the bear is having a good time, then like that's a sign that you're doing things right. Look at him now; he's swaying side to side. Now he wants to fight. Anyways, going into it, Kusanagi has had a lot of his movements stopped, but once he has his momentum, it's a whole different story. Now taking the throw, Todakai, yeah, he's in trouble. There were so many frame traps that came from Kusanagi. A little bit too far to continue the pressure, though.
Yeah, everything else aside, oh, here we go. Yeah, she does get a legit punish. Everything else aside, once Kusanagi can get into the corner like this, he can be a big terror. Here he is. He's got super.
That should be more than enough. Are we going to spend it for it?
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's 3 bars. Oh.
It was 2.
Let's see. I forgot what the damage was. I definitely wrote it down somewhere when I was practicing this character. But that's like 300 something.
I bet.
Like 352, probably.
Yeah, you were definitely playing this character for a while.
Ooh.
Ice.
That's unfortunate. He didn't want to commit to like the rest of this game. He'll take the fireball damage instead of the full punish.
Anti-air is so strong.
You could side switch that.
Yeah, but he's still going to be great damage into Oki. Oh, boy.
Oh, you're dead.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
But right in the fray still, Todakai.
Tis a flesh wound. Oh, boy. This is not. This is going to be some internal damage.
Great read, though. As he woke up, Todakai was out of there.
One confirm could lead to a critical out for Todakai, though.
Yes.
Oh, that's going to be it.
Speak up. Yeah?
Well.
Oh, chip though? Chip though?
You could do it. You could definitely do it. Did you see how much meter that V-trigger builds for Todakai as well? I think you could only cancel it into like critical art from the first couple of active frames, like that window. Like once it's gone, it's gone. So it makes sense. Either way, putting himself at that advantageous position to get that chip damage. Super good. This trigger is so good.
It is very good.
It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah, again, we were talking about Cody even before this broadcast started and how people have been doing so well with him of late. Talking about John Takeuchi doing great last night, just for example.
Yeah. I would love to highlight that eventually when we talk about the World Warrior. There's been so many events going on this weekend. Shoutouts to Versus Fighting across the pond, by the way. Japan just had their first World Warrior event. So there's a lot of Street Fighter V action coming your way. So, or that is currently underway, I should say. But as it stands right now, 2-0 with the big switch from Todakai.
Yeah.
Amazing start. But we've talked about it before, right? We've seen plenty of 2-0s from top 16. This one extra match in top 8 territory could spell the difference.
It definitely can be, yeah. I mean, most commonly, it's the same result in first to 3 as in first to 2, just statistically speaking. Like, there's actually not as much variation as you might expect. But when it comes to players like Kusanagi, I totally believe in his ability to make that comeback happen. He is certainly that kind of player who can make the momentum switch occur. He's gone back to, again, the lobby. And I don't know now to expect a character switch or not. Didn't happen before. It was just the outfit change. But in both of these games so far, he's lost in very similar ways. He's had occasional switches of good pressure. That has looked nice. His offense has been good. But for the most part, he's been kept at the range where Cody wants him to be. Yeah. He's tried to jump in. He's been anti-aired. When he's waking up, he's in trouble defensively.
Yeah, even his movement options from a little bit further out from the ranges that Cody wants to play at, he's still like getting stuffed out by walk-up medium kick to kind of deter the jumps to get out of the corner. Or even like mid-screen. There were a couple instances where Kusanagi chose movement as a wake-up object and it got stuffed out. It's been super slick. Todakai has had the right reads on offense against Kusanagi's defense thus far,
Okay, so it's still going to be Sakura here. He'll have taken a little bit of time to think about it. Now, thinking back to the beginning of the last game, there seemed like a more offensive play style, and of course, easier said than done to make that happen. But that period of time when he had offense, that was more successful. Again, how do you make that happen, right? It's not like you can just get right into playing offense. You got to get in there somehow.
And there's certain things that Kusanagi is not paying attention to, right? That B skill 2 is pretty imperative to Todokai moving forward against you, right? Like, you cannot throw a fireball that freely in neutrals because of that skill.
Here we go. From a little closer range, that jump worked.
That could have been huge.
Yes, certainly. Anti-air's there. Pressure.
Check the movement as well. Just hovering around the ring. Todokai just right under Kusanagi, avoiding the jump altogether. Okay, this is going to be still pretty dangerous. That is the right range, yeah. But that could have been very dangerous, a little risky. There's, like, what, the first song knuckle we've seen thus far?
Right back to this corner. And we've seen this before, and how difficult this looks. How is Kusanagi going to find his way out? Jumping is too easy. Button is too easy to counter poke if you're Todokai, I guess.
That could have been it. That could have been game.
Here we go. Activation's close enough this time.
Oh, this is huge.
Hey, yeah, absolutely.
You get Oki. Check the movement. Plus frame still. The backdash from Todokai. What a read. That was so smart. Kusanagi was in hot pursuit. Todokai is like, you know what? I want to be as risk averse as possible. I don't want you in my face where I have to get the button. And I love the EX bounce knuckle. Right at round start. Todokai, match point.
Even that trade's great for Todokai. He's really keeping his eyes on things. Jeez. Yeah, there he is in time.
It's so good. It's so
Kusanagi
powerful.
in big trouble.
Oh! Even off of a whiff throw, you still managed to get the punish.
There it is. A little bit of damage for him. Close enough for the activated can. Here we go. Yeah, Kusanagi's here. He's got the corner. He's got the corner.
That's the stun as well. Build up a little bit of meter. Get that damage going, young fella. Actually, mid-age fella.
Yeah. But yeah, that sequence, again, easier said than done, right, to get into that offensive situation. But once he's there, he has looked pretty good.
Now, what happens when the opponent facing pretty much moving on into the bracket, getting the W, has critical art, right? Like, what are you going to do about this? There's like 3 EX sungles that could come your way. That's one. Anti-air. Yep.
So fast with that Pierce.
He's holding jab and medium. I haven't seen. Okay, well, he let go. I was waiting for it. Ooh, the frame trap is there again from Kusanagi. So much more damage than taking the throw. The throw might come out soon.
Oh! Kusanagi's still here.
He's been back and forth with his options so far. I'm loving. Oh,
this is what punish. Oh, what a spacing he happened to be right there. Todokai's now in.
Look at the damage. Oh, you're still within range for Oki.
That's stun. That's the round. That's gotta be the set.
1000%. He didn't even need critical art, ladies and gentlemen. Todokai with a complete surprise in what we were predicting in our first game of semifinals, or actually I should say top 8. The Cody pick.
The Cody pick.
With 3-0.
3-0. There I was at the beginning of this, talking about how we're not going to be seeing any of those 2-0s that we saw yesterday. Today, no way, that's not going to happen again. And I believed it, and I extra didn't think that it would happen to somebody like Kusanagi. I believe highly in Todokai's strength. This is a player who has been good for a long time, as we talked about before. Todokai got 9th last year, and he got 7th last year. I mean, he was in this top 8 as he is today. Like, he's been in these situations before, but wow, 3-0 is quite a statement versus Kusanagi to make winners finals.
It's amazing. From those positions, from his previous runs into what, guaranteed third?
Guaranteed third at least.
It's amazing.
That was sick.
Just one more step away. And the way that he's been playing, I think he might be the one, David.
Okay.
I like the route that he has before him between like Gamma and Hagen, Cammy or Lucia. Cammy or Lucia.
Yeah.
English is hard today.
Uh-huh.
Cammy or Lucia versus Cody, I still like Cody.
Sure. Okay.
I really do.
I wouldn't blame you. We're seeing a look back here. Again, there were sequences where Kusanagi looked good. They just didn't last long enough. It was hard for him to find them again. And there's Todokai.
Man!
Finding the end of it into winners finals.
I'm telling you right now, chat, nobody that is viewing right now would have guessed a 3-0.
Yeah, if you were to say
the
Todokai
number
wins,
one prospect.
like, okay, Todokai beats Kusanagi, like, that's not out of the realm of possibility, of course.
Yeah, that's
of course. 3-0 is something else. So hats off to Todokai, putting Panama on his back, hanging out in winners finals.
In dominant fashion. How many rounds straight did he get?
A lot.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
it was good.
That was a phenomenal performance. Completely unprecedented with, like, I was expecting the Urian play, but coming out with a Cody, we literally talked about this right before the stream started. We're like, this is a powerful character. He's a very powerful character. You get so many different, like, damage outputs with Trigger 1. You have so much more potential because of the range itself and the chip damage that you can get. There's just so much pressure you get once this trigger is activated. I really think Cody's in a phenomenal spot.
There I was talking about how he's playing this slimy green Uriel, this horrible gross color, and then he went with the svelte red coating that I love. Wow.
I like that.
Love it.
Night and day.
Night and
for
day.
you. I love
Absolutely. All right, let's move on to the next one. In our next match here on winner's side, we're going to get MJ Gamma versus Hagen.
Yes, this is a match that I was looking forward to. Gamma is one of my personal favorites that I've been following for years and years and years. Hagen, I love seeing the fresh faces into the top 8 positions, especially with a character like Lucia. I love, like on top of seeing some of the newcomers, I love seeing the character diversity the most.
So they've had a little back and forth at Tijuana War in 2022. Gamma beat Hagen 3-1, but then Hagen came back and beat Gamma 3-2. So a little back and forth there at that tournament. Anyway, let's hear what the players had to say.
Yeah, Hagen with his quote coming in saying, I saw Gamma robbing my boy Chontecas yesterday, so I got to teach him how to respect the law. Now without a cup of coffee first, that's for sure.
Oh, man. Yeah, his Lucia, again, I was so impressed by it as he beat Rosek yesterday. Just awesome offense, really, really good neutral game as well. And that's the kind of stuff that I expect from Gamma, too. So in this match, it's definitely 2 players who have control of both offense and neutral game. Again, Gamma comes in here as the first winner of the CPT Central America last year. He qualified for Capcom Cup in doing so. So again, as I would have said with Kusanagi, I think he's the favorite coming into this. But you know, I would not put it past Hagen based on what we saw yesterday to take the dub anyway.
Yeah, pretty unpredictable so far. I think, you know, going into the match itself on paper, I think there's a good amount of things that Lucia could possibly do to keep Cammy on her toes without meter. I think the fireball game is phenomenal with Lucia. She has 3 different variations. Very basic stuff that I'm going to be talking about, but I think it all comes down to like who happens to strike first. Because again, both of these players can be pretty offensive. I think whoever gets the ball rolling first is going to be the winner. As shallow as that is, it happened to be the case for the entirety of top 16.
Sure, that is a real phenomenon, of course. Hagen also, his fact for himself is that he says, I draw cartoons and play fighting games. And Gamma says, Hagen is a great player and artist. But I won't respect him this time.
That's super cool. I would love to check out his art. That's
yeah, that is
dope.
actually really cool. I'd love to see some as well.
I can't even draw a straight line. I can't.
If I can control my hands, I'm happy. That's all I got.
That's fair.
Cammy and Lucia, the characters that we expect loading in again to this winner's side match.
I'm excited, man.
Winner will play against Totokai.
After what just happened this last winner's set, I'm so excited for this. Let's go. Cammy, Lucia, you love to see it. Gamma versus Hagen versus 3.
Characters that in some ways have some similarities, of course, and some similar ranges that they like to play at in about this spot. So you see both of them searching for that back and forth. Yes, a couple similar buttons coming out, right? Both crouching medium kicks are similar-ish in that same spot.
Ooh, yes.
However, Hagen got caught. Gamma jumps in.
That was a good call out on the fireball. A risk to take, right? It could have been the light variation.
Sure.
Or just lob straight up. There's the activation. Nothing is could be quite punishable than what you think, so long as that trigger is around. That baton is going to do hefty amounts of damage.
I'm a little concerned, though, for Hagen, that we have not seen the anti-airs. Yeah, again. That's safe.
Gamma definitely knows it as well. Not going to get caught in the frame trap.
Yeah, one of the cool things about how Lucia can play is that she can set up spacing traps, where she's technically -2, -4, something like that, but where she can definitely press the button afterward just due to the range that she's at afterward.
Yeah. But I think the biggest, there we go, the big anti-air.
Yeah.
Just to touch up on that subject, I think she does it the most off of like, what, the flame kick?
Flame kick's a big one.
Primarily?
Yeah. Oh, great confirm.
Forward throw. An important tech, a very delayed tech at that. Look at how much space it created between Gamma and Hagen.
So Hagen immediately backs off a little bit. He's trying to be outside of that crouch kick range, and he hits it before Gamma can. Right back into the mix.
Ooh. Oh, it's a forward throw. It's not even a back throw. 13 seconds on the clock. Do you see how the tides have turned so far? Hagen can't take any more throws, by the way.
Oh, is that a punish? It is!
Not like that.
That was pretty sick for Gamma at the end.
He had the right idea, but if you delayed it just a split second longer, the character model would have turned around.
It's pretty much the same as Gamma again in that range.
Oh, that's
misses
huge.
it!
Oh, man, you can't. It's hard to even try to go for the open scenario because Gamma is that guy to risk it.
And pretty classic spot to do it as well. Okay. You know, he had a great success rate on V reversals yesterday as well, in terms of making sure that they actually hit. He never got punished.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he picks and chooses his spots pretty well. Like, he'll make sure he's never going to get fully punished for that. That was wrong! Watch out for the throw. Oh, I lied to you. I lied to you all. I got one.
Hey! Nice.
We'll take that V reversal.
Absolutely, he's out of there. No anti-air from Gamma as well.
And the side switch. That's just so difficult to contest against. You could risk it all with an EX uppercut, but that's a purely basic.
Is that enough? It's not. Another button. Gamma himself tried to challenge there.
It's so funky. That standing light kick, you never know when it's going to. You don't even know what to do afterwards because she's still within range to throw you. Standing medium punch possibly. It was nice and easy from Hagen. No conversions from Gamma. Good jump in. Uncontested again.
Yeah, that is a range right there that has been troublesome for Hagen. Okay, finally spins through.
Oh, that's going to be huge again. I love Hagen just kind of running into these buffered normals against Gamma. It's the second time we've seen it.
By the way, his own confirms have been legit.
That's so difficult to do. The delay. Out to the medium punch and now into the forward throw. Doesn't get Oki. It was too far away. That should be more than enough, I think. Yeah, you got to be down. You got to be down. Yep. It's Cammy. It's Cammy.
That was Cammy.
It is what it is. Even if, I think if Gamma had gotten the stun, no, there would have been too much scaling involved. That was the optimal route. Indeed,
yeah,
the
I see what
optimal
you
route.
mean, yeah.
Gamma taking the first W. As we were talking about earlier, we have him as the favorite, but it wasn't a bad start.
It was very hard fought.
Yeah,
on both
Hagen,
sides.
it could have been his, like
Sure.
during that time over scenario, just one mishap with the V reversal. Let's see if you could try to do it again, make it a little close for this game. Gamma gets the punish on the slide, a little misplaced. Checking the movement as well. That's Gamma's priority. As soon as he gets Hagen standing still, that's not going to be the case this time though.
A little worried about DP, and I understand that.
Just confirmed.
Chases. Yeah, he's got the trigger follow-up.
Oh, no uppercut again! A lot of fear from the airborne approach for Hagen. Slowly winding down the trigger. Very smart Gamma. Didn't commit to the punish.
Oh!
That's not plus.
Way too far for potential anti-air there. Hagen did a good job trying to get in and trying to make something happen, but Gamma was ready with crouching strong. So Hagen has another chance with his trigger. Didn't want to take any risks there on potential DP.
Is he trying to space it out for a run V-skill activation?
Maybe.
He doesn't want to be too predictable.
No, and Gamma's trying to be in and out as well.
Yes.
Trying to be in and out of those ranges.
I love that. Jump back jab. The classic remedy to the air approach. If you aren't confident in your anti-airs, in terms of like what? The conventional ones, crouching heavy punch.
Oh, interesting. 20 on the clock. Plenty of time here for Hagen. Low. Here it is. Now, challenge. What a button from Gamma.
Didn't convert to as much as he'd like to.
Get the life lead here. Very close. Even block is. Oh, no.
Oh, that. It gets me so anxious when I see those two grabs whiff right in front of each other. That it's like, who's going to press the button first after that?
Very scary situation, especially with such little time.
It's nuts. So, oh! Man, I know from that range, Lucia can't anti-air that stuff.
Yeah, her spinner's got a really good range.
It's got like the perfect mix of like horizontal range and vertical range.
It's a party starter.
Oh, no. Pretty sure you could extend that regardless if you get that tackle. Man, the spacing from Gamma has been so immaculate. That's standing medium. It's so much.
Is he going to continue? Is he going to press another button or back off? Because he has been backing off a lot. This is moving really difficult to guess.
Oh, maybe thought it was a punish.
Outside of it. And Hagen really trying to be still way outside of that crouching fierce.
Can't be anywhere near Gamma with a cancelable normal, really, because of the fact that he's fully loaded.
Doesn't go all the way through. Worried about that super.
Yeah, he's baiting it out, obviously,
Sure.
with the fireballs. Jump back jab again. Doesn't want to let Gamma get started. But if he mistimes that jump back jab, he could eat an early dive kick that leads into critical art regardless. So Gamma could be mindful of that. That was an early one to bait out something.
Again, time running out 17, 16. Hagen running out of it, and that's enough for Gamma. So he has played this interesting, largely slow style. We were talking up their offense for these players. I think they're great at it, but What is winning for Gamma really right now is getting some hits up close and then backing off. And spending a ton of time at range, jumping at ranges where he has seen that Hagen has not been anti-airing. And so as a result, even if the character has the capability, you're safe because the human is not doing the anti-air. He's played at very, very smart ranges.
Let's see how this plays out. This is third game. Gamma up with a very significant lead, 2-0. Trying to repeat the results from the previous winner side game. But Hagen now trying to change the story. Gamma stuck in the corner. Medium kick is going to be the tool so far to check Hagen over and over and over again. Look at how much damage Hagen is taking just running into this normal alone. The V-reversal, man, I'm telling you, Gamma has it all figured out from the get-go.
Slow approach again. Hagen trying to find something, but running into these buttons again, and you just never know. Is Gamma going to back off? Finally, there's a knockdown into the corner. And he's worried. He's worried about wake-up DP.
The he should be worried about the gut punch. More often than not, that's going to be the primary killer for a lot of players playing against Cammy, right? That deceptive range, that crouching heavy punch, it's great for range for sure, but it's even deadlier while trigger is loaded.
And super as well. We've seen Gamma has the confirm saw that yesterday. There it is. If we could see more of that, that would be huge for Hagen. That was sick
Never
as
too
well.
late. Never too late. This could be it right here.
Yeah, is he figuring it all out?
No reversal, you can't do that there. Gamma now gets to switch the momentum in his favor. That throw is everything. Yeah, he's not going to spend it. He wants it for the kill scenario.
And he's almost there.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, it's in the corner.
Yeah, it was a funky spot.
You just got to commit to the same side when it's in the corner.
Again, Gamma backs off, looking for those final hits.
You're dead.
Enough?
You're
Sick.
deader than dead after that. I think, yeah, Hagen just misplaced his critical art towards the end there. And that usually happens when the side switch kind of confuses the inputs. Or actually confuses the player as to which input should be done.
Yeah, when they played at a recent tournament, it was really back and forth. So I believe in Hagen's ability to make this comeback happen. That end of that last round looked good for him.
Yeah, Gamma cannot let that happen right now. Pretty keen to what Hagen's trying to throw out as well. He wants to make sure the medium kick doesn't whiff, and if it does, it'll be from further out ranges where he can't really get whiff punish. But I think Hagen's Fierce has something to say about that particular range. If Gamma starts to stick it out a little bit too often, that recovery is going to bite him.
Here we go. Again, Hagen with the activation.
Uppercut, please! Oh, okay, well, just walk under it.
Yeah, that's one way to handle it,
That's
sure.
fine, that's fine. That's
Sure.
Set yourself up for the mix, plus frames afterwards. Possibly get a frame trap. Again, that medium kick, getting a ton of mileage again and again. What are you going to do about this?
Well, you can tell that Gamma doesn't really feel like he's too worried about it. Oh, finally, up close now is Hagen. Oh! Dead in time! No, it's not. Oh, boy. Gamma scheming, and he's got super ready to go.
A whole different playstyle from Gamma. Look at how much more passive he is. Just in the entirety of this set, he's been playing it this way majority of the time against Hagen. That's that medium.
Backed off! This is actually going to give him the life lead with 10 seconds left. Remember that dash grab for the end? Is he going to find it as the anti-air?
Actually,
Come
the
on!
sickest player.
It's enough for the life lead, surely.
Good
Yeah,
show.
that's going to be that.
No, the BM afterwards. MJ Gamma sniping out the anti-air. The jump back, he thought he was safe. Thing is about that critical art, it goes full screen, brother. Hagen gets knocked down to losers. 0-3, very similar fashion as to what we saw earlier. Gamma with the explosiveness towards the end. Super impressive.
What really sticks in my mind is how good he was at just controlling the stage and the pace.
Oh, yeah.
How many of those rounds went down to the last 10 to 15 seconds, even down to literal timeout at the end? A lot of them. And that's just, here's an example, right? Even the very, very first round, down to 7 seconds. That's a sign that Gamma was doing a great job at being at range for a lot of this time, using Cammy's walk speed to stay away. His anti-airs were good. He picked great jump-in times, and we just didn't see Hagen anti-air enough.
I would say, based off of the quote that Hagen said, talking about robbery, a thief never runs the same heist twice. But I will say Gamma really stole that towards the end, to be quite fair. I mean, quite honestly, he was in control the entire time. I'm just talking about that last instant.
Yeah,
Like,
that right there. Well, that's an amazing reaction.
Yeah. Yeah. Hagen thought he had it. You know, it was actually a dupe. It was a dupe of a W. He
Nice
actually
work.
misplaced it in the middle of the night. 3-0 from Gamma in a very impressive array of both patience and reactions.
Played it great. So Hagen goes down. He's going to play the winner of Hasdero and Choco. You have those losers matches. Uriel Velorio versus Seoul Vng will happen as well.
Yeah, we've seen pretty similar runs in terms of like what had happened in top 16, but into top 8. A lot more of a slower pace, but still a bunch of donuts, 3-0 and 3-0. And so far, we've got so much more to go through, right? The character diversity has been pretty up there in terms of the roster here in the top 8, which you can also find in Street Fighter Duel that is currently available in China, right? It is coming soon. The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel now available for download in China with the global version coming out real soon. Fight alongside with Ryu, Chun-Li, and Ken against the Suzaku Castle further into the Shadowloo City and explore the mysterious organization to experience the classic stories with all of the fighters. Recall your moments from the original Street Fighter, because again, your street legend is back on track. Various fighting styles, from counter, stun, combos into super, an impressive array of fighting elements and the associate combos that offer you a new battle experience challenging your combat skill. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other to join the millions of players to become the best fighter
In the world.
in the world.
You know, the CPT is not the only way to qualify for Capcom Cup.
You don't say, David.
That's true. There's also the World Warrior path. And you can find out more info by heading over to CapcomProTour.com for the details and sign up for your region. We have a ton of different regions, as you can see, represented on the right there by the various partners involved. Shout out to everybody who is involved. As far as this region, Central America West, Doomsnake won the first one, wasn't able to play this weekend. The person who did the best at that event, who is also in this top 8, Todokai, he got third in the World Warrior event. And of course, he's at minimum third, as we know that he is in winners finals. Head over to CapcomProTour.com. 26 different regions, 26 different regional champions. Check out all the info there and learn how to register.
Keep that in mind.
Well,
Yep.
let's take a quick break. We have seen the winner's side of things on round 1.
Sure have.
We have the loser's
Oh,
side
so sick. I can't
coming
believe
up
we have to take
next.
a break, man.
Got some good matches. Stick
Oh.
around for that.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All done inside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling it in itself and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, on the time like I can keep score. 30 years I never thought I'd cross before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging it deep. I feel like I'm on the block, it really has got me. Since I was
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
This is our destiny. My secret arts.
Street Fighter 6.
If I go too far, please forgive me.
My name is Seth.
Bow down before my cycle. It's time for trash.
Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
See what I'm really made of. I'll settle this. It's the end.
The finale! You can't escape!
Welcome back to the top 8 for the CPT Central America West. We've seen round 1 of the winner's side. We have round 1 of the loser's side coming up now. My name's Ultra David, and with me, Vicious.
Sorry, I heard some.
You all right down there?
You were like anxious or
I'm
something.
not sure what you mean. Everything is going great. Thanks a lot for joining us again.
I don't blame you for being anxious because the way that the two matches went off, like 3-0, 3-0, completely unprecedented, right? We were thinking about also who would have made it into the winners finals. In case you have missed it, we're going to give you a little spoiler alert. Only one of the two prospects made it out into the winners finals.
Yeah, again, a lot of people thought that Kusanagi and Gamma were the favorites to take this just based on prior results, and very understandably so, but that's not how it's gone, as we're going to head into the bracket here to show you exactly what's been happening.
Damn!
Totakai with the 3-0 to start things out. Again, putting Panama on his back, making it into that winner's side finals, and his Cody was killer.
Phenomenal. We couldn't stop talking about it. I was blabbing on and on about how I'm glad I wore the proper pants because you guys might have seen me pop off out of my seat. But Totakai, again, he had so many great conversions that I haven't seen before. David had said the same thing. But overall, just his game plan against Kusanagi, stellar.
Loved it. So Totakai, we'll play against Gamma eventually. We're not going to head there now. That's going to be a little while away. Instead, we're going to head down to the loser side. We have Hasdero versus Choco coming up now. And these are a couple players who came into this through some different ways. You know, Hasdero lost to Rosek. Choco lost to Hagen, who, of course, we just saw a little bit ago. And as far as their match results against each other, man, they have a ton of results over the last couple of years. You can head over to fgcombo.com and see for yourself. But across 12-plus sets, Hasdero has the lead, but only by a little bit, 54% to 46%.
It's not too bad. That's not too bad, considering the history between the two. Let's take a look at what the players had to say to each other going into our top 8. I believe it's from Hasdero. Choco's going to learn the hard way what the word washed up means.
Can you go back to their player ages from just a little bit ago?
Yeah, I think
What?
Hasdero has a good amount of
What are we talking
years.
about here? What are we talking
Okay,
about
so I'd
here?
imagine like he's trying to.
Is he the one
He's
who's
trying to make a rebuttal against Choco
Okay.
for calling Hasdero washed up.
Okay,
Then that
maybe-
makes sense.
maybe so,
Okay,
maybe so.
So, I mean, again, from your previous statement, considering the history, Hasdero has the winning record. No, 54%.
Yes,
And
indeed.
this is a different character now.
Yeah.
I don't think Hasdero has been rocking out with Akira in the previous versions of Street Fighter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, his character he played the most was Ibuki, but he did play Akira yesterday. He also, though, played the Luke in terms of the qualification at the very end to make it into the top 8. So I'm not exactly sure which one we're going to see here versus what I expect is going to be Nakali from Choco.
I think the Luke might be the play. I think if you use Luke V-Skill 2 specifically against the Kali, that'd be a great deal.
Oh, well, it's going to be Akira
Okay.
after all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Totally fine.
I mean, we really loved both of these players' characters that they used yesterday and displayed yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I really loved the mobility from Choco's Nakali. His zoning with the V-skills was impressive. And think back to how many command grabs we saw this dude land.
I'd rather not. Like,
mean, it was-
based off of that data alone,
Yeah.
I would think, Luke V-Skill 2 would be phenomenal.
Sure,
right?
sure.
But, we're going to see how this plays out. I think going with your strongest bet first, like, the comfort pick with Akira, makes sense. If there's any sort of problems that you encounter, specifically that command grab, I think Luke might be the play. But I wanted to know how he even gets in the first place. And so far, it's been pretty close quarters within the first 9 seconds. I love that answer. To punish the V-skill.
Okay, so either you block, or if you're not blocking, then you do the command dash or whatever, the elbow?
Yeah, the elbow, you could actually option select that.
Yeah.
You could buffer quarter circle back.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right when the V-skill happens, and if it whiffs, you just press the button with it.
Exactly, yeah, I love the idea.
And look at how much mobility. We talked about it earlier. That enhanced movement while in trigger is going to be so much of a benefit for Choco to keep harassing with a lot of these throws. Throw loops were so prevalent in Season 1, but Nakali's the only one to retain it.
And in that trigger too, he'll have it for the rest of the round. Okay. Yes.
I like it.
Out of there. Trigger one's ready. He's not going to get a chance. Look at these counter pokes coming out of Choco.
So active and so much range. You can't stop the man. And also not having to hold charge down, it's a pretty good deal. It's a pretty good deal. Choco trying to get a V-Skill 1 going, not even close. The damage incoming. V-Skill 2. I know it's not G, but look at him light him up. Ooh, the
That
damage
was a lot. Okay.
off of a crush counter. Don't do that again. You're stunned. You can continue that with a spin kick. V-Skill again. If you spend bar, I think you might be able to kill.
Not quite there. What a choice with meaty V-shift out of Hasdero. Wow.
Why not?
I'm not sure, but also why.
You get rid of the throw. You get rid of the option of
I
the
suppose,
uppercut.
yeah.
No normal. Not a bad deal. Oos.
No!
Oh, no.
Also
Word?
no! All right, guys.
Thought he was going to get a crush counter.
Get it together.
There we go. I don't know what that was. Hasdero with another important drop and found the gap. EX uppercut between the stomps. That's a big counter hit conversion. Yes, sir. Very similar to Karen. Caught some medium punches, stand heavy. Just raw. No, you dropped it again.
Oh, baby. The block was there. The block was there again from Choco. Oh, boy. He really needs one hit to take this. Okay.
That's
okay.
the one right there. I like that.
That's a very player-specific read. I mean, again, it's a pretty good choice in general, but knowing how often Choco likes to bring out those command grabs makes a lot of sense.
No, I think it just covers so many
Of course,
things that
it
he could.
does,
Yeah,
yeah.
he could do. If it's not even in the corner, it's like you're not really putting yourself in any harm. I don't know what other options Select Nikali can do specifically.
I mean,
for
you
that.
gotta specifically chase or do regular grab into
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, that makes
There's
sense.
solutions, but that does cover a lot of them. So there you go. The Akira doing work.
Yeah. A couple of drops from Hasdero. I think that was
Right.
more of like, I'm feeling myself. I'm going to just go ahead and like do what I want. But that could have been either way. At that particular moment, Choco could have got a confirm, could have got into critical art. Could have been a big regret from Hasdero. But
We talked about Choco's movement beforehand, but what's really sticking out in my mind right now is Hasdero's movement itself. Oh, boy.
I think like, the button choices that he has to move himself forward enough to dodge the V-skills is pretty important. His answers to V-skill have been very good, but this right here, V-skill 2 after the backup. Gotta go with the assist. So long, big brother.
Up here in the trees.
Yeah, big chillin'.
Ah. It was blocked last time, but Choco was not afraid. Maybe he was looking for DP there.
Yeah. I like this. I was a little bit more weary, but medium punch was just so far away. Ooh, that's huge.
Got super. Yes. Hasdero had just built it as well.
After that second spin kick, choosing the right route, getting the full critical art. And I think he had gone for like a roundhouse ender to push Choco back even further. So just in case he didn't build that critical art, he was ready to play that long range game. I like that a lot. Ooh!
Hey?
We were talking about movement. The whiff punish.
That's been a huge part of this, has been Hasdero being so tricky with his own movement that Choco doesn't really know where to press a V skill, as we just saw. Big whiff on it.
Doesn't help that Akira has pretty good walk speed.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of normals that move her forward. And an elbow that's kind of similar to a chariot tackle without the charge, right?
Yeah, right.
That's pretty good. I still love the song. Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
That's raw.
Nah, that wasn't it. However, Choco, chance. Looking for the button, looking for the confirm. Here we go.
No stoppage on the dash. Choco just backing up again. Runs into the roundhouse. We were talking about movement from Choco before, but it comes to bite him in a
Only
way where
grab.
it's near death. That's kind of close.
Oh, jeez, that was close. Choco busts out. The block was there.
Is that going to be cross-cut DP? Yes, I love it. The V-shift out of there. Knowing specifically what Choco wants to do before he even gets to it. That is 2 games straight for Hasdero. One more away to show him exactly what washed up means.
What I love about that ending V-shift right there is that it came after having blocked twice. It wasn't like he woke up with the V-shift to just try to like panic escape. He blocked, then to the other side was Choco, then he blocked again, Hasdero blocked again, then it was V-shift finally when he specifically called out that that grab was going to come. So
Yeah.
super good defense.
Well played so far. And again, Choco hasn't found his own momentum based off of the movement that he likes to do, right? He likes to dash up in your face and catch you by surprise. There's been so many options where Hasdero has occupied that space with those normals, like the roundhouses,
Yeah.
the fierces primarily. It's just been heavy normals that have just moved him forward, right?
And this stubby Nakali probably has a
Uppercut!
tough time dealing with those. Here's the punish.
Oh, no. Critical error for Choco. Oh. But knows the one V-skill we've seen calling out 2 in a row.
Okay, maybe getting a better read on
Make
the
it
timings
3.
and places. Yeah, looking good. Spacing trap here from Choco.
Oh, there's an activation route here. Plus, man, no, Hasdero was out of range. Got the backdash. Yes, we see a lot of these V-skills actually landing on the mark.
Interesting because we have seen the neutral jump there too from Choco, maybe looking for roundhouse or forward fierce from Jaws from Hasdero.
Dead. Look at the damage from Disc Guidance. A little bit of extra on top. Choco finally getting that round that he was looking for so long now. It's been all the Hasdero show, majority of the set.
Yeah, suddenly Choco's finding a lot of great spots.
We talked
Yes,
about,
exactly. Landed on top of it.
If there's any normals that kind of push you forward, neutral jump is a great tool to counter that.
Yeah, that was a classic spot to look for a DP right there, but Hasdero's again showing up good with defense into the other side now.
You are so nasty.
The no mix-up. Yeah, later, dude.
Yeah. Thanks for nothing. Oh, you get a punish. The target combo for the short ender of the V-skill, not too bad. Damage is damage after all, but it builds so much V-skill. Oh, doesn't matter.
The stop sign of the roundhouse. And much in the same way that Hasdero in earlier rounds and earlier games found his own roundhouse timings to stop the opponent's movement. There was Choco finding exactly that same thing, but with his own. His movement was looking better. As you mentioned, he's calling out his opponent's movements better, finding where he's going to be in the V-skills more often. As this goes on, I like more and more what we're seeing out of Choco.
I think we're going to get, I think that our first time we're going to see a really, really close set in regards to what we've seen in Winterside, obviously. Choco, again, you pretty much hit the mark. He's starting to find way better options and starting to tone it down a little bit in terms of the nerves. I don't even know if it's like nerves, but I think there was just a lot of times where he was trying to force his way in a good amount of the times in a way that he performed in the top 16 because he was on a rampage. Like, it was just a one-player game for him majority of his run. So I think Hazero, again, is providing him that challenge to be like, hey, I have to really think about my options here and my movement because I'm getting blown up 2 games straight.
So first to 3, and again, when we saw that Hasdero qualified for the top 8, it was with Luke. He switched away from Akira for that. Do you think he's going to make the switch right now, try it out versus Nikali?
For this one, possibly.
You had thought even in advance that maybe that was the better character pick. Let's see what he does. That's going to go back to Akira.
I only thought about it just in regards to one of the key aspects that Choco likes to abuse, which is the command grab, and just the grab mix-up in general.
Right.
But seeing the V-shift counter and how effective it was from Hasdero, I think that's not going to be a factor. So with this in mind, I think it's just going to be Akira the whole way through.
Okay.
I would kind of dislike seeing Luke towards the end, just like as a desperation pick.
Yeah,
you
sure.
know? Because I think his Akira is well suited for the job.
It's looking good, no doubt about that. Even having lost the game, you still have 2-1. That's a punish. Oh, only the medium though. Yo, sick.
And the delay is pretty much a standoff as to who's going to press the button next after that moment. But Choco, again, checking the movement once more. Hasdero in deep trouble. Ooh.
Catching, will there be another one? Oh my god.
You're dead.
No! No! Oh.
Spaghetti is on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, spaghetti is on the menu tonight. We're all eating. That was a big flub up from both.
Oh no.
Now we're getting extra meatballs from Choco. Just bringing a little bit of cheese. Tell me when to stop.
Oh,
Tell me when to stop, David.
Uh-oh, I worry for Choco that he's melting down a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, okay, didn't want to take the mix there. Hasdero with this control.
Super important
Being outside of the V-skill ranges. Okay, called it out properly a couple of times there from Choco.
Ooh, no whiff punish on sight. Choco, look at the movement. So is Hasdero. You saw that crouching medium punch preemptively.
Definitely
Stop Choco's
looking for
movement.
Hey!
Oh, the counter poke is there. Medium to medium interaction. Choco backing up a little bit. You can't stop that. EX uppercut. We'd love to see
Goes
it.
back to the well. Hasdero does not this time.
Ooh, he ran into it. Choco, I understand your sentiment. He wanted to dash up, try to check Hasdero at the peak of his jump and uppercut, but that's not going to be the case. Hasdero backing up his words.
He did.
Let's
Taking
see.
down Choco.
Let's see if you call him washed up again.
Oh.
Put another notch on that 54%. We're up in that number now.
Oh. Yeah, nice work. No, I mean, even to start out, I really liked what Hasdero was doing. The movement that he had, being real tricky with where he was going to be, using the normals that she has to move forward as well, using the elbow as well.
Kept it very basic in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
He thought about just one thing primarily. He's like, how do I counter or how do I get around the V skill usage from Choco to get him to stop using it?
That was
right?
huge.
That pretty much gave him the green light to get into what we see into game 2, right? Pretty much an onslaught. It's so good.
It's just cool to watch. I don't know. It's funny.
We see the signs of the comeback here from Choco as well. This is where we started to see a lot cleaner play from Choco, not just rushing his way in, getting a lot more of the counter pokes. And we saw it also in the rest of the set. Choco started to get some of his counter pokes going, but there were just certain instances. There were a couple of flub ups from both sides, and then that dash in, like, you know.
That was a look
the intention
that we hadn't seen Hasdero really bring out too often. We had seen a couple of times from Choco looking for that same kind of thing with the neutral jump, but Hasdero brought it out right there, having expected the dash. You may be right that Choco was trying to anti-air as he dashed in, but just didn't have time. And there's Hasdero with a 3-1 win. He's going to play against Hagen in the next round.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, this is the match that we kind of talked about before getting into it. Uriel Velorio versus Seoul Vng. That is the explosive Ken versus the very offensive heavy, poke heavy, I should say, Seth from Seoul Vng. This might not even happen in terms of character selection.
Yeah?
I think Uriel, I'm pretty sure they've had like a pretty decent history against each other. Like they've been around the block and have played off against each other. I don't know if it's going to be like the Ken pick, primarily for Uriel.
Well, we'll see. Let's hear what we have to say from the players. And from Seoul, it's going to be Uriel and I have been playing a lot recently. There you go. And I have given him advice on some matchups and in the game in general. Given how talented Uriel is, I hope my advice does not horribly backfire on me today. So it's just a sign that they, of course, will know each other well. They have played a lot. Clearly, there's going to be a lot of familiarity in there. And when you have that kind of relationship, again, we oftentimes see players end up making choices that are just unusual in other matches, since the normal stuff's not going to cut it anymore when you know somebody's decision-making extremely well. As far as what Uriel says, Seoul Vng is a very good player. I have a lot of enthusiasm in this fight. And as far as this, another fact that he gave us, he said, I enjoy riding motorcycles. He's a motorcycle rider. Can you get that from having watched his play? Sometimes when you see somebody play and you look at them in real life, they don't match up. Sometimes like somebody's inner personality comes out in games. But a lot of the time, when you see somebody play in-game and you get a sense of their like in-game personality, you can get a sense of their like actual personality as well in there.
I feel like I've lost that touch to kind of like figure that out because everybody's just so ambiguous when it comes to like how they are as a person and like their
This
character
Ken was
selection.
going a mile a minute yesterday.
Yeah, I mean like that's the first like 1-to-1 I've seen in a very long time. Like, I don't know. The backwards hat. Well, what do you want me to say? I don't know.
The backwards hat, yeah.
He's living edgy. Like he doesn't want to wear it normally. Like I don't know what to tell you, David. Like
Okay.
based off of looks alone, I would have never guessed.
It is going to be Ken.
Rode a motorcycle, David. I don't know what you're asking.
Would I have said it like just out of the blue? Probably not. But knowing now, it totally fits to me. Not going to be Seth. It will be Luke coming out to play
Yeah,
here from
you know,
Seoul Vng.
I think, I thought Uriel would have anticipated this with the Cody pick. We talked about this. We didn't actually talk about this on stream, I don't think. But Uriel, again, he's going to be testing out the waters with Ken first. Seoul is going to have a big deterrent with this Luke against what Ken wants to do. Oh boy, not that way though. No fireballs to be had. The Sandblaster does get countered effectively. Uriel, again, we talked about a mile a minute. He's been firing off normal after normal, but Luke could do the same thing.
Yeah. There it is. Confirm into the corner.
Yes.
It's soul pressure. He's got super.
EX uppercut. Why not?
This man is not afraid. He's out there on the streets,
In a-
body
on a-
unprotected,
On
in
a
the motorcycle.
Yeah.
All right, Soul finds the hit. Into the follow-up. Round number 1. Sometimes, dude, even when you're going fast, you can run into a brick wall.
Yikes. Oh, that's graphic.
What? I could have made it way worse.
I'm a lightweight for that. Uppercut, look at the damage. Not lightweight at all. Is the output that Luke gets in the corner. It's so difficult, right? I mean, trying to get some of these like perfect frame uppers is not the easiest feat online.
That's true.
But when it does happen, man, you get rewarded for it. The flash knuckles are just so good.
So much of this match has been fought right here. That was finally a medium that did connect, and he didn't get the confirm, unfortunately.
It won't work.
Whew.
Tough.
Well, if Seoul was worried that maybe Uriel would have figured everything out, considering how often they've played, it did not seem like it in that game right there. That was total control by
Taught him wrong on
Seoul,
purpose.
especially in that second.
Kung
As
Pao.
a joke
Yeah.
for this whole time.
Foot to face style. How do you like? Sorry, I knew you'd appreciate that
Yeah,
one.
good work, good work.
But yeah, no, I mean, like it's something he didn't anticipate. We're going to see a character select, or at least some time taken away
Yeah.
to cool down and really process the information. I think this is specifically what he had his backup characters for, in case he would have faced off against a Luke, which is going to be happening more often than not, right? Luke being the primary terror of a lot of players online and offline, having that counter pick would be pretty effective. And I think Cody, from his current lineup, current wheelhouse of options from Uriel, could be the play.
Yeah, again, he told us Ken, obviously. He told us Cody and Lucia. Yeah, I think Cody would make sense, sure. We'll see if he makes that choice. Something's got to change at minimum. I don't know if it needs to be character, maybe, but something's got to change. There was just so much neutral control out of Luke. Does he switch? It is going to be the Cody.
Let's
so he's got a
see.
character with some rangier normals who can at least attack from further away.
You get a fireball as well. You could duck fireballs. You have EX sound to steal turns in neutral.
Definitely.
It is the neutral destroyer.
Trigger one.
Yeah, very important to talk about. The amount of damage you can get. What a whiff punish. Look at that. Look at that. That output just as strong. Yeah, we're talking about Zonk. Yep, it leaves him in the mix. That's at the edge of the ruffian.
Yeah, love a little trap there. Ready with the anti-air very quickly. 2 jumps, both anti-aired so far.
Not too bad either. You just have to do Heavy punch.
He pressed the button.
Yeah, just press the button.
Early V-rev to make it sure.
Use the arm enhancements.
Oh, wow. Funky.
A little awkward. Oh, you can't. You could definitely interrupt that, but that's just such a risk. Oh, and he held that forever. That is so cool. I love seeing the link into the Final Fight combo. I still can't do that to this day. I've definitely played on like the Capcom Arcade Collection, or just like older generations of Final Fight in general. I can't do it. It's tough. Thank God it's easy.
It is, yeah.
I tried to do the infinite. Anyways, that's what I was trying to say. Let's take a look at the damage output again. Stun could be a factor. Instead, the jump back, you'll love to see that option. That does get blown up so often in high-level play, but the one time it works,
Yeah, it sure did.
it gives you so much.
Oh, boy. The classic opener for this trigger one.
Ooh. The
That
trade.
was cool, actually, yeah.
Oh! Too much startup on that.
Is that going to seal it? Yeah,
100%.
okay.
Thermobaric Barrage, a great way to pick up any sort of interaction like that. 1-1, or excuse me, 1 round apiece.
Ooh. Both similar ideas. Oh, that's just a lucky spot. Soul sees it. Nice. Here we go. Yes, pressure coming. Velorio into the corner. No.
Ah, no option select ready. What a call out! Huh?
Yo, does he get a punch? Oh, sick! Let's
What?
go!
That was disgusting.
That was sick.
What a read.
No, it was not an early enough V reversal to get out of there. Waltzing all the way up. Great jump.
Oh, he got him in
location.
air.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one right there. As we have Seoul Vng
Oh, you're
moving
dead?
in. Is that enough?
No,
No.
not quite.
Back to Nooch.
Mix! Oh, that's so tough.
Oy.
The EX Fireball it moves so slow. Allows you to follow afterwards.
What a
and get
scary
the mix.
situation at the end right there.
Man, can we talk about that V-shift counter? That was
sick.
pretty insane.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Oh boy. Turning into Mickey Mouse all of a sudden. what happened? Oh, I'll take a seat. Sorry, guys.
Is this? Oh, okay. I was gonna wonder if we're gonna go back to character select and switch away, but no. Back into it here is Soul.
Man, this is such a great pick for Uriel. There's nothing left on the table for Soul. I think, maybe going back to his original character, Seth, to counter
Could
maybe
be.
Cody?
Could be Seth. Yeah.
But he's trying it out. I think that if there was any time to do it, it would have been this game. Ooh. This is all okay. Time for pain, the slide delay, counter hit, full extension. Now watch out for the throw. That's going to be stunned close to it.
Kind of
more
a
touch.
desperate V reversal right there.
You know, that's the range he was looking for. Like, he was looking for the fireball activation, like sandbox range to interrupt it. Just practicing the stab. Man, that knife is gone.
Yeah.
It's going to land somewhere else in the city. He's going to nail like a crow on the way up.
Could be super confirm on this. Uriel has to be a little bit cautious at least.
Look at all the cross
Hey.
frames. Yes, sir. There's just so much that Cody could do off of that possibility, off of that option. EX Fireball in the corner, always a scary place. Ooh. Ooh.
Yes.
Stand fierce. You know it. The throw bait again, just not quite there.
Unfortunate.
Had a little bit of extra frames to take a look at that punish. Oh,
Oh,
the sway. We
yeah.
talked about that earlier. One of the big components against Urshan. One of the big V-Stick to use against Fireball.
Beautiful jump timing. Well, unfortunate there for Soul, but he's still got the corner.
Ooh. A little awkward. I like that. Yeah, he went immediately for the frame trap, trying to force Soul into thinking there was going to be a back throw, which would have been the obvious choice. Thermobaric on deck. Yep, that's one.
It's really hard to just block on
That's
reactions.
two. There's another one. A third one might kill if he gets another Sandblaster for chip.
Mm-hmm.
Here he goes.
Very patient here, Soul. Walking back slowly.
Yeah, one was taken out because of the knife.
He did super. Now chip not an option. But still, one EX is going to seal it at range. Almost anything else up close as well.
Oh!
You know, his jumps have been killer. As this goes on, he's been jumping at ranges where just Stand Fierce is not going to cut it as the anti-air. timings where his opponent's been busy as well.
Yeah. Timing is definitely the key factor because I think position-wise, that I think it would have hit. Really good call out from Soul. Again, another jump out. But this time, not trying to hit anything, more so just for positioning.
Oh boy, you're looking for it! He's absolutely looking for the fireball. Instead, Soul waltzes up with the forward fierce. He's got pressure in the corner.
We'll take that. Attack, you knew he wanted to get that corner position. It would have been a big deal for Uriel. The interruption, nothing really much of it though. The stop from the medium punch. Checking the dash, what happens afterwards? Didn't want to get rid of the knife. Didn't want to throw it away.
Yeah, he's going to put his opponent in the corner. Really? Okay. So attempted cornering by Soul instead, right back out to the mid-screen. Knife's gone, slow chase.
40 seconds. Still another thermal barrier. Can't walk and block, it's so difficult.
It really is. Got another EX as well. Out of range, not whiff punished. 30 on the clock, plenty of time still for Uriel.
Yeah, that's going to be the big fireball killer right there. Even if you tried to throw it out a little bit earlier, that was going to get smoked. Full screen, EX Sandblaster, the Luke. Up another game. We had thought maybe the Seth would have been the counter pick, but again, he's totally fine with playing this out against Cody. Not surprised though, considering they've played each other a bunch of times, a million and a half.
Right, yeah, you can definitely see there's a lot of familiarity between these two. Okay, back into it, yeah. Would not want him to switch away from Cody at this point.
You see the subtleties there too. He's checking the movement primarily. Drop conversion?
Yeah, it's happened twice now.
Interesting. Now what? Yeah, Uriel taking the back foot, trying to make that approach. He wants to follow behind the tornado first. Pretty obvious there. Seoul Vng, excuse me. Doesn't have to hold that with V-reversal. It's an offensive one at that. Look at the life lead. He's just still peppering in a little bit of great damage.
Not the space he's been jumping on, not the timing. And Uriel makes the read. He's got the pressure.
That damage, that one combo was the great equalizer. Still has a lot of knives to go. Could be applying a lot of that chip damage on top of Grey Life. Look at that cash out. I mean, significant cash out, I should say, for the life lead.
Yeah, Soul's really been stuck. Again, early enough on the V-reversal to make sure he can get out. Jump's not anti-air this time, but at least for Uriel, the tech is there and he can go back to neutral.
Cool. Got the arms fired up. Could possibly steal a turn. Oh, speaking of turns,
No.
Oh, yeah, the enhancement. He went to the right doctor for those arms.
So we got match point now for Soul. Trying to take out Uriel.
Oh.
Not there.
Yeah, I like Uriel going back to the brawler state of mind, right? Not trying to pursue after a tornado. Just walking in. He started things off with a medium kick, and now it's just all garage and normal. What are you going to do about it? EX bust out. I like that solution from Soul.
It definitely does make sense, but man, that was just really consistent offense. I'd love to see that again from Uriel. If he can get there, that's the question.
That's exactly it. The Sandblaster and the Thermal Barrack is going to keep him more than preoccupied about the space. Like, yep, can't even try to zonk through it.
Got a little bit of plus frames here. Yeah, he can harass, yes.
Such a good normal.
Here we go. Soul, as he often has. Whew, he has weathered those storms pretty well, but this time Uriel gets the round. Still alive.
If Knife actually killed the chip, that'd be broken.
That would be pretty funny.
So broken. But it has to be like the last knife, like outside the trigger.
It's your last knife.
Yeah. Like no trigger
dude.
left and it's the last knife.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because if they block it, he loses it. Oh, anyways.
Yeah,
Going into it. Don't listen to me, Capcom. I'm a bad battle designer. So off to a fantastic start. Look at that.
Counter, actually.
And not even going for the side switch, right? You can go to the final fight into like the throat. But that hasn't been the option exercised by Uriel.
That was a combo. He didn't have level 2. So a lot of V-meter being spent right now from Soul, but Uriel still activates. Soul just walking. Oh,
yes!
Beautiful, beautiful.
Look at all the Grey Life, though. You know, Soul could still make a massive comeback. Oh, boy, not like that, though. One touch away, and we're down to the final game. Uriel fights for another round off of that medium kick, just harassing. But to be fair, like, he had so much left to throw out whatever normal he wanted to stop the approach from Seoul.
For a lot of this match, Seoul has not challenged in plus frame situations, in his opponent's plus frame situations, I should say. He's been pretty cautious there. There towards the end was really one of the first times that I can recall seeing him do that. And that may be part of things changing here. You know, that may be a sign that like Uriel is beginning to get a read on some of those moments and situations where he can extend a little bit more, overextend a little bit more. All right, well, it sounds like we're back to the lobby.
This is the question for you, David. Is the character switch
Is the switch going to come out? Yeah, I mean, it could have been that this was a blind pick to start again. Two people who know each other well, who have multiple characters each one. Maybe it was just the fact that Seoul guessed which character would start with, and he thought, okay, well, look, Luke's working out pretty well. I'll put another game on the Luke, but maybe the real choice is the Seth. It could be.
It could be. I mean, I wouldn't see a world where he wouldn't do that. I mean, they've played each other a ton of times. Him going back to his main would be a pretty good choice. We're going to see a lot more like familiarity with the ranges and in terms of what he wants to do to counter this Cody as well. So I wouldn't be too surprised if the Seth came out. And I do like just the idea of Seth's counter poke game, being able to force into the corner a lot more consistently than Luke. And that is the choice. Yeah, Seth. This might be like the checkmate scenario for Seoul, like setting him up for this moment. Him getting that second win as Luke was pretty pivotal.
Sure.
Right? So we'll see. He gets to save the trump card for the finale. We'll see if it makes a difference though. Cody, one of the strongest beings in the Street Fighter universe, by the way.
That's
so
true.
Sick. I love that part of the lore. Purposely puts himself in jail because he doesn't want to be a menace to society.
Yeah.
Oh! Word. That was a very funky interaction.
It was. Yeah, the crouching roundhouse does make him really, really low, enough to low profile a bunch of stuff, but still interesting.
Yeah. In terms of like hitbox / hurtbox, it's a very wide one, so that interaction pushes him back to a state where you can't even counter or continue the combo effectively sometimes. Ooh, hey, not bad. Well, you know, I forgot that he had trigger. That's sweet. I was going to say, I was like, that's pretty raw. Look at this control so far from Seoul.
Yo, he has the
so
song.
cool.
Yeah, that was sick. When you see that sweep come out, you think, okay, it's my turn. Nah.
Not today. Not trying to even use V-Skill 1. Okay, I was going to say, using it either as a counter poke tool or whiff punish, but it takes too long as a whiff punish tool.
He tries it again. V-shift, and he's right back to it. Man, he has a lot of control. Soul right back in the middle of the stage.
Yeah.
He only needs one more hit, maybe two at most. Uriel needs a lot of work.
Counter hit medium kick is what I'm going to call on.
Oi.
Oh boy.
Trying to chase.
Not even trying to stop the movement.
He's got another V-shift available. Yes, he does.
Oh, he's actually
Look at the
playing
time. Look at the time. 8, 7. Is there enough time? He challenged. He pressed a button.
There it is. I told you.
Button.
I'm still glad. Listen, I would have got paid out. Medium kick to end it.
Yeah.
We called those.
You did it.
It could have been time.
What a risky spot, too. Yeah.
Yeah, still pressing the button. I'm so surprised.
A lot of people would have just sat back, taken a grab.
Exactly.
2 grabs, maybe.
And we haven't seen it from Uriel. That wasn't even an exercise option. He didn't use grab at all. He went for frame chop back to back. That could have killed Seoul.
Yeah.
Don't mind my voice going this high. Critical Art still on deck for Seoul. Could lead to a lot of damage, by the way.
Yeah, big plus there.
Ooh. Pushing forward a little bit.
Yeah, definitely controlling with big buttons.
That
Dashing
was so
forward and
sneaky.
Soul. All of a sudden, here he is.
Dashing in his soul.
Oh, that was cool. Not too much out of it, but I really like the idea.
Oh.
Not the bounce there. So all the way into the corner. Finally, and this is legit damage with that trigger one follow-up. Hey!
I think he could have gone for a little bit more, but Opsatsu.
No, he missed it! Oh!
I don't even want to look at the rest of the screen. Should be more than enough.
Oh!
Yeah, he wasn't even done with that. You know, stabbed the thighs midair.
Wow. Soul. I'm not sure if he was going to kill, but it would have been close. In any case, match point now for both of them. Final round.
Yeah, I think that would have led to like at least an Oki scenario. What a counter against the misplaced axe kick.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, not done yet. A little bit too overzealous with the frame traps. Uriel taking a little bit more than he can chew in terms of like how far he's gone with these steps. That was awkward.
This is what he wanted last time.
EX. He's
Does.
spending it. He's applying the damage. Back to old stun, I think. What an excellent time.
Yeah, stun no longer an issue. But Uriel's not going to have trigger for quite a while if he's going to get it at all. Yeah, trying to really enforce that.
And I love the usage of view reversal coming from the side of Seoul.
At the same time, for Uriel, that means probably not going to have to deal with trigger 1, at least for a while.
Speaking of trigger 1, Uriel is just pretty much like a touch away from getting his. Yep,
Yeah, there
just
it is,
got
there
it.
it is,
And
there
off
it
of a
is.
view reversal, we'll take that. Ooh, don't look away.
Soul tried to move forward.
What happens after this?
Just trying to find the hit. That's all.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Substantially extending your range. If you get a conversion, you might be able to do more than enough damage.
Dude, if he finds the right hit right now, that character Seth is in trouble. But the jump was at exactly the right time, and he had not jumped for a long time. So shout outs to Soul for really keeping that option in his pocket for that last 30 seconds or so.
I forget that one of the big drawbacks of Trigger 1 is I don't think you get the same stand fierce. Right? You don't get that anti-air option. So it makes a lot of sense for Soul. I think that's like more than... There's a couple of iterations, or instances, I should say, where he had gone for the jump option while Cody was in V Trigger 1. Super smart. And again, the counterplay with the Seth, you saw it coming, man. Set him up. And we can see how it all set up, right? Uriel was falling just a little bit short to that Luke, but the Cody counter pick was exactly what we were expecting. There's so much that Cody can do in this matchup. And look at this, just the damage output pretty much tit for tat when it comes to these two characters.
If that was a blind pick situation, it is just so important to be able to get the first W and to be able to get that like third game W as well, to be up 2 games to 1. That it's just a really, really important position to have. You can try things out yet again. But wow, what a close one between these two. And again, you can really see that they know each other well. Oh, yeah, that little scramble that did not work out in Soul's favor, the drop. But he was right back in there.
Yeah, at the pace of what Central America's been going at, I wasn't too surprised to see like the 3-2 here because they know each other pretty well. But like the rest of the results, I wouldn't have guessed at all. Like 3-0, 3-0, 3-1, and then up until this point, 2-3. It's been pretty much nonstop up until this point, but for good reason. Again, these two really showing how much they know in terms of like the matchup itself and like some of the player reads that they had on each other. Really well played out. But now, you know, Soul gets rewarded with playing the #1 seed.
That's right.
Kusanagi
Yeah.
into losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's a tough losers side. Now again, winners finals. We're not going to go there yet. Totokai versus MJ Gama is what we will see eventually. On the losers side, coming up next is going to be Hagen versus Hazdero. And as you said, Kusanagi versus Seoul VNG. But before we get to that, which is coming up soon, let's talk about something that's coming up soon.
I like the way you looked at me on that one, David.
It's coming up soon. The Capcom authorized mobile game, of course, is what I'm talking about. Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China. If you're there, hey, guess what? Soon is in the past. Make it happen. If you're everywhere else, the global version is coming out soon. The Epic Legends Reborn on mobile. You can download Street Fighter Duel now in China and soon everywhere else. Let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
In the realm of all things Capcom, we've seen a lot of Street Fighter lately, and we're going to continue to do so with the CPT. That's right, the Capcom Pro Tour continues on over with South Africa. You guys do not want to miss the registration and the streams itself. You see the dates. If you want to have more of the details, capcom.us/SAfrica to get that registration details going. You want to sign up for this. This is a highly anticipated region because, again, it is the inclusion of South Africa, I think, for the second year in a row. We saw players like Billy Date come out of the woodwork.
Jobby, yeah, they got some good players out there.
Amazing play. You guys do not want to miss it. It's been back-to-back events. If we could see the calendar of events, possibly, I think Brazil is right after that. That is correct, yeah. So we see the registration going on for Brazil as well. And then further on, the Nordic/Baltic region. There's a lot of CPT going on throughout the months. It's not going to stop at all. The Capcom Pro Tour, again, pretty much sealing the deal with the finale of Street Fighter V. We're going to see who gets those top spots in those regions. But before we even get into that, we got to figure out who gets the top spot for this region. And we're going to do so immediately after this break. Do not go anywhere except maybe getting a nice glass of water because it's pretty hot out here. It only gets hotter for the rest of the region. We'll see you right after this break.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned defeat.
to play. You gonna keep me waiting, babe? Such a lovely face. Stop, kid. You're killing me here. And only one of us is allowed to do the killing.
No, I got you. Let's go. We're just getting started here. Who'll take control? It just bets it all on the drive rush. Solid anti-air. No resources to work with. They gotta do this the old-fashioned way. Wow, that took off a chunk. Wow, punish counter to save the galaxy. Woo! I've seen a lot of fights in my day, but nothing even comes close to this one.
Let's go. I'm sure you're expecting a Chen reaction. Man, they just know the spacing way too well. You gotta be careful with this pressure. You know a prey is most dangerous when they're cornered. They're ready for the anti-air. That jump is too obvious. Oh, okay. That one hurt. Oh, here we go. Is it gonna kill? Is this gonna kill? Let's go. I cannot believe they pulled that off. That was crazy.
That was a solid win. Give me your takeaways on what we just saw.
There is nothing more amazing than playing a close match with someone down to the wire like that.
Yo, I can't argue with you. What a game.
Six remaining from the top 8. We're still trying to see who is going to claw their way out of the loser's side to face off against the two heathens up in the winners finals, because these guys have been doing phenomenal damage from their pretty much starting the run in the top 8. My name is Vicious, here with Ultra David. And I got to say, man, it's so cool hearing Tasty Steve and James Chen banter in Street Fighter 6 trailers. Just to throw it out there, I am so proud of them. That was so cool. So cool. It is like this, hearing the way it was stitched together.
It was. We were actually talking about that. But, you know,
so
they're not
good.
the only people I'm proud of. Jeremy,
I
great
appreciate
work
you.
out
And
there.
Aru, who's also broadcasting
That's
along
true.
with the two other Japanese casters. We see you, by the way.
Great job, everybody. We have, as you said, 6 players remaining. Let's check out the bracket to let you know exactly where we're going to be at. We're looking through losers' side. Again, hanging out in winners finals will be Todokai and MJ Gamma eventually. But first, we're going to get down there to Hagen versus Raptor 5 Hasdero. I looked up their results on fgcombo.com, and they have played. And in both of the times when they've played against each other, it's been Hasdero. But not necessarily in blowups. The last time they played was in 2022 in the Mexican MASH series, and that was a 3-2 in top 8 for Hasdero.
Pretty impressive. I mean, Hasdero's been on a tear so far, right? He made that pretty bold statement against his first opponent saying, you know, I'm not washed up. I'll show you what that definition really means. And with the Akira pick, I wasn't, you know, I wasn't too surprised. He seemed pretty confident in that matchup. That's something like, you know, we kind of have to talk about Nikali being a character that isn't really represented as much, but still knowing that strategy from like what previous seasons, like little by little it started to dwindle. It was like a lost art, if you will.
Yeah, definitely.
Right. But this is a whole different story. Now he has to understand, like, this is Lucia on the deck. It's going to be something that's not as familiar, even in the realm of like CPT, or I should say in CFN, let alone CPT.
Yeah, not a common character to come up against, but she's in a strong spot. She's a good character this season. She's got a lot of stuff that we've of course seen Hagen already do. The safety that she can bring out, the spacing traps that she has, the stage control that she can have. If he's on top of her game, the anti-air is actually legit as well. But that has been a problem for Hagen as a player.
Is that going to be a factor considering how ground-based Akira is going to be?
Yeah, maybe not a big deal in this one, although maybe Hasdero knows that that's something that is a problem for Hagen, and we'll see if he goes in. But yeah, you're right. Certainly Akira does not need to jump. She's got these great range normals on the ground.
Pretty fireball heavy right off the start. Hagen has clipped a ton of the counter poke normals that Hasdero's been trying to throw out there. I think she may be able to elbow through that. Like, not to get past the projectile, but like on the startup of like the first part of it, before she even gets to the second part of it, if that makes sense. I've seen it happen.
There it is. The bro comes out. Where are we going?
I like that. You know, that's
oh, that was a low. Genius. Hasdero finds the hit.
Completely unskilled, by the way.
Hey. Okay, make it count. Oh,
I love
cheeky
that.
fella. Cheeky fella. Look at this.
You either continue the combo or you put him in the mix, which has been the option majority of the time as Hagen. Even in the match he played prior, he's done that so many times and has only caught Hasdero so far off guard.
Yeah, dashing forward first. Here's Hasdero. Trying to get the corner yet again. He's got it.
All about to check on the movement. Hasdero again keeping it contained. A lot of frame traps coming his way. There's the activation now from Hagen. Although he gets himself out of the corner, not a lot of damage being done. Okay, a little bit of real life peppered in on the confirm.
That corner carry was amazing.
Phenomenal, yeah.
Oh, he pressed the button there and it was rangy enough. Let's go.
Want to talk about corner carry? Let's take a look at this V skill too.
Right. Max out on the resources. Hasdero knows that he can wait.
That's the one. Hitter block, still a good deal. Speaking of blocks, get ready. EX uppercut. Daigo still gets a hit.
Oh, that would have been amazing. But in any case, it's still Hasdero pressuring. Still had control.
I think he had set himself up for plus frames after that projectile either way. I also wouldn't have been surprised if Hasdero was able to dash up EX uppercut to continue the combo off of the Daigo juggle.
Would have been cool.
I would have popped off out of my seat.
Hey, it's knocked down into the corner. Trying to swing for the fences and nothing was there. Hasdero's knocked out the corner. Yeah, all right. This has been very effective for him so far. It continues to be so.
And V skill 2. Look at the workaround, but look at the damage. More importantly, you can get critical art if you wanted to. If you do it now, okay, I was going to say, if you do it now, you get yourself pretty hefty lead and a situation for kill, but the stun is racking up.
Try to go back to the same idea. Hagen now does have that trigger ready to go. Hasdero maybe trying to be outside of the EX range. No, he's in.
You talk about spacing traps so often. That was an excellent example right there, especially after that V reversal, just barely whiffing. Whew. Very explosive round so far from Hasdero. I will say there were a couple of instances where there was a lot of fireballs being thrown out off the start to kind of test the waters from the side of Hagen. But other than that, I don't think there was a lot that kind of went his way.
That's exactly what I would say. Yeah, got cornered pretty quickly for a lot of that time. He got chased down. I mean, he was able to find the corner himself once or twice, but still most of this has been Hasdero. Look at the whiff punishing happening. And again, Hagen finds himself in the corner.
Oh, Normal's just consistently finding the mark against Hagen.
I mean, if you're Lucio, you got to press buttons at some point, but you're just getting outranged a lot.
Yeah, the frame traps coming out. Those openings are sitting still. Taking time to follow suit after the V skill. Big brother not being able to keep Hagen down.
Okay, so first one of those V triggers that Hagen has weathered well.
I swear, if it's Hagen, I'm so sorry.
I know. We're just hoping.
What was that interaction?
Hasdero knocking on the door, trying to find something. There's the spacing trap coming out.
Yeah, the interruption. We wanted to see it. Yeah, too many jabs, though, to get into the trigger. Or not trigger, sorry, the target combo.
So Hagen does not have the life lead, but as he backs off a little bit, you can see he's hoping that Hazero comes his way.
Don't ask for that. You can get EX elbow, pass maybe. Yeah, it's -2, doesn't matter.
Does not have trigger yet. It's so close. 16 on the clock. There it is. Just gave it to him. Whiff.
Yeah,
And V-shift for his life. Out of there. This is a man who's trying to run away for the next 8 seconds. No!
Oh, boy. Oh.
Is there enough time? I'm not sure there's enough time. No, there's not enough time. Hazero, all he needed to do was down back.
I think towards the tail end of that V skill, I don't think he was able to get into the trigger. That's why he just let it drop. I may be wrong about that. But either way, still an interesting predicament. I don't understand what could have happened. Either way, Hagen pretty much brushing it off.
Yeah, right back into what he wants to do. There it is. This is exactly what he was looking for. Exactly where he wants to be. Okay. Too far!
That's way too far! V skill 2, the backup first. I'll be backup. Look at how much damage it does. What happens afterwards? The forward throw, just another throw away, actually.
Right back in. Hagen thought that he had some room to breathe. He did not.
Not ever. Not ever with Akira. Even if it wasn't the EX elbow, there could have been like roundhouse, standing medium punch, or a slight walk up forward, standing medium punch. Literally all the big normals you don't want to get hit by.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, Hagen, that wasn't even like a counter hit. I think that was just like movement he chose as an option.
Yeah.
So I do not think, Hagen was in the right state of mind to kind of figure out what Akira had in mind. He only had his mind on one thing. He's like, I need to get out of here.
Gotta get going.
Again, choosing movement as an option multiple times. Crouching gets to extend the combo.
Ooh.
Stun.
In big trouble.
Elbow. Loop. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Give me that. Within back throw range. Oh, for Hagen.
Well, neutralized just like that. I love that view from Hazero as he gets out, and then it's the trap yet again. That has been such a big part of his mid-range control.
I gotta steal that. I gotta steal that exact scenario.
Been really good.
That was a very good buffer. We haven't seen that standing light kick buffer too much. Crouching medium kick more often than not, but standing light kick, excellent tool.
That range has just been so much his control. Let it rip!
No! Didn't get to continue off of that. What I'd like to see from Hagen, sure, his offense is great, but I need him to finish some of these combos.
Yeah, that's true.
I need him to finish some of these hits so that he applies more pressure on meaty, get some of this real estate back, rather than going for mix-up after mix-up.
And then it's just he's tried to move forward. Hazero was already there.
The occupied space. Oh, puts himself in the corner, though. I think he wants to get... What just happened?
It's Hagen being unsure about ranges.
Or frame data, for that matter.
Yeah, but he just didn't want to risk whiffing stuff and getting punished afterward. Anyway, he's back in the mix himself. Offense is up close.
Not bad. Did he spend it? No. Doesn't need to?
No, it's the same problem you identified before.
Okay. Not too bad for Hagen, right? Didn't have to spend the full critical art to get the round, but it was a very shaky victory for him. Never shed life. Excellent buffer.
He put in some frames there just in case, hoping to see Hazero press the button. Close, but Hazero waited. Catches it.
Yeah, an open frame off the low forward. Usually he's pretty keen about landing those. I don't know if it has to do with the crouching state.
Oh, yeah.
Either way, the big buff actually is a good punish.
I really like this back and forth we're seeing. Yeah, this is great right now from Hagen. This playing with his spacing, you can tell it's throwing Hazero off. And the stun comes.
More than enough. Oh, actually, no, there's a lot of scaling involved.
Yeah, he needs to grab or something else. Right, standing reset, and he has often gone for grab. This time it's the medium. And Hagen, still in there.
Got himself a scoop. That's what I'm talking about.
And again, in that last round right there, I felt like that was the most active and tricky that we've seen him play in neutral. Back and forth. He backdash, EX run forward from range. He was not in kind of Akira's control range, button range, spacing trap range almost at all. So that was a much better round from him right there.
Now, what can he do to kind of emulate those same results just with like a different startup or a different strategy with it?
That is the question.
He needs to get the opener first.
Right. He's been nowhere but exactly where Hasdero wants to be so far in this round.
Yeah, he needs to find that place. Man, no whiff punishes to be had again. At low forward again. It's a little tricky to whiff punish.
Hasdero just patient.
Oh yeah, he did a trade combo! Oh, he didn't commit.
You're right.
There's a very common trade combo with Lucia too. Ooh. Yeah, one more touch, one more sequence for Hasdero.
No anti-air, but it hardly seems to matter as Hasdero was ready for the run cancel, and he's at match point.
You can see a little bit of frustration coming in from the movement of Hagen. Based off of that trade combo that he missed, you can see the little bit of desperation and trying to seal his way forward. Hasdero pretty much prepared for that. The mental stack is now adding up against Hagen. Too far away for a lot of these conversions, man. Don't let it slip.
Again, that's where Akira wants to be. She wants to be at that range where Lucia will have trouble, because she herself is good there. Standing reset. Yes, he finds it! That's going to be stunned.
Uppercut. Mix.
Again!
Yes! Yes! I love seeing that from Hagen. Again, once he gets started, his mix-ups have been phenomenal. He gets to layer it in. Even after the stand medium punch, you have to guess again because you're well within range. And if it's a counter hit, oh boy, you're eating that fierce. Very well played from Hagen. Back throw, not too bad. Hasdero again, not ready for the whiff punish. He's gone for that option so many times off of back throw, I think. Like into like a normal to kind of preoccupy that space.
Okay, spend some cash on it.
I like that. I like that. Finishing the combos, getting the Oki, but man,
We
read
have
him like a book.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen that before in this set. As common of a counter as that is, not really been what Hasdero's gone for.
Yeah.
Hagen starts it off into his trigger against the max out resources Hasdero.
Yes!
Oh, finds it first! He needs more. Hasdero still in the mix.
But throw's gonna be doing it, and that's the perfect setup for that finale. Hagen had applied so many frame traps for that very moment for that grab to work, ladies and gentlemen. There have been so many instances in the corner where he threw out the medium punch, especially after standing reset. That was the right read on the right call out. Super well done. We're going into the last game.
Great to see that his up-close mix-ups are working out. That's been a big part of it, certainly. But that's been okay the whole time. I mean, it's looked better, but it started off okay. What started off being the problem was the neutral game for Hagen.
Yes.
For Hagen. That was just Hasdero having so much control. And as this goes on, again, we see Hasdero doing, Hagen doing a better job at being outside of Akira's range or right up close where Lucia wants to be. But that deadly spot has been less effective. When he's been caught there, he's been blocking more. He hasn't been getting hit by quite as much stuff. He's been getting pushed out, able to reset the situation. So as this goes on, I like what we're seeing out of Hagen more and more.
Yeah, we're seeing that slow and steady adaptation phase going in benefit of Hagen right now. And it makes me wonder if Hasdero has anything in store with Akira, and that's going to be the character of choice. And it's funny how we kind of set things up. It's like, you know, as many 2-0s have we seen, that third game could really turn the tables. We're seeing it in 2 games back-to-back
That's true.
now.
Yeah, you're right.
We'll see.
Could have been a 3-0. It could now be a reverse 3-0 for Hagen.
I love that decision to just commit to the back throw. Not even trying to play around with it. If you're trying to frame trap me, then frame trap me.
I'm sure that's the first time we've seen the Fierce at that exact spot in that situation. So Hagen is definitely bringing out some tricks that he hadn't been before. Here's the catch, though, by Hasdero.
Back up V-skill after that. The continuation. A couple of jabs. Home court advantage as well. Knocks him into the river. I'm just kidding.
Tried it.
That should have been like the stage continuation. Like, you know how you knock somebody into like the noodles?
Into the river,
Just
huh?
knock him into the river.
It's pretty gross looking water, I'll be honest. Catches it, and he has been very consistent about it. Okay, 2 offensive universals trying to get Hasdero into the corner. Hagen again trying to be outside of that range, trying to get some whiff punishes.
You see, I think Hasdero has been checking the movement a lot with those crouching medium kicks. Yep, you can see it. Caught red-handed. We'll see if Hagen has anything to say about it. Oh boy.
Wow, that was so ranged.
The counter poke actually finds the mark. Hasdero throwing that out there more often than not in neutral. Hagen tried to find a way to counter poke it, but instead got clipped.
Hey, nothing.
I don't like him falling into the strategies that Hagen or that Hasdero is trying to make him use. Like trying to counter poke with crouch medium kick, because there's not a lot that she can get from that range.
Well, here's Hagen. Medium. Yeah, too far.
We'll take that. That's,
Yeah,
that's
the grab is
totally
totally fine. Yeah, absolutely.
Ugh. That.
Yeah.
You have to use that reversal. There's the whiff punish.
That was beautiful. Again, Hazdero has been ready almost every single time, and Hagen still goes back to that. Yeah, but nothing.
Didn't commit to it. Wasn't ready.
Look at this, with trigger ready to go. No! Oh boy. But it's got to take the mix here. Hazdero finds it in that situation as he had so often with crouching medium kick. And Hazdero is going to be the one to move on, weathering that storm of what could have been the reverse 3-0. And after all, it's going to be 3-2 in his favor.
And what a way to end it, too. Just checking the movement yet again. That crouching medium kick had been pressed at least double digits, specifically in that last round. Let's take a look at how it all went down. Man, that was a very one-sided game at first, I will say, from Hazdero. As offensive as Hagen was, which we love to see, right? He struck first blood with the first round. It was just a whole different story once Hagen was pretty much caught playing defense majority of the time, especially against that mix of V-Trigger 1. He got exposed to V-Trigger 1 for a little bit, tried to counter it a little bit more afterwards. He's like, you know what? I don't want to be susceptible to this. I want to try to get myself out with V-reversals, but that wasn't even the case anymore for Hazdero. He just went full offensive, spacing him out correctly, preoccupying the spaces that Hagen wanted to play at, and just punishing him for movement.
Again, as it went on, you could see that Hagen got a little bit better beat on some of what he needed to do as he ends up taking that game right there. These are all hard fought. Even the W's that Hagen had were not for free. As you see, he's he's going to win this game, but that was Hazdero who had the first round. That fierce, something we didn't see too often, but when we did, it was definitely successful for Hagen.
Man, just seals the deal again, just checking towards the last bit. Low forward into fireball. The classic Street Fighter staple. Moving on to the loser semifinals is Hazdero. Big ups to Hagen. A very, very close match, to be quite honest with you. Very enjoyable match.
Great work.
And it's not even going to stop there. Kusanagi versus Seoul Vng. Another enjoyable match, without a doubt, because we have one of the most explosive players coming in from the Central America West region against Seoul Vng, who had taken down one of his own students through ways of Uriel Velorio. I almost said Uriel. Uriel Velorio. Question for you, David.
Hey.
Kusanagi, definitely going to go with the Sakura. Seoul, is it going to be the Seth or the Luke? I like the Luke personally.
I'm not sure. Maybe the Seth could be useful. There's some tools there that could take away some of what Sakura likes to do in terms of fireball, anti-fireball sort of stuff. Got some great pressure tools, great movement. Maybe a little tougher for Sakura to nail down. I'm sure they have a ton of experience against each other. The two players from Mexico City right here. And in looking up their match history on fgcombo.com, they have played a ton. They have played a ton. And very interesting results, because the results themselves almost tell two different stories, okay? So the last time that they played was in the Mexican World Warrior event, MX1. That was in July, last month. And in that, they played in the top 8. Seoul took it 3-2.
Damn.
Then they played in grand finals, and Kusanagi took it 3-2, 3-2. So hard to get any closer than that. But when it comes to their overall match history, Seoul has a 62% win rate.
Damn.
62% win rate versus Kusanagi.
Can we talk
How
about the character
that?
usage too in these matchups, right? Minot, 34% of the time?
Yeah, he's been all over the place for sure over the years. But it's going to be Luke coming in here for Seoul.
And I like it. I do like the kind of options that he presents. Fireball for fireball could be pretty good, but
sure.
I think, again, from what it looks like, some might be a play. I don't know. He's going to be just fine. Yeah, the V-reversal, the V-shift break finds the mark against Kusanagi, turning it down a little bit. No anti-airs has been the problem a lot of the times. I think Kusanagi is there's just something about his ground game that intimidates so many players and stops them from paying attention to the air approach.
Yeah, I think that's very well put.
Oh
no, get the juggle, of course. Kusanagi has a huge life lead, and with that walk speed of that character, he could really walk almost all the way back and still threaten with Fireball pretty safely.
Forward walk speed, dangerous. Back walk speed, just as dangerous.
I mean, this character walks out of frame traps all day.
It's so nuts.
Oh, specific read again. Yeah, do they know each other? Yeah, for sure. In round number 2, you dash forward on a situation like that only against somebody you know well.
Uppercut, please. That could have been a good start, but either way. Seoul Vng.
Uppercut
You know,
comes against instead from Kusanagi.
Kusanagi heard it from me instead. Oh, boy.
There
we
it
go.
is.
Do it again.
Not there, though. He did block the low. Seoul's got those 2 red bars. They're flashing. They're ready to go.
How many times have you gotten away with without anti-air, David?
Guess what? Guess what, Jeremy?
I don't want to guess anything.
It happened again as Kusanagi takes game number 1. Yeah, you're right. That was a huge problem for Seoul.
Considering the amount of life that Kusanagi had left, those 3 anti-airs that he let slip could have been game for him already.
Could have been big. Could have been big. Yeah. That is something to absolutely pay attention if you're him right now. Thinking about why, what went wrong.
But there's something to be said about Kusanagi's ground game.
Yeah,
Again,
you're right.
I'm going to reiterate it. It's just so intimidating to focus on that. Oh, you could use that tool against him.
Right.
You make him focus on the ground game. Kusanagi gets thrown off. Seoul finds a way to jump in to start the second game. What? Raw flash knuckle.
Let's go.
Oh, crosscut DP.
Yeah, all right. Seoul's looking good. Oh, that was genius. And he kind of let Kusanagi take the turn, but maybe feeling comfortable?
I also would have liked... Oh, man, any sort of conversions to the EX flash knuckle, please. Just fine either way. Didn't want to spend the bar, and I get that.
It looked to me like he was backing off, kind of looking for the jump, but he was still really paying attention to the ground as well. So a really great end of the round right there by Seoul.
Good conversion. That was an excellent counter hit route that he took. Pretty much the only one from that range that he could have taken, right? Oh. Low still. Oof. And I like that solution.
Okay.
What an interruption.
So good at finding those. Kusanagi will get the corner. Oh.
Trigger 1 still on deck for Seoul. Getting activation. Air to air instead of uppercut. We'll take
that was
it.
jump strong. Interesting.
David, I'm about to rip your arm off.
Oh no! Kusanagi on the ground approaches. There's the jump, and
Yes,
Seoul
that's it,
knew it, and he's gonna get the game on it. Oh.
All right, all past sins have been forgiven.
Right, yeah.
All past sins have been forgiven in the religion of Street Fighter.
That was so good. That was awesome,
He has absolved himself from any wrongdoings. He is now the Luke again for the Central America region.
Sometimes when you see like a late anti-air DP into super, the super will whiff. So I like that. If you're trying to maximize what your damage potential is, that jump early strong is one way to do it. That was cool.
Gonna make him think twice about the air game. Or will it trigger him a little bit more to be like, you know what? I don't think that was real.
Oh yeah? Check out this other jump.
I got a sharper jump this time.
You can't make me sit still.
And we see it. Kusanagi pressing a little bit more on wake up. A little antsy to get this counter going. I think his pride might have been hurt. His pride might have been hurt on that one. That last segment that we saw from Seoul might have struck a chord against Kusanagi.
This is going to be with grab range. Yeah! Oh, wow. Wow.
Two back-to-back wake-up options. Kusanagi blowing up sky-high. Seoul Vng with a perfect. You rarely see that against someone like Kusanagi. It's all downhill from here.
Oh. Okay, it's not a perfect. Yeah. Seoul did not take the jump, the opportunity Kusanagi wanted him to.
Oh. This is the Kusanagi we like to see now with full composure. Man, we talked about that ground game getting blown up. Seoul with a ton of depth. Oh, dear Lord.
Jeez. Anti-air is not quite there. He's got the activation point, though.
Look at how much space he creates between himself and his opponent off of the thermobaric block screen, but Kusanagi's still finding a way in already. Can't press a button. That down forward roundhouse is killer.
Just before that, we saw a lot of wake-up buttons out of Seoul. We saw a lot of just very active buttons in general. It's not something you tend to see against Kusanagi, as people are a little afraid of his up-close game. But Seoul was not. Maybe now he will be.
Ooh. Checking the movement. I like that from Seoul Vng. Opts not to spend the meter, but still gets to throw. That's the one I'm liking. Yeah, you know.
Okay! Yes, he called it out. He's going to get the full-on jump. And this is either going to be stun or one hit or grab. Yeah, for the round. Challenge!
He still pressed the button after a plus range scenario. Kusanagi, you madman.
That's the guy.
That is the guy. Move it.
Oh, yeah. 2 red bars spent. Absolutely get out of there. Love it. No! Oh, he's in trouble. He is in trouble here as Kusanagi is going to get big pressure up close.
Oh, trying to take advantage of that dash speed. Forcing a button out of Soul. No dice, though. He's not biting.
That actually gave trigger to Soul right there. That fireball. This is going to be the threat.
Yes.
Yep, exactly that.
Kusanagi needed to be really conscious about that.
Exactly that. He almost always confirms, and he did not this one time, and Kusanagi pays for it big time. 2 games to 1 for Soul.
Send help. Kusanagi, he had it. He had the hit.
He did have
The
the
low
hit.
forward. Man. But there was like things even before that. He had the slight life lead. I think he wanted to like ensure it with the fireballs, but either way, like no matter what outcome you were thinking about, that was going to lead to you losing the life lead, right? You chip him out, it's like, all right, now I have a slight life lead, but he has V-trigger.
Exactly.
Well, he has thermal barrack from full screen.
Exactly
You're going
right.
to be eating a lot of chip, brother. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's too much dip for your chip, to be honest.
Gone back to the lobby. Now, again, he's told us that Kage is a character that he could use. I would be surprised if there's a switch here.
I don't know what Kage covers that Sakura.
I mean, that's just how-
the question from day one.
Yeah, that's like how I feel about the character, just like in general. Like that's just like the blanket statement. I'm not sure what he does. Maybe a couple things, I guess, but not much better than Sakura. And as the matchup goes, I would not think that he has a better time than Sakura. But hey, for Kusanagi, look, he came into this as one of the favorites for the weekend. Absolutely. This is a guy who, again, in terms of last year and his results, he got 2nd place and 1st place in the CPT events in this region. And, you know, for him to go out right here, it's not the kind of weekend he was hoping for. This is the one chance to qualify via the Capcom Pro Tour. Now, again, there's also the World Warrior as a way to get through. But if you're going to get through in the Capcom Cup, you don't have 2 chances this year through the CPT. You only got the 1.
And just a reminder, the person who's been taking the top spot for the World Warrior is also the person that put him into losers in the first place. Totokai,
Yeah.
pretty much grabbing the reins and taking advantage of like, the whole World Warrior project or program. He's just been dominating everybody in that. No surprise that we see him in the winners finals. But either way, Soul, Kusanagi, we're seeing how this plays out. The confirm there, yeah, the counter hit. Big conversion from Kusanagi. Just the jump off from Soul, nice and subtle.
Just taking his turn there as Soul. Not overextending. Man, okay.
Moves it again. Firing away with the counter poke, and he just moves him so far forward. Woo! Look at that.
All the way to the corner.
Yeah, that Avenger covers a lot of ground.
Patience. He would have taken the grab. He anti-aired.
With a button.
He sure did.
With the button. Not even like crouching heavy punch. With the roundhouse. Oh.
Yo. Oh, boy. Oh, he still got super. Gets through. That's
Here's
a
one
significant life lead now.
Man.
Kusanagi, man. What are you doing?
That's going to go full screen. Yeah, it's charged. You could chip. you could.
You
I
could.
mean, I'm pretty sure you see the checkmate scenario. You run, shoulder tackle, and it's chip damage.
For match point. Here against Kusanagi.
And I was going to say, you know, I do like the amount of meter Kusanagi has, and I don't blame him for firing off EX Fireball, because that would have been, like, the big advantage.
Yeah.
But Soul, 2 steps ahead. He's had the right reads on Kusanagi majority of the set, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And he's, well, okay, just as I was about to talk about his ground game, Kusanagi comes in with the crush. And jumping out.
You know what I'm thinking about? Kage could stop those jump outs. Cross-cut uppercut.
Yeah, okay. Soul trying to be active, but Kusanagi's right up there.
Cross frames, the throw mix, you know it. Kusanagi fighting for his life on the streets of Shadowloo base. Gets a round up.
It started from that crush in neutral, and then once you had the corner, it all looked good. But again, for Soul, his neutral game has really been great a lot of this set, especially the last couple of games.
That's a great time. Go ahead.
He's really had control of kind of like this 1/3 screen range where Sakura oftentimes does like to be. Stand light kick and the like. Yeah, stand roundhouse. Hey.
Stand medium punch is the answer.
It sure was. Wake up jump! But knocking from there on the crouching medium kick.
Still gets to back himself up with the charged flash knuckle. It wasn't charged, it was the V-skill enhanced version, excuse me. But nonetheless, still, checking the loads, but not the confirm he wants. Seoul now pushes Kusanagi into his corner. Can't let him go for free.
Didn't take his turn there just in case of DP. The Seoul backed off a little bit, very even in life. Is that close enough? No, not quite, not quite.
There's so many player-based reads going on just in these couple of instances between the two. Oh boy.
Challenge! No, 2 chances for Seoul. Didn't get anything out of him. He continues to control with that thermal barrack though. Again! Kusanagi will not stop challenging.
Uppercut! Oh dear lord.
But at least
You're dead! You're dead! The #1 prospect eliminated from the Capcom Pro Tour. Seoul is on a hot streak, taking it down with the secondary Luke.
He played great. He really did. He did have anti-airs. He did control the ground a lot. After that first game, I loved so much of what we saw out of him. I mean, it's not like Kusanagi was ever completely out of this thing, with the exception of that one perfect. But boy, when I saw that read right there, that forward dash, I knew that this was going to be a battle between 2 people who knew each other's tendencies really well.
And I'm glad the replay actually caught wind of that that moment right off the bat too, because it's just so important when we talk about on paper matchups with characters, but it's even more important when you have that read. You saw it pretty much play off towards the later half of that set in terms of like game 3. Like Seoul, he was intentionally dropping stuff to bait out a possible EX uppercut against Kusanagi, but for the most part, again, this is what led to that moment in general. Kusanagi was trying to fight back so much out of that corner and trying to shake off the mental stack from that perfect in game number 3. But as you can see here, Kusanagi did get that initial round, but just ran into the normal crouching medium kick. Wasn't able to instill the fear that he had done so against his other opponents with the ground game.
Yeah, that was huge. The fact that he didn't get free forward movement was gigantic. And shut down right there at the very end. So you see what the matchups are now in our top 4. We have in winners finals, as we have had for a while, Todokai versus RH MJ Gamma. And then loser semis, Raptor 5 Hasdero versus Seoul VNG. 2 folks who have been making a deep losers run for a long time at this point continue to do so.
No, I like the pace that the loser side has set currently. I'm glad it's not 3-0s all across the board. We're starting to see a lot of these player matchups come out to full force, right? But we are going to get into that losers final spot and eventually to the grand finals real soon. But speaking of soon, we have a lot more to come in the realm of Street Fighter with Street Fighter Duel, the Capcom authorized mobile game currently available for download in China, with a global version coming very soon. Street Fighter Duel is the epic legend that is reborn on mobile. Be sure to download it now, and let's fight for each other to join the millions of players to become the best fighter.
We also got new tracksuit costumes. You guys know about that. You know how this works. The event's winning character is going to unlock all those colors the following Tuesday. So here's what we've seen so far. We have had Luke, Falk, Dalsim, Jury, Cody, Bison, aka Dictator, Balrog, Colleen, and then Bison, aka Balrog, aka the Boxer. Those have been unlocked so far. In this so far, remaining, I should say, we have characters like Sakura, Cammy, we have Cody, Cammy, we have Akira remaining, and we have Seth maybe as well.
Seth, yeah. Potentially.
One of those could be it. Yeah, exactly. So, hey, whichever one you're rooting for, make sure you keep an eye on the remaining top 4, and we'll see which one indeed comes out on top. That's, in fact, what we're going to be doing in just a little bit. But first, we're going to go to a short break. Make sure that you stick around.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
So then, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine.
Oh, we caught him in action! Reeled back in his seat. He's like, if this is your first time tuning into Street Fighter League, where have you been? We've been waiting for you.
It's Street Fighter League.
Looks like I can have a little fun now.
We're about to take you on a mad, wild journey.
Oh my God. I was actually in awe.
Street Fighter League is coming to see who is the best in the world. And I'll tell you right now, it's only the beginning.
I will fight you.
Oh, wow, gotcha. Oh, that is really unfortunate. You saw that exchange right there. We've seen Sakonoko whip punish it a couple of times, but the jump bags, Kino stealing it all back from Gachiku. You can't jump in the corner. What are you doing? Oh!
Oh my God, just 1 second left and it runs
so
out the
clutch.
Just teasing, just lots of tea. Get the kettle warmed up.
And he gets the stun. That was nasty.
It's even more an international players ball. We're getting players from all over the world. And I said it before, but we're getting the best players here to show you guys off.
No time to be wasted.
I think there's gonna be more than enough to jump in.
There's no escape.
That was actually perfect.
That was actually ridiculous. Can I get the digital scissors on that?
Let's begin.
Look, if you're at home watching, please know that you're watching history right now. Best players in the world. This is a dope set of Street Fighter.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking for the pinnacle of Street Fighter V, look no further.
Sometimes I hunt for this.
Look at the crowd going mad. Oh my God, that's gonna do it. Gachiku got it. He is your champion.
Hold up.
Hell yeah.
Oh
no.
Whips. What was that?
Flip that. Was that the
That was so sick.
He is your back-to-back champion. Ladies and gentlemen, the new guard takes out the legend. This one is where dreams are made.
I said USA invades the stage.
And I cannot express how much this means to recall.
But this morning I chose to wake up. Everything. There's no escape. Anything. Everything. That's why I'm ready. Let's do this. Bring it on. It's not enough. Let's party. Everything. Tell them I'm ready for anything.
You have just tuned in to the culmination of years of work.
Rush the other way. Somebody call an ambulance. Not for me, but for you.
Is the best, without a doubt, Street Fighter V player in the world.
So don't you ever think you're gonna let me down. Whoa, swear right now I'm ready to fight.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. As it's Ultra David on commentary. Somehow, despite how old I am,
What
as I was
was
just
that?
accused of by my friend Jeremy here, I have made it yet again into a top 4. As have our remaining 4 players. We've just seen that in this top 4, we're going to have in winners finals, Todokai hanging out versus MJ Gamma. And then in loser's side, Hasdero versus Seoul Vng. Oh boy, I'm managing to do it anyway, despite my age.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, despite all that, talking about the age, you know, I think the average age of the top 16 and top 8 was well above 30.
That may be right, actually. Yeah, MJ Gama is, I think, my age, but I believe Todokai is quite a younger guy.
Hasdero is also up there as well. What, 36?
Yeah, there you go.
Doesn't even look like it from his profile picture.
You can't tell. You know, sometimes you find out that somebody's 39 and you're like, wow, 39? You look great, David.
Damn, you're 39. I genuinely didn't know. I forgot how old Gama was too. Like, it's so ambiguous.
There you go.
But the fact of the matter
38.
is,
Okay, all right.
these cats are still kicking. They're still pressing buttons.
They
right?
sure are.
Like, age hasn't really slowed down anybody in the realm of Street Fighter.
No. Yeah, and that won't happen for many years, in my opinion. I mean, the thing with getting older is that the older you are, the more likely that you're just going to run into like some random injury or something's going to happen that's going to take you out of the game.
Mm-hmm.
You have responsibilities or whatever it may be. But if you can avoid injury and if you can juggle things well in your life, then I don't see a reason why you can't be still playing for many years to come.
And you have the utmost advantage when it comes to like the competition too, because you've seen so many different fighting games and have picked up so many different like types of fundamentals and know what to expect for like the next one and the next one. It's like,
true.
you know, like characters or players like Sakunoko has done the same thing, right?
Absolutely
Being
right.
a vampire savior god, he knows exactly what to do when it comes to execution and finding out how characters work.
Totally.
And with Daigo, he's been in so many different scenarios and so many different fighting games. He finds the solutions pretty much off the bat, like initially, like off the rip. He's like, he sees this matchup, it's like, oh, I've seen this
It's
archetype
like
before.
I've done, yeah, exactly, yeah. And Gama definitely has a lot of that as well. That said, at 27, Todokai has had a lot of experience too. I mean, we've been talking about this player and how in the past he's done well in events here, in the CPT, and in other events as well. He's somebody that, if you've at all been paying attention to Street Fighter V, you've had your eye on for a long time. But for him to make it into winners finals here, and especially to have done it by making that 3-0 over Kusanagi, I feel like this is a big moment for him to really finally come out on top.
Yeah, especially with a pocket character at that, with Cody. I know there was a conversation on social media about the difference between talent and hard work. I think Todokai actually embodies both, right?
Sure.
He's a very talented individual, and he's put in the work with this side character to figure out what he needs to do to take out the #1 seed. That is not an easy feat, right? Kusanagi has been running rampant for the Central America West region for years, and to see it blown up in this particular fashion from Todokai is pretty impressive.
Yeah, his previous year's results were 9th place at CPT Central America West #1 and then 7th at the second. So he did make that top 8 the second time, but you know, 7th is not at all where he is right now. At least top 3. With a W here, he's into that top 2. He's into that grand finals. He's already in the money. Again, $5,000 split between those top 4. But really what the big prize is here is that first place will get that ticket to the Capcom Cup, and that's what he's looking for. His opponent here in this match, in this winners finals, MJ Gama, has been there, right? I mean, has qualified for that is what I should say, having in the last year taken the very first CPT Central America in this region.
As much of a fan and friend I am of MJ Gama, I think on paper with the current matchup at hand, I think Cody is a pretty good character to use against someone like Cammy. Specifically running maybe like V-Skill 1 and Trigger 1. That'd be pretty neat, right? Or even like, I would love to see like the pipe against like anti-air as an anti-air option more often than not. But overall, I think, you know, on paper, I think Cody might be the play against MJ Gama. I think this is the one time where Todokai is going to upset both the number 1 and #2 seed for the Central America region. That's just a hunch, obviously.
Well, if you're Todokai, there's no better way to get the W here than to do it beyond, you know, past both Kusanagi and MJ Gama, right? As you said, the top 2 folks that people were looking at. That's a hard road. It's a very difficult path, but there's just really no debate at that point. If you were to be able to do that, to make it through that, you're the best in the region right now. So that's potential upside for him. Again, it's going to be tough to do to make it through here. We haven't seen his Urian today. We did see the Urian yesterday, and it looked good. I mean, of course, it made him get through into winner's side top 8.
Pretty convincingly at that.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it plays out. We got the 2 ready to go, Todokai versus Gama. That Cammy play has been changing up the pace a good amount. Like, we've seen 2 different styles of Gama thus far. I will say there have been really spontaneous moments as to when he wants to dash up. Again, we talked about that robbery from the first quote that Hagen had against Gama. Then we saw the very patient play within range. We talk about that medium kick, again, getting so much mileage out of that
he definitely
normal
did.
in that particular matchup. We'll see which side of Gama comes to play today.
What do we got? Urian to start out. The greasy green Urian comes back into play for this winners finals from Todokai.
All I'm thinking about is which way is he going to throw those buttons north? Is it going to be like the back roundhouse to get some of these anti-airs? Is it going to be the Quarrel Punch? I'm only thinking about the airborne approach because I think
huge.
Uriel is phenomenal on the ground already. Having a fireball, a very large medium kick at both ends, standing and crouching.
Sure.
And of course, getting some of those conversions leaves a lot of the pressure afterwards.
But you're right. A huge part of this match is going to be how he deals with Gamma trying to jump through the sky. So far, 2 jumps. So far, no anti-airs. The third is anti-air. Looking for break. And Todokai patient. Does not want to give in to just throwing a fireball. Could be EX spiral arrow. There it is.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for it. Figure that's like the one thing you're looking for is a misplaced metallic sphere. Yep, anticipating the dive kick. Good read on Gamma's end.
Yeah, absolutely. Pressuring a little bit, taking some life, but Gamma's back into town.
Yeah, you notice that he can't throw a metallic sphere anymore because of the threat of trigger. He still has one more. Actually, one confirmed could lead into that critical art.
I worry about going up into the sky as well. Oh boy.
Oh, he's fishing.
He's looking for, he's the wants that super. Oh no!
We'll take it. 100% we'll take it. Todokai, I'd imagine. Oh!
He lives!
Jump short.
Plus frames. And patience by Gamma. Now neither one has the easy way. Yeah!
Oh, yeah. You know what that
Okay.
was, by the way? You know, actually, if Gamma had gone for the uppercut route into critical art, it would have killed. Because you're only taking the first part of the roundhouse drill. You're adding scaling and a little bit of, you're tacking on a little bit of extra damage. He could have killed like with the other route. But anyways, even before that, Todokai could have gone into tackle into, I think, trigger. Did he not have trigger before that?
I believe he did.
I'd imagine that's what he wanted.
Into the corner now is MJ Gamma. Just waltzes up for the grab. Ooh. So here it comes.
Oh, yeah. Stand light kick.
Hey! Todokai with the punish. He's got Oki yet again. Gamma's in trouble all of a sudden.
Oh,
Gamma's still in trouble. Trying to chase and maybe a little bit overzealous right there as Gamma will get the punish for the round.
Yeah, Todokai went for the fancy stuff. You see him go for the stand medium punch. It did counter hit. He wanted to get a block string going with the knee pressure afterwards, but he could have just gone into any cancel, really. Other than that.
I'm impressed at how well Gamma uses the V reversal that Cammy has. We have not seen it blocked once in all of the top 16 or top 8.
High success rate. Dear God. We talk about anti-airs. I forget that he is one of the best ones in the game.
Oh, that down Pierce? Yep.
Woo! My mistake. Excuse me.
That's exactly what every Uriel player is looking for. Wow! Stolen turn, but Gamma waltzes up for the punish. Not punish, but a grab into the corner.
Out of there.
Okay. Spends the armor. So now it could be, yes, and it is going to be mirror. There it is! There it is again! What? And he knew it would follow up. Will he get killed? No, not quite. He needs one more. And he may not want to spend the hit. Hold on. Gamma! Oh, Todokai finds the hit off the mirror. That last maybe 20 seconds or so, beginning with the mirror and then the backdash to get at least a little bit of a punish against the V-reversal into all sorts of tricks and control was fantastic from Todokai.
I'm thinking back at it. I think if he let the V-shift rip and just like avoid that mirror altogether, the second one, I think it would have been just fine. But he committed to the V-shift break. Penalized for it severely. Oh! I get so nervous when I see Cammy in the air.
Right.
Ooh. What a whip punish.
He's been seeing the crouching pierce at that exact spot. He's looking for it here. Here we go. Gamma's in huge trouble.
Do it again.
Great tech. Now Gamma's got a lot of work to do.
It's just a matter of how can you get this open, and it's such an uphill struggle.
Is that in time? Beautiful.
But what happens now?
He's still got it activated, and there's no armor to worry about. So he's got the corner.
You see Todokai kind of showing off his hand there. He's willing to jump back for some of these anti-air approaches, but Gamma getting a ton of health.
He's got super.
Ooh, that could have been it if he had just let the standing medium punch rip, if he believed in it. But then again, it could have been, you know, he was charging. Todokai was down charging. Could have been EX headbutt. So I get it. understand, brother.
Jeez. Todokai is making so many great reads, both on his offense and on his defense.
Oh, too far to make a conversion off of the crouching medium punch. If it was counter hit, maybe. Predictable.
Just nothing's for free. You could tell. Gamma, everything he finds is earned. Todokai is doing a great job at so many of these spots.
Oh. Ooh. Tang medium kick, again, the tool of choice when it comes to outspacing someone like Uriel. But I feel like Uriel could pretty much do the same thing with his own medium kick. Oh boy! The dive in.
Oh, no mirror. Medium afterward though, and there's how you deal with it.
So smart. Good awareness. You know what we haven't seen from Gamma yet? A V-Skill 2. I don't think we're going to see it. Oh!
He
thought he had it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was very close. So now Todokai can't really do too much. If he does
activate raw trigger.
Activate. Right? Well, hold on.
Just does it off of a block string. Now he really can't do much.
No, it's very tough right now.
Don't do
But
it.
he's got his own super and 18 on the clock. It's still doable. For him, he put himself just a little bit too far. It was almost at exactly the spot where it's fine, but boy, that was pixels away.
Yeah, just at the tip, it would have been, you know, not punishable. If anything, probably plus, but he gets another round to play with either way. Gets the charge up. No, he gets punished for it. Not bad. Gamma does get the forward throw. Critical art on deck for Todokai. I'd imagine there has to be some sort of EX tackle that comes through because we haven't seen that as an option to bust through yet. Well,
tried it.
It's one. Maybe like two in general.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that was
It
the
definitely
second
has
attempt.
come out, but not often.
Yeah. Oh. Not bad. Not bad.
Gamma patient. However, getting pushed slowly into the corner. Yeah, there's been the bread and butter for him. Walking up a little bit, medium kick, walking backwards.
Ooh. Oh, what a whiff finish. Just firing away with that medium punch. Up in the air, too, very early.
Yeah. Hey, Todokai.
Tippy tapping on the toes, checking the movement yet again with a low medium kick. Still quadruple time over. Gamma now gets the offensive pressure forward throw. He gets to do it again. Oh no, he backs away. The trigger on deck, forcing Todokai to make the error.
What a tech.
And he commits to it. Yes, sir. Gamma sniped it out midair, punishing the coral kick.
It's a scary situation for Todokai. Of course, you know, down in life, you got to make something happen. Time is not like immediately almost over, but like it's pretty close to running out at this point, and you're just running out of time where you can move forward. Gamma's shown that he's happy to walk backwards in this set and in his previous sets too. Think back to his previous match that he had versus Hagen and how many of those rounds went down to timeout or very nearly to timeout. So Gamma is happy to play that style. That's totally fine with him. And I totally understand why Todokai would try to make it happen right there. Now, back to character select. Do you think it's the Cody time?
I'm going to say yes, considering what had just happened. I think there's just a little bit more of a presence he needs in neutral. He's been getting blown up a good amount of times, too, via like the airborne approach. He has found his moments with crouching heavy punch, but then there's moments where Gamma had like readjusted and punished him for it. Like he'll do like jumping medium punch a little bit early, or he'll space out his dive kicks a little bit further out. I think there's ways to get around that with Cody a little bit more consistently via V-Skill 1. But we'll see how that plays out. I think that Uriel wasn't too bad, though.
No.
So I don't know if he wants to risk it just yet.
It's not like a requirement that he switch. Yeah, I don't think that his Uriel was doing badly.
I think there's going to be one more Uriel and then possibly a switch.
Okay. What do we got? Uriel it is. Back to that greasy green.
I feel like you're projecting. I think you actually like it.
Well, you know me. I try to choose the colors that I think are the ugliest, so I probably would, in fact, be playing this. Yeah.
Into the third game, Gamma versus Todokai. I didn't know his hair actually matched. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, thought he had the punish.
Oh.
Just like that.
For that grab?
If he literally guesses, yeah. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like, if you force the grab, you have to get the tech because you can option select still for the stun.
Okay.
Todokai.
Well, big time chase, but any button almost is gonna do it.
Medium kick preferred, no whiff punish on the crouching heavy punch. You knew he was going for the activation. Todokai wasn't ready for it. That's fine. He'll take that.
Hey!
That's fine. Not bad.
No, it's still a lot of work to do.
You need at least like 4 more touches. Ah, yes, the good old roundhouse. I don't know why I say back roundhouse, but it is indeed just roundhouse.
But he did that so fast.
You just gotta press it.
Yeah.
Ooh. Onto the other side. You know, he would have been. He actually can't get blown up by EX headbutt by that. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, the lack of invincibility on EX headbutt nowadays. Still throw in ball.
They didn't need to do that to him.
No,
Anyways.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. Still a good character, but I'm with you. Here's the kind of style that Gamma has often had, staying away.
Yeah, there's a lot of normals coming up from the side of Totokai prior to the exchanges with Metallic Sphere. He was trying to occupy a lot of space, but now MJ Gamma has found his opening. Now has figured out Totokai. He's not pressing as many buttons in neutral as he was a couple of seconds ago.
And jumping forward is not something he's been going to.
Not once, yeah.
This was the first time, I think.
Again and again.
Away, maybe looking for activate. But yeah, back to this rangy game where Gamma's happy to be on the other side.
Yeah, I'm thinking to myself, you know, Totokai might have been able to just kind of like walk forward and get it in or get in for free. But now he has to worry about this trigger.
And he definitely wants to hold on his own trigger. He does not want to bring out V-Rev right now.
But if he could find that hit, that'll be more than enough. He's a little bit antsy for it. You could tell. And then Gamma cleaning it right up. All tied up, one apiece from both rounds and games. Yeah, let's kind of talk about that. Totokai could have been in control prior to throwing out that Metallic Sphere. They need to be a little bit more cognizant of when their opponents build up their trigger. I think he could have just walked up in his face, but either way, MJ Gamma now initiating. Oh, yes! I love seeing that a little bit more often than not. Just throw it out there.
There it is. Gonna get the nice juggle. Gonna get Oki. There, yeah. Guaranteed V-reversal spot.
Minor delays, the purposeful delays with the normals. Gamma now opening up Totokai from that insane counter hit sequence. And now it's just more canny things. Dash up twice. The back throw, stun and kill. Or kill, I think.
Looking for V-reversal. Didn't come this time. Didn't get the bounce. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
This time, yes. There's no EX meter on Gamma's side. He's stuck. No, he didn't. Well, it worked out for Totokai, but boy, it could have been solved a little bit earlier than that. He just probably already had it in mind as to what to do. And
yeah.
Hey, it worked out for him, though.
That was very lucky. If we had slowed that down, too, for that last instance, Totokai could have got uppercut off of that knee drop. But I like the situation he presented. He should have been prepared for the option select, right? There could have been an opportunity for him to either like force the throw mix, and if the backdash happens, he did land the crouch medium punch for sure, but he still gets to maintain the charge too, because you don't have to commit to a direction when you're pressing that throw. We've seen that in like other levels of play as well. We've seen that example a good amount of times. It's so good, man. That standing medium punch occupies so much space.
Gamma in, causing havoc with the fruit. No whiff punish. Is that a chance? Not quite. Ooh. He's already got it. Already ripped. Here comes Gamma.
I love that. Uh-oh. Oh, the read?
Okay, sit still. Sit still is the message there by Gamma to Totokai.
What's funny, he's been using that tactic since 4. He's done that so many times. And it's worked out more often than not. It's like, you're not the only one that can charge in with a kick super or a kick move.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of it, you got that. Again, the EX carry attack will be -2. Big anti-air with a side switch.
Oh, yeah? Yep, it's at exactly the right spot.
Ooh. Out of there. No facing the repercussions of a blocked knee drop. Yeah, still trying to slowly sneak into Totokai, letting the Gray Life come back in. Taking his time. Pretty liberal with the Metallic Spheres, considering the amount of meter that Gamma has. I think he's forced. He wants Gamma to spend that meter, right? At this point?
Yeah, that might be the case.
Is this the Hulk?
Oh! Huge jump in by MJ Gamma. He's got the corner of the classic lights into throw.
It's smart hold. Oh boy. Okay, going in now. Oh!
Really challenged. Yo, grab. It did work. Is that going to punish? Not quite.
It is minus enough to get into the mix going. No, he was just well within range to get the jump back. But he still has another mirror.
Look at this time, 15. That jump was a risk.
Could he have anti-aired with the mirror?
Maybe. Could have surely had it there. And the challenge from Gamma.
Oh my God.
It's going to put us at 2 games apiece.
That's what I like to see. I didn't expect it to go anywhere with like X and O, really. From the loser's point, I felt that they were going to go the distance, and I'm glad that that came to fruition. A lot of back and forth between the two.
Yeah. And at this point, I don't expect a switch. I would be surprised if we saw Todokai switch away from Uriel. Yeah, he's right back in. 2 games apiece, final game in winners finals.
And I love Gamma exhibiting the kind of patient style or the life lead gameplay that he wants to use when he actually has it, and then throws people off guard by throwing in like maybe like an EX spiral or even like a standing medium.
He's tricky and neutral. Hard to get a read on where he's going to move next.
I like that. Back medium punch, still covering that option. As late as that was. Nope, no knee drop here. Slight punish, not a big deal.
We get back to that spot where Gamma has been just so happy to hang out.
Oh, whew. Yeah, he's hanging out a lot with his homie standing medium kick.
Yeah, best buds.
Since day one. Ooh. The delay that actually could have worked. Off of the counter hit. Oh boy.
Tried to be too active. Now that does give Todokai the trigger.
Oh, no anti-air.
Right.
I'll take that.
Yeah, I think Gamma's happy about that.
He flinched for the second one out of all of them. Plus frames after that. Yeah, that's an excellent time at V-reversal. Doesn't really need it.
Oh! It's not over. Okay, is he gonna get there in time?
My
Todokai
God!
Puts himself at match point to get into grand finals on what a sick read.
How many dashes was that? Was that 2 or 3?
I think it was 2, but I don't even remember. All I'm looking at in my mind's eye is that dash up, crouching fierce at the end. Genius.
These guys can play. That is a phenomenal read from Todokai. I like that. A slight delay, back throw, get back here. In front of his face. Hey, not bad. Gamma, actually, for Todokai, just takes a throw. Oh, this is where it gets kind of sloppy now.
All the way to the corner. Oh, but just like that, it's Gamma who chose to get the offense. Chose to try to get... He's out of the corner.
Hey, not bad. Also force out the EX fireball position.
The high one comes. Now here comes Trigger.
Oh,
it's a punish! No!
He wasn't ready, David. He wasn't ready. He's ready for the
first
block,
overhead
though.
shoutouts to Gamma on the defense. Staying alive.
No BGs. Gamma does have full critical art. Todokai, you see Gamma buffering away. Todokai can't throw out any sort of metallic spheres. He can throw that out, though.
Trigger. Got it. Maybe trying to react to something. It wasn't there. And Todokai is going to find his crouching medium kick after Cammy landed from the dive kick. What a great game number 5 out of Todokai, making his way into the grand finals.
I had that feeling, David, during the pregame talks. I had a feeling Todokai was going to take it through. However, I did not anticipate it via ways of Uriel. That is an even bigger statement than what we proceeded with. I think, just overall, his reads is what really, really paid off. A couple of things that were shaky at the course of the beginning starts of the match, but it was pretty much down to the wire, like 1-1, 2-2.
Sure. Yeah, 3-2 at the very end right there. Of course, Uriel's a character that we've all watched him largely play over the last, however many years at this point. It's a character he's best known for. But yeah, you're right. Considering that his Cody looked so great in the previous set that he played versus Kusanagi, where he 3-0'd Kusanagi, I wouldn't have been surprised either to have seen him run through on that character. But by the time it came down to that final game right there, I really thought that he was going to stick with Uriel for that game 5. It just seemed like it was committed to it, clearly knew the matchup well. Very interesting decisions on both sides.
Oh,
Look at that. Look at that.
You even saw Gamma trying to fight his way out with a medium kick too. Oh, and just good anticipation for the dive kick,
Yeah, Yeah, at the end of both of those rounds, it was really his movement that is what took it for him. It was the backdash outside of dive kick range and into the whiff punish, and it was the forward dashes into the crouching fierce that put himself into the spot where he could get that juggle in the first place. So big reads on movement right there from Todokai again, putting himself into grand finals and doing it in such a way as to make it through the two players that many of us were talking about before this event, Kusanagi and MJ Gama, the two players who qualified for the CPT finals from this region last year. Two favorites coming into this thing.
That is a pretty big deal. Again, Todokai pretty much breaking the glass ceiling that stopped him from getting into the top 8 in the first place, is now looking at the most favorable position in the tournament, obviously from the winner's side of grand finals through ways of both an impressive and dedicated Uriel and I think even more impressive Cody taking out the #1 seed. But that story is pretty much on pause for now. We still have another match to go through. Hasdero versus Seoul Vng. Both of these players having a very phenomenal run from their loser side, playing out of their minds, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really good stuff, I think, for both. I like the matchup between these two. I think this is two players who have had, in some cases, really interesting movement-heavy play styles, very interesting reads up close sometimes. And when they've played in the past, interesting to see that over the last, let's see, 2020, 2021, 2021, and 2022, Seoul Vng actually has a 100% win rate versus Hasdero. The last time that they played was actually last month in the World Warrior event here in Mexico 1.
That was in July, yeah.
That was in July, and Seoul Vng took it in the top 16, 2-1 over Hasdero.
Pretty impressive. One of the things I want to note is that obviously, you know, Hasdero and Seoul both have a pocket Luke. I don't want to see that matchup. I don't want to see a mirror match. I would love to see the counter pick. Obviously, like, you know, Akira versus Luke or Seth versus Luke. You know what I mean?
Sure. It would certainly be fun to see. That said, when it comes to mirror matches, I feel that the Luke one is one of the more interesting because that character has so many options that you can still, like, play this character differently, right?
He counters himself.
I mean, kind of, right? Like, you can make different choices than your Luke opponent and still be playing a really credible, strong game plan, whereas some mirror match are kind of janky. You know, both players have to kind of play the same way. It's just like it's a little less interactive, I would say.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's not what I'm going to expect here. It's probably not going to happen. Yeah. Falk actually is what's coming out here. Nobody saw that one coming. He didn't even tell us that was a potential option. Like, we always ask, like, what are the potential characters that we could see from you this weekend? This wasn't even mentioned.
I think he kept it under wraps just in case he might have mentioned it at the top of the show. Yeah. You know, like top 16, we did mention that he has a Falk.
Well,
you know, like, yeah. It's getting a little hot for very good reason. Falk is on board for Seoul Vng. Is it going to be enough to deter Hasdero from moving on? We'll see from the start. So far, there's been a lot of deterrence that Falk has in her arsenal to stop the tools that Akira has.
Yeah, I think this kind of makes sense thinking about that. This is a character that has even more range than Akira does, which is going to be a big hand up for him. And he'd be staying away. Oh, that said, sometimes if you expect your opponent's going to dash forward, you can get the solution right there. And Hasdero does.
It's your favorite combo of all time, dude.
It's so cool. Out here in Vegas outdoors.
That's a real place out here in Vegas. Just as real as the damage that you get from that conversion. Again, Falk has had so many good changes for her.
Oh, yeah.
Her damage has been so consistent.
Great character. Too far.
Oh,
that's what he was looking for, I think, before. So setting up V-skill, trying it out a little bit. Again, these huge range options.
Oh, that actually could have been critical if Saul had not committed to the shot in the air. Could have jumped down and punished Hasdero. There's so many instances where Hasdero has been whiffing a lot of normals and even special moves. But that one finds the mark, and that's a critical one at that because now he gets to control the pace, or so I thought.
Although it's pretty even in life, some of the movement choices we're seeing out of Hasdero, I think, are a little bit desperate. We'll see if that continues. Yeah, EXDP yet again.
That's character unfamiliarity, if you ask me.
Yeah, under it, and it is enough on back throw for Seoul Vng's Falk.
Very clean.
I don't have data on what the character match was when they played in July. I would love to know that. Was it something else? Again, Seoul's the one who took it 2-1.
You know, I think they do have that record over at CapcomProTour.com because they do have like the VODs for it too, if I'm not mistaken. I might be
a little bit of research here.
We'll get into that.
Gonna be tough to
another
do
way.
while actually commentating.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We'll worry about that another time. Seoul Vng again, making the big opening statement with the foul. Man, that is also very far. Very surprising. But doesn't actually get it off of the normal jump in. But I don't blame you. Yeah. I was going to say that's a throw bait, but it also covers V-shift. That V-trigger is so good. Watch out for the throw. Oh, it was a back throw instead for Hazero. Very lucky sequence. Yes.
Blocking then DP has actually been the go-to for Hazero rather than straight up anti-air.
Perfectly timed anti-air for Seoul Vng. Daigo coming in hot. On the other side, that's more than enough. Perfect combustion. I don't think that's what she actually says, but it sounds really close to it. Hazero firing on all cylinders for this next round.
He's trying to fire on as many cylinders as possible. The playstyle from this man right now is trying to be very active, trying to let nothing go by the wayside.
Yeah.
Look at these dashes, buttons.
I wonder if he could have been, oh boy. Super ambiguous? Yeah, even more so ambiguous is the throw mix after. You got the uppercut on deck from Seoul. A couple of shots ringing out from the skies.
Great spot right there by Hazero, just outside of the forward fierce.
Yeah, preoccupying that space again. Seoul was just kind of fishing for it. No throw bait. Hazero immediately went for the buttons, anticipating maybe a V-trigger. Woo! He still gets it!
That was amazing.
I thought he mistimed it.
Yeah, that low.
That crouching light kick actually gave him the, oh.
That's supposed to have been just the DP.
That's so dangerous. If you do it again.
Oh, come on.
You know, I could hear the button presses after that. Like after the jab work.
Mashing on those punches, for sure. Can't blame him.
Shoot the legs. Shoot the legs. Uh-oh.
Up from the sky.
That was such a sharp angle for you to even try that.
This is up on his shield. Unfortunate for Seoul. Misidentified that. Tries to jump out. Success? Into big damage. Into...
Oh, you tried to get a throw bait. I mean, you got a normal instead.
Yeah, he definitely... And there, no confirm. Seoul. It's not easy to do. I'm not going to tell you it's easy, but boy, at this level, you got to make these things happen. Misconfirms here and there.
From Daigo, the V-shift out of there. So smart.
Still?
The no mix-up mixed. Oh, little funky situation. I've never seen her float like that.
Again, giving up a chance at significant damage and Oki and corner control as Seoul backs off.
No shots charged up. There it is. Pursuing out for the V-skill a little bit. Oh
wow.
My God. Spontaneous combustion from the palms. Likely cause of death. Well, Hazero finding the big adaptations made against the Falk. I will say, Seoul has done a great job of still keeping Hazero honest, especially with the the ambiguous uppercut choices. But for the most part, I think he's got everything else covered. I think Hazero has done a great job of figuring out the defensive solutions or defensive options against something like Trigger 2 and making read-based choices like crouching jab instead of like waiting for that throw bait.
There's been a lot of great stuff on Hazero's side. That said, Seoul is definitely giving up quite a few opportunities in the missed confirms that we've seen.
Absolutely. A lot of damage left on the table.
Yeah, here it is.
We're talking about that normal too. Gotta go for the pole vault. Huh.
That's gonna hit, right? Yeah. No EX kickity kick? But what?
None. No EX kickity kick.
That's what you call it.
I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, mid-air! No, you need to fast for normal. That's fine. Yeah, that's a tough call.
Yeah.
That's such an awkward angle. Like trying to hit that dive kick. I've seen the four close it with that a good amount of times too. Good call from Seoul. Occupying the space yet again, checking the dash from Hazero. I don't think that's going to be an option he's going to be exercising again anytime soon. I might be wrong though.
Yeah. Oh yeah? Check this dash out.
Silly commentators. Ambiguous? Could have been an uppercut too.
That's really the range where Seoul wants to be. It's just at the tip of where Akira's buttons are going to work. Yeah, that it has a lot of whip recovery. I love the jump. We got Hazero now, pressuring in the corner. He starts it off.
Except Watch out. Hey, that's fine. You know, Soul can still do this.
Oh, yeah.
If he builds up enough gauge, or not. I don't recall latex being flammable, but Zero still finds a way to take the KO.
Huge round here. One of them goes up 2-1. And again, Zero doing a pretty good job at some of these moments of being outside of Fierce, outside of forward Fierce.
Yeah, and still also just talking about the character selection in general. I think Soul is just making such an interesting choice himself.
Yeah, I like the character choice.
Ooh, so scary! Just swiping away with that Fierce.
Yes.
Trying to chase down game. Soul, a little overzealous on that. Got caught gashing. Met up with the sweep instead. Right on time for Hazero. What is Hazero looking for now? Obviously a way in, but I think he's looking for trigger more importantly.
He's running out of time. Running out of life.
Yeah. That Visco 2 is going to hang out for the most
It's
part.
threatening.
He wants you to jump that. No, uppercut again. Seoul Vng actually had the bar to do it. Oh, that's such an interesting
Oh! Here's maybe the start of things.
But what do you do after this?
Well, after this, you're going to have point-blank pressure in the corner.
With 30 seconds left on the clock, yeah, he is plenty
Will
of
he
time.
set up? No, okay. No quick rise.
Nice two.
Ooh, he's really trying to make it happen.
He's trying to bait. He's trying to bait.
He will not give up. He's trying to find the moments. Knockdown. 15 on the clock now.
No charge shots. There it is. I was waiting for that purple hand to start glowing.
Well, that's got to be it. Yes. As soon as Hazero put himself close, there was really nothing else to be done. He didn't have V meter for V shift. He didn't have EX or EXDP. That was going to be that.
Not much to really do about it. I mean, he tried to force his way in, maybe get a counter hit or even catch something off guard. But that was a very, very big risk to take considering what Fall can do, especially with that charged purple hand, right? You get so much chip damage off of that. You get the stand medium punch.
Sure.
There's Gray Life, with the chip damage. Critical art, etc. 2 games to 1 for Soul. That was cool, but what else can you do after that?
Right, yeah, not into too much right there.
It was sick.
It was sick.
I sound like an old man. It's like, yeah, but what else?
What?
Like,
Yeah. Not impressed enough.
Give me more. Give me more Street Fighter.
Juggle it. Yes, nice.
Yeah, that was a good call. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah?
Oh, no, that's a bigger drop.
Ay, ay, ay. Another big chance, though.
Yes, elbow.
By the way, stun is a big problem here for Soul.
You know what's an even bigger problem, David? EX uppercut. Woo! Into kill.
Sure is. And Soul VNG at match point now.
He's like, I want you to guess. I'm not trying to be the one guessing. Especially with that, man. The start up on that is all sorts of funky. Ooh. Man, such a great tool. That stand heavy punch. Soul VNG gets to follow behind that V skill a little bit. Hazero, he understands he has to take his time, letting it dissipate, because the last time he tried to jump over it, he got pushed.
Yeah, he's playing really, really offensively right now. He's really just trying to move forward. And I mean, you got to at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, he was worried there about the XTC. Ooh, here it is.
Let's go, Daigo. Dash up. Look at the damage in there. Let's take a look at the meter as this goes on. It's like a little ad break, right? What happens here? One secret to Sun.
Maintaining the corner. Oh, okay, block.
But we can't do
now,
that anymore.
yeah, no, that's it. The resources are gone. And if Soul finds the right hit just like this.
Watch out. Oh, he did it again. Hazero press a button on wake up. Soul was anticipating anything else but that.
Yeah.
He really wanted to use that trigger as a punishment tool against Hazero's option. And Hazero went for the most dangerous one, in my opinion.
Maybe that's why it worked.
He also likes to live dangerously. Ooh. Find the mark, Soul just still trying to figure out what to do. The dive kick hasn't been contested too much. I think that's the 3rd time he's gotten away with it. Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're about. Don't be afraid.
Ready to go. Already here for Hazero.
That's the activation route.
Yes.
That is an excellent one. Elbow.
Confirm.
Dash forward. V skill 2. Gets the full sequence.
Yeah, you can kind of see in some of the hotel rooms up there. That's cool. Oh, that was a cross-up, it said! It said cross-up? Excuse me?
Yeah.
Hasdero ties it up.
Yeah.
2 games to 2 as we take another look inside the Golden Bullion. It is Hasdero making it happen.
You know, you had mentioned earlier no quick rise from that last sequence, which was the important factor of that setup. Like, you never want to be too antsy about what happens in that particular drop. Like, you have to wait for him to finish the combo, like, itself, or it goes with, like, the roundhouse ender, and you see that snap kick downwards, right? Other than that, do not press the button. I've seen so many LPN strategies on Twitter where he's blown up the entire thing for Akira.
No.
It's like, when you see that sequence, don't even try. Don't even try.
Final game. Back in with Falk.
Oof. Forward fierce is a killer. Neutral jump medium. Also a killer.
Great little chip series, Gray Life series.
Ooh.
But not punished.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's just these moments where Hasdero just gets it into his mind that he will not stop moving forward. And during those times, he actually loses quite a bit of life. It's the other moments when he settles it down a little bit, looks for the right spot. Yeah, just like this as he gets the DP. He finds the confirm. This is what we need to see out of Hasdero.
And it's just, man, you see how often he gets these scenarios that lead into big damage. Those are 2 touches, and look at how much of a comeback he makes off of that.
Absolutely.
Watch out. Oh, I got caught too. Oh, no! Watch out, he's looking for the activation.
That's it for the resources, though. Whereas Seoul is doing just fine. Trigger 2 means he needs to find an actual hit confirm, though. Can't just bring it out. 20 on the clock.
That's true.
And even those little counter pokes at this point, if they do come out, are going to be really important.
Oh,
It's not enough she doesn't get follow-up.
oh God.
Hasdero not giving anything to his opponent, making it a little tough for him.
Yeah.
Reacting with jump back, and just like that, it is match point now for Hasdero.
And I'm glad he wasn't passive about it. He wasn't just going to let time determine the victory. Took it in his own hands. He didn't want to get mixed. If there was a dive kick and he got blown up for it, he would have died. 100%. There's your kicky kick that you were looking
Kickity
for.
kick.
Kickity kick. Excuse me, I missed a syllable. 2 at that. Here we go. At the deficit. Hasdero just needs 1 touch, really. Or like a touch and a half. With trigger on deck, right? Oh, no. Okay, not bad.
Meterless. Interesting.
Ooh. It hurts. It hurts.
2 EX bars. Hasdero has been so good about finding his win for these hit confirms into trigger.
Woo-hoo.
Oh! Yeah, breaks.
I've never seen that. I rarely see that.
Really slowing it down here, Soul. Just wants to find this one last hit. Okay, okay.
He could have done it right there. That dash is not free. Oh, but you know what it is?
Just
The damage afterwards. Now you put him at throw mix-up.
That's exactly what came out. What? Still had to block? He put it all on the line right there. Soul ties it up. We're going down to the very final round.
I don't blame Hasdero for continuing to press buttons because if he had stopped pressing buttons, he would have been chipped for that. Although that doesn't seem like a good, like a bad idea, like forcing the meter spendage. Oh, man, that feels hits. That thing is plusity plus.
Yes, it is.
Oh yeah! Look at the whip punish, nice and clean. Soul Vng peppering it down. A little bit of seasoning on that life bar. We like seeing a little bit of red. Now a little bit of gray.
Hasdero trying to find that whip punish there. The juggle comes. Hasdero in trouble. In trouble!
Look at the pace that Soul's been playing at. He's all over the place.
Oh boy, he closed out with a perfect. He does!
Ooh.
Seoul Vng with a perfect sends out Hasdero in the very final round. For such a close set to end up as a perfect, you almost never see it. But right there with the Falk, Seoul Vng did just that.
That's the second time we've seen Seoul Vng close it out with at least 1 perfect in the final game. He did so earlier with Kusanagi, and then immediately did so again. Well, not immediately. Let me reel that back a little bit. He does so consistently again against Hasdero, and I gotta say the pace that he played at towards the end of that set was so different. Like, he was throwing up so many air shots that we were anticipating in the early stages of the set. But again, it all came down to that conditioning. He's like, I want you to focus on everything else but this strategy. And I like that. That ace in the whole strategy is very effective.
Yeah, Seoul's been killing it. I mean, in this top 8, he took out Uriel Velorio, a match that we were really looking forward to. And it was deservedly so. 3 games to 2, very, very close. But still, Seoul took it. Then took out Kusanagi, eliminating the player that many of us were looking at to take this whole thing. Then 3 games to 2 over Hasdero. And now his reward is that he's got to play the other player that many of us were looking at to take this thing, which is MJ Gamma in losers finals.
And what a reward, too. Look at that. Just there's so many shots that just rung out. I think Seoul just completely dominating the space and the pace. No rhymes intended, really, because that's just how it went. That's the fact of the matter. Like Seoul Vng taking advantage of what kind of movement Hasdero wanted to utilize in that final round. Just threw him off course.
We've been seeing some great matches here in this top 8. A lot of fun stuff. It's been enjoyable. I'm happy to have seen it. And you know what else I'm happy to have seen? In the future, in my crystal ball.
Crystal ball?
Yeah, I got
What are
a
you
crystal
talking
ball.
about, David?
I got a crystal ball. I haven't talked about this before.
No, not at all.
I got a crystal ball so I can see into the future. And soon, in the future, I know that the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel will be available. I already know that it's available for download in China, but the global version will be here soon, I tell ya. That's what I'm saying to you, having seen it happen in the future in my crystal ball. The Epic Legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now. Well, now if you're in the future or in China. And let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
You know, out of all the things that we could have talked about in terms of Street Fighter, one I didn't expect is how soon that game was going to come out in the future.
Absolutely. Absolutely right.
But we still have more Street Fighter V ahead for the top 8 for Central America West. But one thing is for sure, we have plenty of Street Fighter V action down the pipeline, not even just for CPT, but for the World Warrior regional events. We have 26 different events, or different regions, I should say, with 26 regional champions to be had. And these events happen monthly. Head on over to CapcomProTour.com for more information on how to register. You can see all the tournament organizers on the right side of your screen. Everybody involved, everybody, again, really putting in the work and showing off their community, which is the biggest part, taking the serious note here. I think it's great that they get this kind of spotlight and an inclusion into their, final Capcom Cup for Street Fighter V. A pretty big deal. We had a bunch of them go down throughout the course of this month. We had one literally this morning for those in the States on the West Coast. We just concluded Japan #1. We had John Takeuchi. We talked about him earlier with that very, very effective Cody. He went pretty much nonstop from top 8. 3-1, 3-0, 3-0 against Otani, by the way.
Jeez.
Double Jeopardy. Destroyed him. Dismantled him.
Jeez.
With Cody. You guys want to check that out? Again, there's so much information on that website down below, CapcomProTour.com. You can check out the VODs and check out what's to come. Be sure to sign up for all of it because you do not want to miss your shot at greatness in the Capcom Pro Tour. Specifically the Capcom Cup, which we're getting into. We're going to see who gets inducted into it to join many of the other champions for their region here for the Central America West. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have that conclusion for you right after this.
Time to fly, time to fly. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand after defeat. So fly, time to fly. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
Tasty Steve.
Right back like we never left. I don't know if you heard that earlier, but it's not Tasty Steve. It is, in fact, Vicious with Ultra David. We were talking about some of the stuff going on with the Capcom Arcade Collection #2. I didn't even know what basketball game that was, but I'm going to check it out. We're getting into it, right? The top 4 remain. Actually, no, the top 3 remain. Man, it's getting pretty scary, pretty dicey out here, right? Totokai making it to the grand finals, if you guys hadn't seen it. But the big question is right now, after Seoul Vng had defeated Hasdero with that sorry, what am I saying, dude? The Falk pick. The Falk pick. I'm overexcited because we were talking about it with the chat. David had actually posed the question, which character is Seoul going to use against MJ Gamma? Majority of you have said
Seth is what everybody was saying. You know, before we asked that question in the chat as well, we were talking about it a little bit, and I think that does make sense. It's going to be Cammy, of course, for MJ Gamma, right?
Yeah.
As far as Seoul, he's got this roster of Falk, it turns out, but also Seth and Luke. We have seen Seth, yeah, makes sense. This character has great anti-air. That stand roundhouse is a really, really nice way to deal with dive kick or regular jump. It's just up there and it's active for a while, and you get the combo out of it. That's great. Got a DP, of course.
A very, very good DP, right? You can do it so delayed, and it still catches so far out.
And Soul plays V-Trigger 1, too, so when he's in that, he's going to have the extra damage on the follow-up for the DP. So, yeah, I think that would be a very sensible choice. As far as their previous match history, look, 2 players from Mexico City, I'm sure they've played a billion times. But as far as the stuff that's highlighted here on fgcombo.com, when they have played, it's not been actually since 2021. When they did, though, Seoul Vng has a 67% win rate over Gamma.
And granted, both of these players are still actively participating in the World Warrior events, right? I was just scrubbing through the VODs as we were in our break. I did see Gamma in there. I did see Seoul Vng. He's the one that actually took it down over, or at least one of the instances he took down Kusanagi in one of those events. So it was really interesting to see. And Seoul's been pretty much on a rampage since his run in top 8 from the loser side.
Yeah, look, Seoul got put into losers by MX Gus pretty early on. Pretty early on. And ever since then, he's made it through a bunch of different players. EonX Oblivion, Maximov, Rasek, we saw. And then in this top 8, of course, he's had to make it through a bunch more players. Uriel Velorio, he's made it through Kusanagi, Hasdero, and now MJ Gamma. So that's quite a list of players to have to make it through. What does he got? It's going to be the Falk, actually. Okay. Having seen that it just worked out.
Even in the chat, they couldn't figure it out.
Sorry, everybody.
Like, I get that. That's pretty ambiguous. Is this a common pick? Now I want to ask the chat, is this an actual common pick for Seoul?
Yeah, how long has he been working on this character?
Let us know.
He didn't even tell us this was an option, man.
Hit us up on social media. Even tag Capcom Fighters about it. Be like, yo, man.
Yo.
These are the stats.
Hey. Oh!
We have not seen that option in years.
The on-purpose Cammy V-Skill 1?
Not even just trying to steal
What is it,
neutral.
2016?
I haven't seen that.
You know, it's plus on block. Can you believe it?
It's been 70 years.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
I was there, Vicious. I was there 3,000 years ago. Oh, no.
Yeah. But yeah, we talk about this matchup. There's a lot of control that Falk can have in regards to the neutral. You can see just how much she outclasses Cammy in terms of range and the amount of chip damage she could add on to that. But even despite the ground game, she has a phenomenal sense of control in the air, can use that uppercut to stop and deter any attempted dive kick. But Gama did a great job of throwing people off. Oh, boy. That could have been a very sharp dive kick. Just missed the insert.
Oh, here's a big opportunity. Happened to make it through.
What to do?
Oh, wow. That was a very far walk.
Gutsy.
Dude, what a round this is from Gama. Too far away. And now, yeah. I mean, you look, Trigger 2 is great for her, for Falk in many ways. Big damage out of it. Big plus frames out of it. But on the other hand, you can't just get the party started like you can with many other view triggers. You know, you got to make sure that you have the confirm.
Ooh. Again, a lot of these jumps going uncontested so far, but hey, I love the interruption from Seoul.
Hey.
I like that counter poke as well.
His Falk really looked practiced. I mean, obviously, he took down a really strong player in the last set, but he's finding a lot of confirmations into weird combos in a way that I don't think somebody who wasn't really practiced on Falk would find.
Again, a very, very smart interruption choice. The air-to-air doesn't pay off at all. Gama now trying to retain that momentum. Yes, sir. The containment unit that is Gama. Oh, I thought it was going to be immediate enough, but damn. Oh, come on.
Handle this.
Classic.
Yeah.
That's what gets you, David. out of all the things that
it's a classic.
It is a classic.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten you the last time I presented that before.
Yeah,
We don't see too many Falks.
No, we don't.
Together.
Yeah.
But when we do, I make sure to talk about El Kabam. Oh.
Putting up a great wall right now with Seoul. Yeah.
Doing such a fantastic job of deterring any sort of approach that Gama presents, right?
Backing off slowly.
Oh,
way too late! And Gama gets the punish just like that. He's in. Just like that. He's too far.
That's the one right there. And it took out half the bar. Mission accomplished. Let's send him back home. Again with the interruption. That's 3 times in a row. And you're actually going to kill for it? Seoul Vng. We talk about... we've actually talked about this off stream. How many other characters can get light conversions into decent damage? That's another one on the board.
There you go. Yeah, his Falk's looking great, really. In that first round, MJ Gama did what he does so well and plays with his space in such a way that it's really hard to know when he's going to move forward. But other than that, Seoul's Falk put up a really good wall, moved away in ways where he was still attacking and preventing Cammy from moving forward.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
And then found a bunch of stray conversions into significant damage that really did add up.
Did you see that entire sequence? He did land a hit, right? But tacked on a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah.
Those sides are free. Oh! I love
Not
that
the right
response.
spot. Yeah, Gama was ready.
Treated like a fireball. Ooh. Ooh.
Super ready for these jumps, and I'm sure that's a huge part of why he's picking this character against Cammy. You just get to press 2 or 3 punch buttons and you get to knock her out of the sky. Again!
That's fine. Still
Totally.
gets the activation.
Into plus.
In hot pursuit, pretty much. Gama just backing away. He does have raw trigger. I don't think that's what he wants to look for yet. He wants to do it off of a hit, no doubt. That could have been hit. Could have done.
Oh, wow. Gama actually gave up that V meter. No!
Oh, and the round to go with it. Buy one, get one free special.
He was completely shut out of the sky.
To be fair, on the ground too.
Yeah, on the ground too.
We talked about the mileage that one can get with Cammy, especially in regards to medium kick. That hasn't really been the choice, and Gama going for the reset. That's fine. Spends the bar right back at him, spending the bar for Seoul Vng.
Just putting up the wall yet again, constructing this house that he has built, not allowing Gama to move forward. Finally, the jump really strong. He's in. He's blocked it.
No.
Talk about a return of complete fortune. No, too far.
Well, take it though. If at first you don't succeed, mash and mash again. Why not? You see him take to the skies, don't even worry about it. Just mash on the triple punch button as much as you can.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, I think that's a really big part of why he's picked this character in the match. But on top of that, like you said, he's shut down the ground approach as well. And he's been playing at a range that is just outside of where Gama likes to be. As this Cammy we've often seen, right? He plays slowly a lot of these times. he's been comfortable playing at range. But at range versus Falk, what do you get? Not too much.
Ooh. That's a very deep dive kick, by the way. Enough to grant a frame trap opportunity. Dive kick does get blown up again, or actually this time instead of again. Ooh. Another frame trap opportunity that finds the mark. Gamma applying so many different layers. The frame trap cake about to be delivered into the stun. Perfect timing.
I am impressed that he had the reaction DP right there. I don't think many people would have expected that jump forward in that situation, but Gamma was still ready for that. So great round for him. That said, a lot of that was him finding his way in, and then Seoul just kind of being a little fidgety with his buttons and getting counter hit in ways that maybe were not necessary.
Yeah, I mean, especially in those points of entry from Gamma. Very deep jump-ins, point-blank medium into fierces. Kind of tough. Very tough to press buttons. Infamously known against Cammy, right? Like, you can't really do that. Oh, boy. You can prevent that.
There's the defense from Seoul. Yeah, he took a grab, but he's right back to exactly where he wants to be. This is like optimal spacing for him after that throw.
Oh, yeah. That's always going to be in benefit of the opponent, I think. Not getting... Oh! Intentional V-Skill 1 usage, you say?
Definitely an unforced error that he's been using those. Okay, yes! This is what I'm talking about from Gamma. Yeah, making it whip. He's got big corner pressure.
What an expensive bait. Wait, did he use meter for that? No, he did not.
No.
Minus it.
Boy, working on superhero Seoul.
Oh, you know he could have caught that with Trigger.
Definitely. If he had thought to chase, for sure. Would have taken the grab there. Gamma has Trigger, has super.
Yep. So can anything fly? That could have been activation into critical art.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yep. Hey!
Uppercut. He has to go into that route on the way down.
Oh. Yeah. 17 now. Big plus. Got the hit! EX. No! Oh my God! He did it again!
Of course he's gonna do it again, David! What did I say earlier? If at first you don't succeed, mash and mash again. Why not?
Well, he's been successful at it. He was patient there.
Ooh.
Gamma clearly in trouble.
More so now than ever. That's a lot of mental sack to add on to Gamma when he had it in the grasp. He grasped at victory. Just drop the sequence. Ooh. Oh. Dear God. Another interruption.
He had been really patient up close. Again, here's the wall. As he jumps back, even he still threatens. As he neutral jumps, he still threatens.
So much occupying the screen at once from Seoul. There's the activation, but what happens now? Yeah, a slight life lead for Gamma, dashes up, but there's no buttons that can be followed through afterwards. Seoul waiting it out. No, he tried to whip punish something.
I think this is going to be within one grab kill range.
1,000%.
Yes.
Dash.
Early on the crouching strong, it looked like what a range to do the V skill, and he was okay.
No, that's it. That's more than enough. Oh, he's got it down pat, David.
Wow.
That is going to be it. Seoul gets the bait against Gamma with the V skill 2. He wasn't even allowed to do that afterwards.
Wow.
He wasn't able to. Gamma could have prevented that.
He didn't need to get hit. Wow, what an end right there as Seoul Vng takes out MJ Gamma. And not only does he take out MJ Gamma, but does so 3 games to 0.
Oh boy, we're back on track with the 3-0s, huh? I see you. But for a very good reason. I think Seoul had a ton of control in the early phases of that set, right? MJ Gamma was slowly starting to acclimate himself to what Seoul wanted to do. It's just there was a little bit of a panic button that came out. And from Seoul, that happened to catch, right? Primarily those uppercuts. That spelled defeat so often, and it just added to the mental stack.
Yeah, there was this one round, maybe I would say 2 to 3 rounds, where MJ Gamma had everything go right for him. He was able to get in, and then, great anti-air. And then, this is a great bait for him. Like, there were these moments where he had control up close, where he was making the mix-ups work out. But for the most part, when Seoul was on the back foot, he just took the grabs, right? That was very commonly the choice for him, which is what they tell you to do. And he did it. And other than that, very hard for MJ Gamma's Cammy to move forward. So Seoul Vng punches his ticket for that grand finals. Todokai versus Seoul Vng. Again, before this weekend started, I think many people would have thought that that was supposed to have been Kusanagi versus MJ Gamma. That's how the seeds were. That's what a lot of people thought was going to happen.
I'm also included in that boat.
Sure,
I definitely thought about Gamma and Kusanagi taking it down, winners finals, but in fact, it's the fresh faces, I should say. Fresh faces in terms of where they're currently at, right? Breaking through and in strides in terms of their previous placements in the Capcom Pro Tour. Todokai pretty much on a hot streak.
Oh, yeah.
With a plethora of characters, primarily Uriel and Cody, pretty much even, if I'm not mistaken. No, I miscalculated the math there. But it is Uriel and Cody. Seoul, on the other hand, he's got the wheelhouse of characters.
Yeah, he sure does. He sure does. Talked about last time in the CPT, he got 17th in Central America West #1. And he did get 4th at Central America West #2 last year, Seoul Vng. So it's not like he was way out of it. But for Todokai, it was 9th and 7th. So definitely making it to Grand Finals is a big step up for both of these fellas. They've been playing for a long time, but here they are finally. One of them has a chance to qualify for Capcom Cup.
And it's a new face, man.
It will be.
Seeing a new representative for the Central America West region is such a big deal, right? We get to see like the progression of these players, the progression of how these characters have turned out, and just overall the diversity that I like seeing, right?
Absolutely,
seeing the characters and the players. It's such a good story to tell. And we get to see it even continue with Todokai and Seoul. Again, one of the biggest stories is that Todokai has been running on a rampage. Seoul pretty much doing the same, but just from the loser's side.
Yeah, he got sent there again fairly early on by MX Gus, and has just been
Colleen, man,
killing it ever since. He's been playing fantastically. For Todokai, yeah, whether it will be Uriel or Cody, I'm not sure. I don't know either one of these, I suppose. This could be a match where there could be a blind pick even as we step into this. I don't know. I guess we'll see what they end up doing. But it's also cool to talk about, I think, the fact that Todokai is here representing Panama. Everybody else in this top 8 was Mexico. There were 2 Panamanian players in the top 16, and only one of them made it into the top 8.
The other one being Fulgor,
And then now we have in Grand Finals, Todokai trying to make it happen for his country and for that part of Central America in general. Mexico, historically the powerhouse in this region of the CPT, as we've defined it there. And certainly they can still do it. It can still be Seoul. It's just going to be a long road as he's got to come back through losers and win 2 sets.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I think if anybody can do it, Seoul is definitely that candidate. If something doesn't work out with one character, he could hop onto the next. But let's talk about the character selection right now. It's your favorite. It's your boy, Slimy Uriel versus All Red Seth.
This Seth reminds me of those weird shirts that we used to wear when I was a kid, of when, you touch it and it like makes different colors because it's hot and the heat makes the colors change. You know what I'm talking about.
No,
you're old too.
No, not
You don't know what I'm talking about?
From shirts?
Yeah, dude. Hypercolor is what they were called. Come on, nobody knows that. Come on.
That's too much for me.
Anyway, this is Hypercolor Seth versus Gross
I was a
Green
broke kid
Uriel.
growing up, David. I don't know what you're talking about.
And we're in Grand Finals. Enough of this Grand Finals here of the CPT Central America West.
Oh, the only colors I had was dirt. Either way. Oh, boy. Big crush counter. Bashing up. Oh, yeah. Important back throw. We haven't seen this option exercised at all from Seoul Seth.
Correct.
Oh, but we love talking about that roundhouse.
It's actually not enough. Okay.
It's fine. He's okay. This is a fantastic start for Seoul.
You don't know what hypercolor is? What are you talking? Come on.
I don't, dude. I don't know what it's up. Don't Google it. All right, Metallic Sphere is kind of occupying that
They're
space
not
yet
that
again.
great, everybody. No, yeah, oh boy. And that's something we saw Todokai try to get away with against last match as well.
And speaking of things of getting away with, that string can be punished. Oh, that was beautiful. How do you anticipate that?
Right, the decisions being made right now out of Seoul are killer.
Oh. Man, there's a lot of mobility in terms of defense on behalf of Seoul. Power bomb now. Todokai in control. Keeps it plus. What are you going to do about that? Are you going to spend more? This isn't going to kill.
Maybe one mix. Yeah, he is going for mix.
That was supposed to be in front axe kick, and that would have thrown off Todokai.
Yeah, I think you're right. So now Seoul has to worry about this Aegis Reflector. Question is, when does it come out? Is it going to come out? Todokai not expecting the forward movement again,
and again. 3 in a row. It's funny. He took the philosophy of if at first you don't succeed, mash and mash again. He did it in a different way.
Yeah, I suppose that's
it's
true.
weird. He found the success from the previous round doing that exact method, and he's like, you know what? If this worked the first time, I'm pretty sure it'll work the second, and then the third. Excellent start. What's going to happen now? Do we even see the Uriel? There's just been so much mobility on the screen, airborne, on the ground.
Yeah.
What do you do now? Cody.
Yeah, was that?
Excuse me. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, nice work.
Excuse me.
Well, I don't know, because the way that Seoul played, it was just so much in control. Certainly part of that factor was the character that he was playing against, but I'm not sure that was all that was going on. I think that was also him just kind of running roughshod over Todokai the person. So even if this is not a character switch here from Todokai, I'm happy to see that he's going to settle it down a little bit, because he does need to think about some of these moments. You know, lots of characters have trouble dealing with a Seth who does a jump in or an axe kick. Like, there's plenty of stuff that he's doing that a lot of characters have trouble with. But, you know, you could block, right? Like, there's like other solutions that you have that we just didn't often enough see Todokai bring out.
I mean, if you were talking about Todokai being run roughshod by Seoul and Seth, I mean, like, what happens though? Like, say you continuously block, there's still a bunch of mix-ups to be had. Like,
Sure,
you get the great life tacked on, you get to throw bait with axe kick. It's like
don't always block. But what I'm trying to say is that there are solutions to be had here that are not just about character selection.
I get it.
Right?
I get it. I totally get it. I think there's just too many options where Todokai is too eager to get his offense going in terms of counter poking. We've seen how effective Seoul is in that department, right? We saw his first game in top 16 take it down purely from counter poking, right? So him being the aggressor is a fresh thing to me right now. I don't think Todokai was ready for it either, but I think slowing down just a little bit to the point where he doesn't start to get run over in the corner will be the game changer for the set.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're somebody who is rooting for a tracksuit to come, it is going to be Seth versus Uriel. And again, either one of these characters is going to be somebody new to win the CPT this year. These are both going to be new ones.
Now, if you play a bunch of characters, do you have the choice, or is it just the one you win with?
I believe you do have a choice, because Mena got Birdie unlocked, and that dude was the Luke player at the top 8.
I mean, granted, there was a Luke that would have already qualified, but either way.
Yeah, that's true. So, okay, the question is, right, how does Todokai settle it down a little bit here? So far, he's been playing at a great range.
A lot of buttons being pressed, and a couple of Vitalis here, actually just one, but for the most part, this is where it gets kind of dicey. I don't know about that one, Chief. Pretty dicey overall. Yes, I like the activity here in hot pursuit. But no, this is a danger zone, right? Putting himself in the corner. The handshake could have been whip punished. Todokai, he's eventually going to sniff out one of these metallic spheres and use a roundhouse spin kick.
Surprised to see these jumps on anti-air. Soul looked like he was on top of that stuff before, but the way that Todokai is playing is maybe just quite different.
Taking the turn again, still meaty enough to get plus frames. In hot pursuit, Todokai is in trouble. That's a trade combo. What?
Tried to V-skill in. And here's Todokai doing a lot better. But not just that, Soul seemed like he wasn't quite as prepared and ready to go as he was in the previous game.
You see him already firing away with crouching medium kick, trying to get the counter pokes going against Todokai, and he's already sniffed that out. But boom, there we go. There's a combo into tackle.
Oh yeah, exactly what Todokai wants. Yes! Every Uriel player in the world wants you to do jump back on wake up. For sure. They're looking for that.
Reset, throw range. Oh, no punish!
Allowing a chance. A chance! Still holding on to the activation.
So
and
smart.
Todokai's away.
Oh, this is the one right here. Watch out for the Schmitz. You can't. Oh, it moved him far forward just so he doesn't get the explosion.
Yeah, some characters have a better chance of dealing that with others. Ones whose universals move them farther forward. Definitely going to be a little easier to escape that.
Yikes. That was pretty interesting. I genuinely thought the V-trigger would have exploded, but that V-reversal just moving him a little bit too far forward. Here we go into the next game. I want to know what the response is back from Seoul. Todokai has been occupying that space a lot, and it's the airborne approach that's been the continuous problem, I feel like.
Hey.
Ooh, the handshake. Two of these characters end up down. I'm telling you right now. Don't shake hands with either of them. Oh! Oh!
Hoping to maybe just make some space between his back and the corner. Mission accomplished for Todokai.
Ooh.
Yeah, big chance. Big chance.
Spending the meter early. I like that.
That Aegis is ready to go, though. Here we go.
What a block. What a risk to take with your soul. Watch out for the throw. Ugh. Is that enough for a reset?
No. So Soul alive.
Oh, no.
Gotta take it. There's no viewer if you're available.
What a block!
Soul's gotta find something else to do. Think back to the difference between this and game number 1 where he was just constantly moving in. He never stopped in that game. That was actually pretty cool.
That was very scary.
No! Oh, maybe that's what he wanted before. Yeah, that actually makes sense.
That would have worked, too. As good of a read as that was, it's a little bit off the mark.
Does he get there? Okay, he does get punished. That's nice for
Oh,
Todokai. Look at him.
back throw. I like the spin kick just to keep him on edge. What a conversion off of that. There was so much time in between. Ugh.
No,
Oh,
that's
not
not the
that
right
one.
spot.
Here's
No.
the fierce. Yeah, crouching jab afterward. Yeah, take the tongue freeze for the screen positioning. Dash up twice. No, just once. Checking the movement in again. Screams afterwards. Take a tongue freeze for more chip damage. Backs away.
What a stolen turn right there by
Again.
Todokai.
The amount of damage in that sequence was pretty sizable. Oh, God. Yeah. Just the wrong button at the wrong time, right? Soul, or excuse me, yeah. Todokai was expecting a little bit of a grounded battle with Soul at that moment. Tried to throw out the handshakes. Took to the sky, though. First blood now, Soul. Forward throw, closer to the corner. Todokai trying to recreate that space. Yes, sir. No, you can't dash here.
Here we go. Soul moving forward, much more like game number 1. He's got the corner just like that. Man,
Yeah, the amount of
rarely checked. That was supposed to have been violent knee. However, Todokai makes it work for himself.
Oh, you can't do that. Off the wall. Crouching heavy punch. Do it again. Reset.
Oh, he missed.
That's fine. I think he was looking for any sort of button on wake up. You know, Soul actually could do this for Chip. Maybe. Oh, no, I'm lying. I'm looking at the wrong stuff. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
He does have big chip sequences with this, but he's not quite there. Is that
What is
actually
that?
going to touch? Yes!
But
It's
it
not
doesn't
even
kill.
enough.
I can't believe it's not enough. Oh, Todokai can make this work still.
All he needs is anything at all, but Soul, fine as well.
Oh, my God. Soul can't let any turns get stolen, by the way. The more chip damage he takes, the more susceptible he is to that critical art. Oh, my God.
Todokai active, so active. As he's hunting for that last hit, the crouching short would be enough. Overhead as he saw how frozen Soul was. Sitting there, crouching, down backing. Overhead's the solution. Todokai's really keeping his eyes open in moments like that, and that's not easy to do.
No, not at all. I mean, like, there's so much activity to keep in mind. Like, I think he's doing that on purpose. He's like, hey, check a look at all these flags, and in the moment, boom, I'll hit you with the secret one.
Yep.
It was great. You highlighted it perfectly. You're like, look at all the movement. It's causing a lot of distraction. Crouching light kick is going to be the deterrent. You're not going to want to press any sort of buttons.
Yeah.
Especially with the way you want to play. Counter poking is not going to be the goal. So Todokai making great sense of it. Dash up now. Ooh, the wake up crouch jab, a little risky, but I like the read. And the confidence now coming in from Soul. Mad cradle damage to end it. Little tip throw off of the light. This punish on the quarrel.
Oh.
Hey, now. That's a great escape option. Always has been, really.
Soul finding around. Not out of this entirely.
I wonder if there was more he could have done using like V skill 2 to get that much, to get the round ending damage without spending the bar. But I'll save that for the scientists in the chat.
Hey.
Oh boy.
No! Okay, well, it ends up being okay, a little bit at least with Todokai. He's got the damage into the
Yeah, I
corner.
was going to say, don't need a degree to tell you that was actually something that was terrible.
It's so tricky. It's still there. Yeah. No! Hey,
Word.
it worked out okay.
Ooh. And it's so tense still. It could be anybody's ball game. Todokai does have the significant life lead with that, though. Stolen turn yet again. Backdashes the play. Wants to reset. And the side switch. Hot damn. Don't get thrown. Ooh. Todokai looking at tournament point with your boy Uriel.
Yeah, he's really, killing it. Already 3-0 over Kusanagi and 3-2 over Gamma. To take out Seoul as well would be fantastic. Big players.
Even bigger buttons from the side of Uriel. Oh, yes. We talk about big buttons. This one, medium size, but it comes with a bunch of sides.
Finding opportunity, yeah.
Oh. Nothing to follow through after that Hecaton crease.
Oh,
yes.
for sure.
Oh, you get to cover that? No, sir. The strike comes out.
Oh, that's super.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right, cool. Seoul, not out of this yet again. And we're going to go down to a final game in at least this first set. Of course, Seoul's hunting for that reset. To take this next game would mean that we're being sent to a final 3 out of 5 set. Whereas if Todokai takes it, he qualifies for Capcom Cup right here in this next game.
I can't even make out what had happened in that last instance because it was just such a nail biter from both ends. I did like the adaptation used from Todokai in terms of using the armor to get past some of the stolen turn attempts.
Yeah.
But either way, Seoul still finding the mark. Putting himself, yes, that's what I wanted earlier, right? We were talking about that metallic sphere being potentially blown up by the spin kick. Now he's starting to show it off. Man, this is looking like game 1 from Seoul Vng. Same sequence of game 1. Seoul Vng is out for that W. Can he continue the streak of getting a perfect in the final set? He does so to start it off. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the potential of a reset from this man. Seoul Vng off to a fantastic start here.
Remarkable. Oh, that's funny. Remarkable that he's been able to get perfects in so many of these high-profile sets. Right?
It's a hard lesson. It's starting to get taught. Yes, sir. The lesson is left or right, sir. I know we played that at Evo. Majority of you got it wrong. So did I. But, you know, a little bit extra to add on to it. Back throw. This is great for Todokai. Big response. No dash up.
This actually means another trigger for Seoul.
Hey, but we got view reversal. Could be done early.
Yeah, I think he's going to put it forward. Yeah,
Yes,
it's exactly what
he's
he's
gonna
looking
do
for
it
this time. Yeah.
Oh, you're dead. You're actually dead. But it's not V-trigger mode. Oh, wait a minute. No, he's living? No, he's dead.
He's
I
definitely
can't figure it
dead.
out.
I didn't know either, man.
Like-
I was keeping my mouth shut because I had no idea.
If it was the enhanced version with trigger,
yeah,
for sure.
Trigger
dead.
one, yeah, for sure. But
Normal version,
yeah, I love the coverage of options right there. Of course, it's not just about whether your view reversal moves you forward or not. It's also about whether Seth is putting the ball in front of you or behind you.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Seoul knew was going to be coming up, right? He put the ball in front of Uriel just to make sure that option wasn't going to be a free escape.
Yeah, even before then, he had the counter hit. He had the crush counter, specifically Todokai did.
Yeah.
Didn't get to dash up and pursue. He actually just went straight for a crouching medium punch. That would have been the game. Whew. Potentially the tournament.
Potentially so. So we're sent to a final set.
Good.
I told you guys it wasn't going to be all O2s just like it was yesterday, right? We knew that. We knew that.
I mean, he wore the shirt XO for a good reason, right? Like we saw a little bit of that. We saw the number, and then the 0. Then now it's going to be a whole different story from the loser side. It always has to be from the loser side, though, if that makes sense, right? Winner side had a bunch of 3-0s.
Yeah, that's true. Winner's side did
For
have
top
3-0s to start out at the first couple rounds, the first couple matches of top 8. But ever since then, it's been close. I mean, just to look through this bracket, we've had a 3-1, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, and then another 3-2 in this first set of grand finals.
I told the story pretty well. If you ask me.
It's been a good one.
Yeah, well, no, without a doubt. I want to see what kind of adaptations are going to be made from both players. Todokai, again, just let it slip from his grasp.
Yeah.
He had it. He had the crush counter. Could have just, you know, the classic. But that wasn't the case. And that's just exactly what happens in the realm of top-tier play.
Sometimes it works out for you, and sometimes it's easier said than done.
Correct. And great discipline also for Seoul Vng to keep it under wraps, right? Seoul Vng, actually. I don't know why I always say Seoul Vng. But Seoul Vng, right? Just keeping that discipline to not panic and take it to the reset, especially with that V-trigger comeback. Ooh. One thing I need to know is when Todokai will realize when he's susceptible to the trigger and when he's not.
So Uriel back in the saddle for Todokai, no switch.
We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, look, at times I like the Uriel.
Yes.
Oh, sick. Super cool stage.
I love the artwork of like the characters in the back.
Yeah.
The different variations of different games. It's so cool.
Hey.
And the giant arcade stick
That's
as
what
he's
he
getting juggled in the corner.
That's
Don't
what
do
he
that.
wanted.
Charge
He
it
wanted
up.
you to jump backwards in the corner.
The bad thing is about this stage, you can't pick up the meat behind you to heal your health. Todokai pretty much taking it all the way through. Even the guys in the background were like, oh, my car. Just busting him up. Damn, I love this stage.
Yeah, it's super cool. Hey. That actually makes total sense after having seen that solution with the EX knee.
Dimitri approves in the back. Nice mad cradle, bud. Forward throw. Excellent beginning here for Seoul Vng. Seoul Vng, excuse me. Stealing turn yet again.
Yeah, man, he's been able to work that, not just in this match versus Todokai, but every time we've seen his set, it's been a huge part of his game plan.
Oh,
He's trying to force it. Yes.
Nice work. Into the corner. Don't jump out. Do not jump out.
Oh, he's patient. Soul hanging out. Oh, maybe too patient, as now he's got all the resources.
Close range, what are you going to do about it? Backs away. Yeah, I like that. Not taking too much.
Into the corner now. Uh-oh, and Soul's going to take advantage just like that. Yes, you do get a mix-up in going for the cross-up, but then immediately after that, if the opponent has weathered that, it's their turn. It's their advantage.
Also, that was a really cool sequence to take the round.
Agreed.
I love that V-trigger. Oh, boy. Yeah, we talked about changing up the trajectory. Stealing returns again. That is not the option you want to exercise. Todokai gets put mid-air, and look at this corner sequence now. Soul still stealing
Big
turns.
bummer. Big
What
bummer.
is happening?
It's just not invincible anymore, everybody. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're dead.
As Soul is going to take game number 1 of this set. And now he will only need 2 more games to qualify for Capcom Cup. Gross, green, greasy Uriel or a hypercolor Seth. Which one? Which one unlocks the tracksuit colors? That's the question.
Do we? I don't even know how to respond to that. Those are some weird colors, man.
I love them. I think they're great.
Oh, now you like.
You know me. I like to pick the weird-looking characters.
You love.
I like the weird colors.
I forget. You love Kappa Honda.
I do. And I like taking the mask off.
That's cool. I like the mask.
Do you? Okay, I'll make sure to keep the mask on next time.
I'm never playing you again. Todokai, Seoul Vng is looking like a real rough time for Todokai thus far, just considering the fact that he's been getting his turn taken away from him over and over and over again. This spin kick has been the MVP for this set. Again, I am not lying. How many of these have landed or how many of these have been blocked? No uppercut to be had. I totally get it.
Yeah, it feels like once Soul gets into a certain range, he's so strong there due to just mixing up with, not even mixing up, pressuring with roundhouse spin kick, that Todokai is beginning to get a little antsy, making sure he doesn't get there. Yeah, I think that's what the decision was about.
Oh, my lord.
The antsiness, as Soul with the standing reset is still here.
And that was a great solution, by the way, to stop or prevent the extra set of axe kicks. But it doesn't stop you from getting thrown out of your raw mirror activation.
There you go. Soul threatening to take another one.
Oh boy, we talked about how much of a phenom he was when it comes to the counter-poking game. Gets the opener yet again. Forward throw. What's to come afterwards? Trying to bait out some movement. Trying to bait out a normal. Todokai hasn't found the answers yet. Already at half health. What do you do about it? Oh, boy.
It was a delay into... Yes, found the hit. It's Soul's turn yet again. What a button to press right there for Todokai. Just like that, it's his turn now. Talk about stolen moments.
Oh, and we're stealing our own moments and recreating them. Todokai finding the big overhead reset against Soul. Wasn't expecting that. 2 for 2 on overheads.
Yeah, he's really saved them for excellent opportunities. It's not like his go-to Aegis mix-up, but when he's brought it out, it's been effective. Here's Soul already where he wants to be. Oh, maybe not for long.
Oh. I like that. Word,
okay,
there's the
yeah.
punish he was looking for. Coral punch, cancels into the headbutt.
Yeah, first time we've seen the punish on that. I love that.
Yeah, that was like the other strength of the spin kick. Oh boy, but does he have the answer for this? It's in front of him. Ah, it's tough. It's so tough. That could have been a throw, right? But I think he would have been gladly taking the throw instead of moving.
Well, he does have 3 red bars glowing. The low and Seoul with the empty jump. He's jumped so many times. Jump roundhouse has been huge, of course. Jump into axe kick has been huge. Not just that lower at later times, but also like early enough that he's actually been punished a bunch as well. His air approach has been a huge part of this whole match. So now, in order to get into the very final game, he hopes, he goes with the empty jump low. Talk about saving some tools for important moments. We were just talking up Todokai for doing that, but that was a great moment for Seoul as well.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of instances where he's shown that he's had like these last-minute contingency plans in case the opponent wants to block. He's like, there's so many instances where this player has played so fundamentally sound. Let me hit him with some real grimy CFN stuff.
Yep.
And that's the fact of the matter. To be honest with you,
Mix it up.
that gets a lot of people more often than not in high-level play.
Let's get weird. Maybe not that weird.
It's weird enough with the colors.
Yeah.
Oh. No! That's supposed to be V-skill in the uppercut because you do get that continuing combo and the corner carry. Look at how much you have to pay for that. It wasn't on clearance. Oh, boy. The hard lesson has been activated. Overhead.
There's so many permutations to that.
Yeah, either the left, right, or the high-low. We haven't seen the high-low in a minute, though.
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't matter.
But Todokai, whether he's trying to escape or trying to get the hit, totally fine. That said, in that round, Todokai did some good stuff, but Seoul also had some significant errors that I hope are not going to keep popping up for him, as he's now 1 game away.
Nice. Very good whiff punish on that. Side walk back. Ooh, the interruption from the target combo. Todokai forces Seoul to back off. Now he's looking for that counter poke play. But using the metallic sphere to create the space, I love that decision.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Seoul!
What is? I don't know. Servbot came here to clean up the mess. Don't worry.
Real slow play. Todokai's okay with that. Doesn't immediately create pressure, but that does. Yes, he tried to get away. No.
Oh, that was.
Yeah.
No.
Seoul will need 1 hit for stun. Oh no, it's not enough, but that is enough. Seoul is now at match point, tournament point to qualify for a Capcom Cup, threatening a 3-0 in the end.
And you know what it was? It was the round to steal all rounds with that axe kick yet again. He's done that so many times in this set, back-to-back against Todokai. And I love the early usage of the V-shift break. Get him out of there, reset back to mid-screen, and a lot of offense coming in from Todokai. A lot of movement-based decisions, dashing up, and now look at this, just forward movement.
What a jump. Wake up jump for Seoul. Yeah, Todokai knows that he just can't get caught flat-footed. The classic setup there on the spacing. This is a punish.
That's the answer.
Yes. And he still can build another trigger because he's got a V-skill that's usable in combos.
Don't throw metallic sphere. Yeah, he's waiting for it.
Yeah,
He's built
very close.
so much
There
bar.
it is.
Uh-oh.
It's ready.
That's the activation.
Todokai trying to block. No, grab. But maybe not the worst result for Todokai. He's trying to slow it down. Oh, man. Any hit now. We've been here before. Any hit's going to do it.
Oh, that jump. That could have been pivotal. That could have been huge. But he was just shy of getting anything to connect with that whiffed overhead.
Ooh.
Even that sequence beforehand, right? We were talking about that V-trigger activation. He did catch the V-reversal with a grab, but I think considering how it moves Uriel forward, that would have hit him. That would have hit him, and I think Seth would have had enough time to get back on the high horse and hit him with the fierce.
Well, didn't happen there for Seoul. He still has another couple of games where he can take the W. It's not over yet. Great start for him in this round.
Uh-oh. Tip throw? No, that was a bunch of frame traps. Big whiff punish from the side of Seoul. Ooh.
Does he get there in time? Yes. Seoul is really doing a great job at following up. It's his turn still.
the same still afterwards. In anticipation, oh my god, I almost pushed David off the scene. There's a lot of force there. Oh, the axe kick yet again. How many times are we going to say this? Seoul Vng on tournament point via axe kick.
It's been huge for him. He just needs Todokai to know that there's no easy spot to stand. Seoul again pressuring. Uriel, no options.
If he busted out with an EX Mad Cradle, that would have been so grimy. You know, the -2 scenario
Yeah,
to take
sure.
the turn back.
But he just hasn't, he hasn't even needed to do that. Again, the jump and he's too far.
Low forward would have connected.
It would have, but he thought there was more.
There it is. Picking him up. Do it again. Okay. The anticipation. How many times has he called out? Todokai. Another one.
He needs this round to be the last one. That's in his mind what those DPs are about.
I can't believe it. Aegis Reflector. What's to come now? Can't get the reset. Had to go for the damage. Forward throw now. He's another throw away. The Aegis Reflector doesn't keep him grounded. Seoul is taking all this shit. He has to at this point.
With EX on deck for Todokai, EX Chariot with the armor. Seoul's trying to be outranging of that.
Oh no.
Here we go.
No V reversal
Here
to
we
be had.
go.
The overhead hits. Seoul Vng is your Central America West champion. Mix after mix. Taking it all the way from the loser's side. I cannot believe it. When we saw that activation and we saw how little V gauge was left, it pretty much spells out death for Todokai.
Great work to Seoul. I mean, look, his Seth was killing it. And honestly, not just his Seth. The Seth was a huge part of this, obviously, in the last couple sets here, but the Falk was a huge part of it as well. Man, he has quite a list of characters. He's going to be a big threat when it comes to Capcom Cup. I love what we saw.
cannot wait, dude. The amount of spots open for Capcom Cup this year just leads to so many more matchups. Miracle matchups at that, because we get all of these regions just duking it out. And speaking of duking it out, taking a look at the replay, by the way, Todokai again falling short in the very first stages of this set, but not by much.
No.
It was primarily because of the lack of V-Trigger 2 experience.
That certainly may have been a big part of it, but man, the constant forward movement on Seoul's side was, I think, a really big part of it as well. And even so intent that he got punished sometimes for doing early axe kick, but he just never gave up on that, knowing that he would make it to the Todokai. Never felt comfortable. Never felt like he could just hang out.
Yeah, that's been pretty much the cause of a lot of the problems for Todokai and in both sets. And a very impressive bout from Seoul with a very dominant run. Again, very close 2-3 in that beginning opening set for Grand Finals. But in the end, just proved to be a little bit too much to handle. Again, one of the biggest factors, just stealing turn after turn. He's done it since top 16. That's one of the main things we highlighted from his run yesterday. It's like, this guy knows how to instill fear into somebody and take advantage of these moments where he's like, you know what, I'm going to get this chip damage, I'm going to build this meter, and I'm going to continue my onslaught. And he did so successfully all the way up into Capcom Cup.
He lost, again, in pools to MX Gus.
How early was that?
That was in Seoul's third match that he lost there. And then after that, the list of players that he had to get through included, let's see, Eon X Oblivion, Maximov, Rasek, and then in this top 8, he had to get through Uriel Velorio, Kusanagi, Hasdero, MJ Gamma, Todokai, and then Todokai yet again. And it's hard to get a better list than that of players to take out from this region. You got many of the best players in Mexico there. You have Todokai, who was the strongest rep from outside of Mexico today. Panama is what he repped, but ultimately Seoul just able to make it happen all the way back through. What a long stretch at loser side this was.
But what a refreshing thing to see, right? We've seen two of the candidates, the main candidates, kind of show up into the top 16, didn't really get to make it to the spots that they wanted to, but instead get to be replaced by the newer generation, right? We had Todokai as well as Seoul. I wouldn't say Seoul is technically like newer generation, but he is a fresh face, in my opinion, for Street Fighter V.
Sure, I mean, as far as people making it into Capcom Cup, right? That's what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
This is a guy who's been playing for a long time, but as far as being in this spot of making it this
the
far,
big stage,
the big dance, man, that's exactly what he has qualified for. So again, congratulations to Seoul. That said, I still want to give a big congratulations to Todokai for having made it into the grand finals on winner's side. That's very impressive. He fought closely in that first set, 3-2.
Yeah.
But then in that second set, it did not quite work out for him. Still, Great performance by him, but ultimately it's Seoul who takes the day.
Yeah. We've determined the best fighter for Central America West, so we can determine the best fighter possibly in Street Fighter Duel coming up very, very soon. We're going to go into a break immediately after this, but to let you guys know, the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China, with a global version coming very, very soon. TM, the epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
Yeah, let's talk about these tracksuits. And we know that the character that ended up getting the W was Seth. And as a result, as we always say, the event's winning character will unlock the tracksuits for everybody else the following Tuesday. So Seoul used a few other characters, of course. He did use Luke, he did use Falk, but those have already been unlocked because players using those characters have already
Imagine that.
qualified.
Falk already unlocked?
Falk is already unlocked, yeah.
The 4 fills?
That's right, the 4 fills. So it's going to be Seth that will get unlocked, I suppose.
Does that make Seoul,
Seoul.
the 5th fill? Don't worry about it, David.
You'll explain to me what that was about.
You looked right into my eyes
during the break.
"What?"
As we're going to take a short break here, and you wouldn't go anywhere, would you? Now that the match is over, you wouldn't go anywhere.
Please.
I'm sure.
We have so many more events to talk about, by the way, so please stay tuned for that.
Absolutely right. We'll see you in a little bit.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are street fighters.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling it in itself and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, I'm on the time like I can keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I gotta dig in it deep. I feel like I'm on the left, it really has got me. Since I was the win, no goodbyes. If you just let it get, I'm out in the skinny, ride around in the dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here.
Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
this will be a good fight.
too far. Please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my cycle. It's time for trial. Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
You can't escape!
We have a champion here in Central America West, and that champion is Seoul Vng, having made a very, very long route back through losers, all the way through, resetting the bracket on Todokai and taking it in the end. My name is Ultra David, and I'm here with Vicious. It's been quite a tournament.
That's an understatement, man. This has been absolutely phenomenal. If you guys had missed it, I feel bad for you. I genuinely do. Check out the VODs over at Capcom Fighters and all streaming platforms available. You guys need to check it out because top 16, absolutely explosive. We're not going to show that bracket off because I could tell you the story. It was all 2-0s, except for one match between Gamma, and I forgot who it was already. But it was, I think I do have the paper. Don't worry about it. It was, in fact, against Chontecas. That's right. That was where the robbery could have been on the other way for the Abigail. But either way, the top 8 was absolutely explosive, right? We started off in a very similar fashion to top 16. If we could take a look at the bracket, there was 3 O's for the first couple of games. Down below where the Sharks were, man, they were out for blood.
Yeah, they were. And, you know, even in that 3-0 to start things off, the fact that it was a 3-0 Todokai versus Kusanagi, I already thought was just a very interesting and impressive result, even if it wasn't a close match. So shout out to Todokai there. Gamma then had quite a performance in taking Hagen down. But then, yeah, as you said, down in loser side is where things got really close. The Hasdero match versus Choco, Hasdero's Akira in that versus Choco's Nakali.
Yeah.
We saw him really doing a great job at being difficult to guess where he's going to be. Just Choco had such difficulty zoning with V skills and getting a bead on where Hasdero was going to move. Very difficult for him. Then a super close match. And this is one that we even teed up yesterday at the end of yesterday's stream. When we saw it was going to be Seoul Vng versus Uriel Velorio, we knew that these two players play a really good, fast offense and that it was going to be a barn burner of a match.
What we didn't know is how much they've played each other prior to this top 8, which spelled out the entirety of that set, right? It came down to a counter-pick scenario where Seoul had actually gotten the better half of Uriel. Started things off with the Luke, counterpicked the Ken, right? Forced the Ken off into the Cody, but it already had such a significant lead that if he made that switch back, it would have been just fine, right? Seoul Vng, again, getting the better half of his training partner. And then he ran rampant throughout the entirety of it, right? He's still running the player 2 buff from top 16, right? Everybody from top 16 on the loser side had progressed. And look at that. Just take a look at his placement, right? 3-1 against Kusanagi.
Yes.
In a very important matchup where he had just pretty much taken advantage of what Kusanagi didn't know, I think.
That was Sakura versus Luke match, Kusanagi and Seoul Vng. And yeah, the fact that it was 3-1. Look, it's a disappointing result for Kusanagi, I think. And again, this is the only CPT event of the year in Central America West. You can also qualify for through World Warrior. So, you know, not only chance to qualify into Capcom Cup, but it's the only CPT event. And for Kusanagi, who took one of them last year, it just didn't happen today. A little disappointing for him, I'm sure. As far as Hasdero versus Hagen, that was a match that was 3-2 as well. We saw the Lucia, we saw the Akira in that, and it went down to the wire.
Super close. Yeah, I think that was a phenomenal matchup between those two. Seeing how much of an adaptation Hagen was actually making towards the end there shows me signs of potential. I think both with the player and the character, right? I think there's going to be a lot to be said if he decides to pursue that spot in Capcom Cup via ways of the World Warrior events, right? Moving on with Hasdero taking that W. This one was also extremely close, right? You're talking about the Falk pick from Seoul Vng. There just wasn't a lot to be said for Hasdero's behalf. I mean, as close as it was, there were certain instances where it's like as soon as Seoul Vng got away with that perfect, it was just all damage.
We knew that Seoul had other characters, of course. We'd already seen the Luke, we had seen the Seth. We didn't know about the Falk until that match.
Yep.
And, of course, he did make it work. But, man, it was a close set regardless, like you were talking about. Very impressed by Hasdero, as I have been when I've seen him in the past as well. In that winners finals, Todokai 3-2 over Gamma. That was Uriel versus Cammy the whole way. It was literally back and forth. It was Todokai, then Gamma, then Todokai, then Gamma to even it up, and then Todokai ended up taking it in that final game.
As you see down below, Gamma immediately after that had to face off against the Falk again from Seoul. And that was a very big mismatch, I feel like, in character experience from the side of MJ Gamma. Just wasn't prepared for what Falk had presented in general. I think there was a lot of things to be had in terms of like what his approaches were. You couldn't outclass Falk with your normals as Cammy. You couldn't try to jump in on her with your dive kick. There's just certain instances where those two options have gotten blown up significantly in that set. It shows.
Because in talking with people in the chat, even players from Mexico who know these two players well, expected that to be the Seth pick. So it may have been that the Falk was just an unexpected option that Gamma hadn't really prepared for as much. I'd love to find out. Not going to be able to, but yeah, shout-outs to Gamma as well, somebody who many of us had expected to make it through. He, of course, had qualified for the CPT last year, and for him it didn't happen this weekend either. So in that grand finals, 3-2, it was a very close set number one as Seoul started it out big time with a very fast Seth.
Did Todokai have the lead in the beginning? I feel like he did, right? There were certain instances where
he did. He was 2 games to 1
He had the
for him.
crush counter fierce, and he had dropped the rest of the combo. He did not dash up. Instead, he went for a crouching medium punch. That could have spelled the tournament for him.
Yeah, it was 2 games to 1 for him at one point, and it could have been 3 games to 1, and that could have meant the tournament. But nope, Seoul stayed alive, and then, of course, as you could see in that second set, he took it 3 games to 1 as well.
Oh, boy. That's just how he
Quite
does
a
it.
top 8.
You couldn't ask for a better top 8. Honestly, I love being privileged enough to commentate this match alongside you and alongside the Central America West unit, right?
Totally.
These guys are such a phenomenal group of players to watch in all aspects of fighting games. I think their current stance on fighting games is a very powerful one, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what they have in the future. Again, there's so many more events to come up, not even just for Central America with the World Warrior Project, but with other Capcom Pro Tour events highlighting other regions, right? South Africa is actually the one we're pivoting towards for the rest of August. You can see there, registration closes August 22nd and streams 27th and 28th. Be sure to hit up capcom.us /S Africa.
Of course, the 22nd is tomorrow, which is pretty soon if you're in South Africa. So make sure to do that while you can, while you still have a chance. We will get things going early Pacific time, but of course that's going to be the normal time that it is for everybody in South Africa and their local time. Please do check that out, everybody. There's other stuff going on as well. I believe after that we're going to have Brazil, and then we'll have nothing. We'll have a week off, and then after that we'll have Nordic and Baltic regions. Brazil, always a powerhouse in any number of fighting games. Definitely will want to check that one out. If you're in Brazil, make sure to register while you can. Things are ready for you right now. Get in there. For Nordic and Baltic, registration's not quite open yet, but it will be, as you can see, in a couple of weeks. So get in there as well. Love to see all the players that we can.
Without a doubt. I mean, there's been so much that we've been anticipating with this particular region. A lot of research has been done to get ourselves into the top 16, and still it gets blown up sky high with our predictions. Top 8, completely ambiguous, but nonetheless, the action was still there. That was guaranteed to be one hell of a show, and we couldn't thank you guys more. Everybody that's been tuning in, everybody a part of the production as well, and everybody that's been part of the tournament itself, whether you went 0-2 or won the tournament, we appreciate you all for sure.
Definitely, yeah. Thanks a lot to all the viewers as well. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. You didn't go anywhere, did you? You didn't, because I'm talking to you right now, and you're hearing me. So thanks a lot for sticking around for this segment. I expect to see you at the next one. That's going to be South Africa for next week. Again, Brazil after that. We'll see you for those. Have a good night. Not so far for Orongo as he's big stuck. This might be a perfect. Should be a perfect. Bam, got him. big plus on block stand medium that you can link out of. Oh, this is everything's going for Sonseca side.
Don't get command grab.
Oh,
told you not to get command grab.
Beautiful stuff. Rostic in big trouble.
Look at the damage,
A
David.
grapple kill.
Don't get grabbed. Don't get. So these very moments right here now pushing to the corner. We talk about how soon Rashid could put the. We're going to see exactly what he brings to the table, and I think still, man, Ken is so explosive. Okay, that could have been the stun.
Hey.
Excellent time to bust out that fierce. Get the trigger full conversion, but more importantly, out of the corner.
He holds it. Is he hit though? Yes.
The mix-ups, I think it's more important to think about like the high-low mix-up, the left-right mix-up. Oh, we tried to get it.
Let's go. He's blowing it up now.
Was it the medium one? Oh, a significant amount. There is a big hitbox coming your way, especially if you're command grab in hot pursuit of Lariat. Big stop sign. Why would
Okay.
That's a lot of damage.
It's a little bit more offensive play style.
A lot of the time, some of these players don't even want to
Be outside of that this range, and he hits it before Gama can.
be important. His answers to V-Skill have been very good, but this right here, V-Skill 2 after the backup, gotta go with the assist. So long, big brother.
Up here in the trees.
Yeah, big shot. Oh! So much startup on that.
She wants to be at that range where Sealer has trouble, because she herself is good there. Yes, he finds it! That's gonna be stunned.
What an interruption.
So good at finding those. Okay, is he gonna get there?
Oh. Yeah. I was gonna say that's a throw bait, but it also covers V-Shift. That V-Trigger is. No, that's it! That's more than enough. Oh, he's got it down pat, David.
Wow.
That is gonna be it. Seoul gets the bait against Gama with the. Oh, you can't do that. Off the wall. One. Do it again. Reset. Oh no. No V reversal to be had. The overhead hit.